All right, hello everyone. Seb here. Super excited for this talk we're gonna have. I'm joined with four known figures of the coaching scene in Dota. We have Moon Meander, Astini, AUI,
Yeah.
and Blitz.
No.
Would you guys agree to say that you guys are probably the most established and successful coaches in the scene? It's me saying it, so you don't have to take the credit for it.
Probably missing Silent, right?
Silent CY.
Yeah.
All right,
Shall
who
we-
would we add? Okay, if we could extend the couches, who would we get?
Yeah, Shao8 Silent CY.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Shao8 actually got back into coaching recently. He took a
Yeah.
break. Yeah.
Furtado. I need to defend SA, you know.
Yeah,
I
true,
need to
true.
fight for my region.
Fair enough.
Bulba.
Yeah, of
Oh,
course. Of
yeah,
course.
Actually, where is Bobes?
Yeah, where's Sam? That's kind of
course.
messed up that we all
That
forgot
is
Sam.
messed up.
Yeah.
He was last. We got cast before Bola. That's sad.
I mean, he's so established that you tend to forget. This is the first time, at least, I'm going to have a conversation focused on coaching mostly. So I'm excited for that. I guess I can start by asking, and we can take turns for that. How did you end up coaching? What was either the trigger point, or did it happen knowingly? Was it a consequence of something? So how was it for you, Moon?
Well, it started with TSM. I felt like I knew this was going to be my last year of playing because I was laning in Stabilite and lanes weren't going so well, but it's mostly because of me. They call it the best friends lane.
You take the blame.
I take the blame because, laning wasn't that great and we were the best friends lane because our network was so similar. And afterwards, I was like, yeah, you know what? I got to, I'm going to coach after this.
All right. So Saberlight made you coach.
Yes, bing bong.
Okay. Okay, good. What about you?
I was a team owner. It was a really small team, like tier 3 team in SA. I was investing on it. And I wanted to hire Duster. And he said, I'll just go to the team if you're the coach. Because he knew my ideas. We talked a bit about Dota. And that's how I first began.
For me, it's back in the day, if you didn't qualify for a tournament, you would go coach another team. So I didn't qualify for TI6, so I went to coach Team Secret. It's really bad. It was a bad run, but that's how I started coaching.
I was living in Berlin at the time, casting for Join Dota, and I think I was up at you remember when you had to have a ticket to watch a game? I had an MDL ticket or something, and it was 3 a.m. and Curl messaged me and was like, hey, can I party with you so that I can bum watch it? So then I was like, okay, sure, why not? And then we were just watching the game together and texting or typing on Steam. And then I think maybe an hour later, he said, do you want to come coach our team? And I said, I've never coached before. I don't know what I'm going to offer you and stuff. And he's like, we'll figure it out. It'll be fine. And I was like, okay. And so then I said, screw it, why not,
So many different stories, actually. And I guess, if we, start, diving into the conversation, what would you guys, obviously, I'm sure there are things you guys are not going to be able to share today, even though I'm going to try to ask the questions. But I guess we can all agree to say that coaching has been an open field where there were maybe not so many examples or at least public examples of what coaching a team implies. So what was your guys' approach to that? As in, did you go in with preset ideas on, hey, this is what I want to do as a coach, or was it more of a discovering what had to be done? Different teams, different experiences. What do you guys think about this aspect of things?
You don't have where to look to know what to do, right? So you just trying to solve the problems that they come up with the team, to a point that now when I join a team, I know the problems that there will be, so I try to offer solutions before I'm dealing with the fire, So kind of that's how it progressed. I think before I was looking too much outside of the game, trying to have a schedule, good environment, and then it evolved to let's play Dota 2. And now that my team really knows Dota 2, I'm going all the way back to we just need to be on good mindset.
If you had to give me a percentage of how much is about Dota and how much is not about Dota?
I think right now it's 90% not about Dota.
Okay.
But when it began, with Pari, it was 90% Dota.
Yeah.
But now we have established ideas, so it's keeping a good mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Our team is 50-50. I realized in life when you coach some players, you just gotta let them cook. Some players, they're more malleable. You work with them closer. But the most important thing I would say is syncing up the ideas. I think that's my biggest role in the team.
To make the team kind of come together as a unit?
Yeah, because if everyone's cooking their own shit at the same time, it's gonna be a disaster. Sometimes first day of scrims, first couple days of scrims, always rough like that. And I always like to just observe, and then by the end of the boot camp, I like to tie everyone together.
Any recipe?
Yeah, I think it's sort of weird because I think like coaches don't really know what the correct thing is to do. Like I don't know what the other coaches do. And it also depends, like it's a bit of a black box. Like you just put some stuff in and you don't know what's right for your team, and you have to adjust based on what your team needs at any given time. Like Christina was talking about, I think. So it's like a lot of times it's sort of random, I think, what coaches need to do each time, or like what specific time on their team.
Yeah, I mean, I had no idea what I was doing. I figured the only thing I'd care about was like build culture. So it's like be on time, keep your area clean, be respectful. I think I told the guys, like, if you ever yell at me or if I ever yell at you, we should just be done. Like, I'd never want to yell ever to get my point across. And if you guys do it to each other too, like, that was like a big thing for me. And then over time, it just gets like easier and easier because our team's pretty complete people. Like, they're kind of clowns, but like, they're good people at heart. So, Dota-wise, I mean, they kind of handle themselves because we have Boxy. And Nisha's really intelligent about the game. I mean, they all are. So I probably have the easiest job out of because I have like 50 people on my team. So
As like the role of coach, like if like I guess in terms of like how you're mentioning how I guess in every team like the staff kind of evolve, right? There's like more people around teams, like in average. How did that change things?
I mean, I knew I always wanted a second coach for sure. And then Jabs made it easier because, I mean, he just is a much better Dota player than I am. I'm never going to be as good as either of these guys. Like, this guy won a TI. This guy played in a major finals, like, and won a major. I forgot. You guys, like, I don't know, gee, my bad. I actually forgot about that era. And
That's
so,
crazy.
and so, like, I'm never going to compete at that level, right? And I will never understand Dota at that level. So I need to hire somebody that does to be able to talk with the guys and force ideas. And then I figured the next evolution of that is, like, we can split that duty. We can have somebody that focuses on our gameplay and then another guy that focuses on enemy gameplay. And it just makes it, like, easier and easier for our jobs. It just means that instead of having to like do 14-hour days, you can do like 6 really good hours of like work per person, and it just feels kind of nice to be able to split that up.
What is the if you had to name one, the biggest challenge about coaching, what would it be? Whether it is on what you face or how you feel, whatever it is really, like your biggest challenge with coaching.
For me, is losing confidence on strategies. Like you can win 20 series in a row, you drop one and you feel like you don't understand Dota, that you're outdated, that you need to change everything. And it's hard for me as a coach like to fight the players on this.
So yourself losing the confidence or like as a group?
The players usually.
Okay.
And I still kind of believe it works, but like one bad experience kind of throws all the work down.
You guys thinking about it?
I would say
no challenges.
I would say the biggest challenge is keeping the consistency.
Mhm.
After we take a long break, we come back and like we're not very like in sync again, and it's very hard to build all of that back. I don't know why, but after like 1 month break, all stuff gets forgotten, and the challenge is just to build it brick by brick again.
You think is it like related to the game, or is it more of a like how to approach like the mindset going into it?
I actually feel like because during the break people play pubs, and I feel like sometimes too much pubs brainwashes you. Then you just go back to all the bad habits from pubs when competitive, like he said earlier, is very different. So takes away a lot.
Consistency.
Yeah.
I think for us it's like motivation because we just won TI, we've won some lands now, and so like it gets harder because they're spoiled, right? Like we pay them better, there's better conditions. That's like trying to convince them to continue to like want this, I guess. Both of your guys' teams help a lot in that because you guys like all chat us all the time, so that helps a lot.
Yeah, we're so annoying. It's good for you guys.
Yes,
right?
it's actually helpful. I never complain about it. Like either their team slaying, if you see, I've never tweeted about his or his because for me it's good internal motivation, right? I know it's not personal, like when Maureen alt chats are like
So
tips.
annoying though.
You get annoyed by it?
I get annoyed by it. Like apparently I'm annoyed.
We think it's like we put our nose down. We're like, there's no way we can let these guys beat us. And when you guys were beating our ass, it felt so bad. It was
But like whoever watching at home, they should praise us for making this because we're bringing hype to the competition. We want Liquid to perform their best. That's why we do this.
It really.
We love you guys. That's why we trash talk.
No troll.
know,
Like
that's
it
true.
actually helps. It really does help our team. It's one of the things that I can point to and be like, guys, look at these guys. Like they think you're trash. They think you've like overcome. It's your speech. Like how dare they?
Oh my God! Don't bring this up.
We watch that video once a month.
No, I know. Insania told me that. That's so bad. I see. Okay. And what about you, AI? Like, if you had to name the biggest challenge for you?
I think it's like a bit of cultural gaps in approaching Dota. 'Cause my team's like very multi-international, and like just how they talk to each other, or like how they want to talk about the game or introduce ideas. Sometimes it like changes, and where they pull their ideas from is also, it's really weird. Like sometimes we'll have like something the team is fully agreed on, and someone will just come with a new idea that's like completely opposite, and it'll just come from nowhere. And sometimes they'll be right, but like it's just like bridging that and like making sure everyone gets on the same page with it. It's pretty hard, I think.
Like the process of implementing it or
Yeah,
discussing
it's like really random. I don't know.
Do you notice like the generational gap? Because you have like some of the youngest to like oldest players, right?
I mean, sort of, like, because we have like, so we call them the youngs and the olds. So it's like,
Wait, who's like in the middle then?
Skitter's in the middle because he's like an old, but he acts like a young.
Okay.
So like Malady and then Amar are the youngs, and then it's like me, Crit, and Snake were the olds, and Skitter's like, he should be an old, but
Okay.
he hasn't developed properly.
All right.
So, but yeah, there's a little bit of that. I'm not sure. It's just like I don't even think it's a bad thing. It's just stressful sometimes.
Yeah.
That's all.
Do you feel like you can relate or like connect as easily with the olds or the youngs? Like, or like, it doesn't matter. You probably must have learned to do both, but
I mean, we've been a team for quite a while. I mean, not as long as Liquid, but like, so I think our flow is like pretty good at this point, but there's definitely some times where like Crit will say something and we'll just be like, oh yeah, it's been like this for 10 years. And Amar's like, huh? I don't think so. Like, cause honestly, Dota, like, it's weird, but like the heroes that countered heroes in like 2012, they still countered them. Like, it's always the same. Like, I can't remember who said it, but like sometimes, like if they don't know what counters on in a meta, they're like, oh, it's FNG said like, oh, I'll look back in 2015 and this is what was good for Shadowfiend. I'm like, okay. I was like, okay, well, guess I'll go look too. And same thing.
no, for sure. There is a lot of that. And you know, like I was mentioning the relationship to playing. Like obviously now some of you guys have been pro before and or played Dota in general, and probably all of you guys have less time to play Dota. I could only assume. So when you watch, I mean, I guess two questions, but like when you watch your players, like first of all, do you learn more about your own selves when you were playing or who you are as a player, and how much of your playing identity goes into it? You know what I mean? Like, are you thinking about it, or is it two different things? Like you're just being the coach right now, and it has nothing to do with how you view their play style or whatever their habits. How does that come into play? You've been a player for a while. I've been your coach actually.
Yeah.
I just remembered that.
Yeah.
So
Dude, you forgot too?
So basically, right, I do see myself in this team sometimes, like what would I do and stuff. And, you know, our team's famous for farming, and I'm famous for being like really aggressive. So sometimes I feel like we're a little too passive. So I try to implement like hey guys, you know, it's time to fuck them up, guys. Time to slay together, guys. Enough farming. Chill out.
So do you feel like, and that comes from your own relationship to the game?
Exactly. Am I
Okay.
feeling like something's up, guys? They're getting too much, and you know, something's funky.
You feel the itch?
Yeah, I feel like you
You
know,
refrain it at times?
uh,
Or you
nah.
just letting it in, like letting it happen?
I say it, but I say it in a more human way instead of saying like that. Like these guys are animals. I'm like, guys, I think they're farming a little too much. Something like that.
Okay. That's a nice way to
There are
put
too
it.
many animals on the map.
Yeah, like, look at all this fucking
Go catch
animals.
them.
These guys are too much, guys.
Yeah,
Down
'cause
10K, go trying to contest room. What kind of animals?
I don't remember you saying it this way back then. It's like, I think they're farming a little too much.
Yeah.
Just tone it down
They're
just a
fine
little
now.
bit.
I saw Neta recently with Midas Octarine on Abaddon. I don't know what you're talking about. dude.
Every game. Midas, Blink, Octarine.
You guys have both had Neta. I guess actually
Neta
all three
too.
all three of us have had Neta. We've had the Neta
I
experience.
think I work well with him.
We know
'cause
where
we
he's going
balance it
next.
out.
Then we know where he's going next, I guess.
He does the.
Welcome, Nat.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you, DM.
Thank you, dear.
Sorry, I shouldn't break the news. But what about you guys? Like, how much of the playing, how much of the player is in the coach? What do you guys think?
For me, the problem is I get too excited like by watching 9-class gameplay. So I always get like low priority because I'm like, I'm gonna play Slark 4, I'm ready. And then I just get flamed. Oh, now I learned TB. I just go and try to sunder people, and then I fail.
Then
and
reports.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the problem. But I'd say like, especially me and 9-class in the sense we do really well together because I like the unconventional ideas. Like the crazier it sounds, the more likely I'm trying to make it work. So sometimes I'm like, I want to try Arc Warden 4 to see if it works, and if it works, I'm gonna tell him in this sense. So yeah, I'm getting to the crazy ideas. It's cool, but low priority is not that cool.
He should play them for you by the sound of it, but okay.
I don't think I necessarily play less pubs as a coach. I think it just depends like what your role is as coach. Because I think for my team, I'm more in charge of like our Dota identity than probably most teams. But it just depends like on the meta, and like a lot of times I've like adjusted based on player feedback. Like we'll steal something from Paravision. And it's like, oh, let's adjust it to play more like this, or like we'll see how like Liquid, like for me, like how they team fight or something, like we'll look at that and we'll just always want to do that. And I don't know, for me, like you guys were talking about like pubs aren't real Dota, but from our team it's like sort of opposite. Like we think what happens in pubs is the most important, and like how we play the game is like that is real Dota to us. So it's like you can even see like even how we approach as coaches, it'll be like a bit different. It's not like either side's necessarily wrong, it's just our mentality is different.
Yeah, which also makes for different teams and different approaches.
Yeah, I think that's just how it goes. Because again, like no coaches really know what other coaches or teams how they operate, right?
Yeah.
Like the only thing that we definitely know is how Net operates, 3 of us. And, like,
Coming soon?
And soon to be you. So that's all we got. Yeah.
Do you feel like sharing?
Yeah, we can tell you. All 3 of us can tell you beforehand, but that's it.
You know what's really funny? I remember after TI, I asked you about Neta, you gave me info, and then you asked me about Neta, so I passed you info.
Good.
Hey, I need some info.
He's very smart about the game. Very smart. Yeah, that's all I got. I can't say more than that, but they know.
Midas? Octarine?
Radiance? Radiance is high.
There was no Radiance this time. But
Yeah.
Midas? Octarine?
Ancient stacks.
Refresher.
Ancient stacks. Yeah. Word cloud must be like ancient stacks. If you get to like say how many things like Neta says, it's got to be like near the top.
It is good.
I
Call
mean,
Midas wave, stack Midas camp.
for me, I mean, I only play mid. Like I've never played any other roles in Dota, and so like I know mid heroes still. Like I still play the game sometimes. I play like party. Actually, I just started grinding with Zai. He's back on the party unranked, so you might catch us if you guys want to unranked. So like, and I always play mobile heroes. So like the pucks, the storms, like that type. And so, like Curtis said, like the matchups are pretty cyclical. The stuff that annoyed me back then is still annoying now, and so that part is pretty easy for me to understand. And so it's pretty easy for me to talk to Nisha about like mid heroes and like things that we see. Sometimes he's a little bit stubborn because he's way better than me. And I just have to kind of like work at it. But that's like the only thing identity-wise. Because I was a very passive player as a pro. Whereas like my team is, they're, especially I think Boxy embodies our team a lot. He just boxes. He's in there to fight. So in that way, it's a bit different. But in the mid-hero pool, I think it's by far the most influence. I have a question.
Yeah.
For you as well. What was like your favorite moment as a coach? Like what's the moment that you think about the most that you were like, this was peak?
Good question. I mean, the obvious ones would be the wins, I guess, or like the the moments that.
Yeah.
Because I also realized that some of the memories that you get are also kind of built from the content that's out there. They're not entirely your own. That makes sense. So maybe these are the most vivid ones, but the ones I'm the most proud of are probably the bouncing back moments, whether when the team was really in trouble or they were like really hardship, and they were like, because I think, yeah, now that there's distance with things, I can look back and say, well, that was really, maybe that was the win, actually. That's when the win was decided, or, these kind of moments. So I remember some rough boot camps or really rough sequences. At the moment, we didn't realize what was going on. But later on, we were like, okay, well, this is probably, if it happened at any time, then it was that day or that night or whatever. So, yeah. That would probably be it. What about you guys? Like, obviously, it's an ongoing journey for you guys, but is there a moment?
Actually, I can remember like the distinct moment is when, like you said, the rough times. Like when you overcome the rough times, the shit boot camp, people are beefing. You solve that beef, and we come back from like a huge like shitty group stage into like winning the event. That's like probably like where you help settle the beef, get them outside, make them shake their hands, talk about it. Then you see the fruit of your labor. I think that's like one of the best times of coaching.
No, that really resonated with me. Like when you overcome the tough times, something good. I remember there's a time doing a TI-11. Like we worked really hard for this tournament. We came in and we felt like there was a lot of pressure on us. The stuff we're trying to avoid. We actually lost a group stage game to you guys, TSM, and our team was just like, like we were like so mad. And Saxa just stood up and he just made a speech that like sort of encapsulated everything we had worked on in boot camp. Like, guys, like, why is there pressure on us? Like, this is what we know, what we worked on, the work's already done. We just have to like calm down, do everything. It was like everything we had talked about as a team together with myself as coach. And that actually made me really happy because after that, the team was able to like get into the right mentality and it was like a good tournament for us from there on. But like just seeing like the work that we put in come together like that and then having someone else do the actual job for me where they were able to make the speech and like rally everyone, that was really nice.
What about you, Steve? Is there like a moment that, you know,
Moment that I remember a lot is like TI in Seattle. We did top 8 with Nouns. We beat TSM somehow. We were the best in 18. When
All about TSM.
During the season, we were like the 3rd NA team, so we struggled to qualify. Till like last major, we managed to qualify, and then like being top NA team, this was really like good experience, gratifying. And then when we entered the arena, like everyone was chanting for us. We were like Team USA in the USA. It was an amazing moment. I was telling Blitz, it's sad it lasts like 40 minutes. It's like we lost twice to Gladiators in 20 minutes, something like 30 to 40 minutes. That's how it lasts. But still, it was one of the best days even with the loss. Because I feel like it's about what everyone talk about, like all the struggles you had. Because like we changed player after the last major. Like our position, our carry became our position 5. We put Hector in the team. It was like a full year struggling to build a team, and then like this top 8 meant a lot. Like the first LAN we attended, we won, which was the Bangkok one. It was amazing, yes, but it's like, oh, we just started, we win. You know, we didn't go through like hard times together. Then it didn't feel like, let's say, as good as a top 8 where we struggle a full year.
It actually, like I was listening to you guys and I was thinking, you know, we always talk about your role and how you help the players and all of that, but can you find help when you need help? Because as everybody else, you have your doubts, you mentioned it, like self-confidence, doubts, whatever. Do you have help if you need it? Do you even consider that you also deserve help at times, you know, because maybe you don't even think about it, but.
Yeah. I talk to my wife,
All right.
stuff, you know, family.
So you can turn to people also with all the weight that you have on your shoulders.
Sometimes I feel like I'm doubting myself too. I watched my old TI6 replay,
Good.
OG
Nice.
days.
Nice.
Or, you know,
Moon me under
us, you know, that TI we beat Shard Squeezy. So you eliminated us, but we eliminated Shard Squeezy, so we were the second NA team. So, you know, something watching those games. You know. And then in the major finals, we lost against you guys.
So there are people you can turn to
Yeah.
in case of doubts. That's cool. How about you guys? Like you feel like you're getting help also sometimes when you need it, or?
Yeah, I think my team internally has always been really supportive. And me and Aiden Insania are the closest in age, and so like we've always like built the team together in a way. And so anything that really annoys him, he can talk to me. And I don't usually like talking to players about problems, but I think he's a bit unique because we kind of built things together. And then probably like random people like Bulba and David and I will always support each other. I remember we had a chat at Stockholm Major, like when we were down low, and you told me like things don't always work out when you want them to, but eventually they will if you like keep going at it. So stuff like that for me is always like pretty inspirational. Like seeing you guys make your runs and stuff like that. AUI, who I've known for 16 years now, watching him succeed at the highest level was always really inspiring for me too. Like I remember we ran into each other in like Dota 1 pub, like when he was like 15 and I was like 18. Like, dude, we knew each other. I've known him for more than half my life
This is
now.
the person I've known the longest in the Dota scene, for sure.
And so like watching him be able to like climb from that
Oh, that's messed up. Why'd you say that?
into like winning TI, and I thought that was one of like, I never told you that, but I thought that was one of the coolest things that like I've ever got to see firsthand. It was so inspirational for me personally that like somebody I personally knew that accomplished that at that high level, and then he went on to do what I wanted to, is coach at the highest level, and he did such a good job with it that I thought moments like that for me are like really self-referential. I'm able to like internalize that and be like, wow, like if he can do it.
Could do it.
No, no. But I always knew Curtis was like way smarter and way more talented than me in those kinds of things. Like, and he was a harder worker. So seeing those things like put into play like really motivated me a lot.
And what about you, AUI? Do you feel like you can get the help when you need it?
Yeah, I mean, my support structure for Dota has always been pretty external to Dota. Like, I don't talk to that many people in Dota, but yeah, I mean,
You're good?
I'm good.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I mean, I have to worry about the coaches too, because I feel like
Of course, that's
nobody
good.
worries about them.
That's
you know?
so true.
What?
Nobody
People
worries
should worry
about
about the coaches more.
Oh yeah, we
We're
have
so
such hard
important,
lives.
yeah.
No, I know.
We're so
That's
important.
why
But who
I'm,
makes the clown laugh, right? Who's worried about the coach?
I'm worried about the coaches, guys. Like, this is what this is all about. This is a coaching therapy session, you know? Like,
Holy.
this is what this is about. Precisely. How do you feel about the state of Dota right now? Just in general. Like, I don't mean very specifically, but just, you know, the direction that the game is taking. Like, it could be, you know, it could be bad, it could be good, it could be nothing. It's just what it is. Like, any educated opinion on the state of Dota?
I think it's pretty chill. I
Yeah.
feel like there's no set defined play style. You could just be a team that, you know, doesn't stack, just runs to them all the time and is viable. You could also be a team that just AFK farms and punishes people. Both strats are viable, I feel.
Do you like when things are...
Yeah, I like when
Diverse.
everything's on the table
Okay.
and like the best team wins. And whoever executes their strategy to the T with the best drafts, you know, I like it like that way.
Sounds hype.
For me, it's a 8 out of 10 because the game is like on perfect state. It was never so good. Like with facets, the old counters from maybe 10 years ago, it's changing a bit. You have way more options. You have like, it's kind of, you have double the heroes, or it will get to this point when everything's balanced. I just don't like that we won too many tournaments and every strategy we did was nerfed. Literally every strategy. So now we're struggling, but Dota itself, it's perfect.
Yeah, I personally don't really like the direction Dota's gone right now. It's gonna be like a really boomer take.
I love boomer takes.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's why I'm
Like
here
it's just
for.
a boomer in me.
Give me
Like
the boomer
I'm
take.
fine with like as a competitive like game, it's like really good right now. But I just for me like they put a lot of farm around the edge of the map and they made the map bigger and like you can run at your opponents, but I'm not sure for me. Like it's just like a conceptual thing. Like I just don't like the concept of farm being on the edge of the map. That's all. So
Not like gameplay related, because I think you guys covered that. But one thing that I wish there were more of were just like LANs in general. I kind of feel like the online tournaments begin to like blur together at some point, and I feel like once you've won a lot of things and a lot of LANs and stuff like that, and once like you won TI, like you guys will understand what that feels like in a bit, hopefully. It feels like a little bit empty, like the drive to like want to be like, okay guys, let's get it for like online tournament number 15 or like studio event number 12 with no crowd. Because for me, like what defines my favorite moments are with the crowd, right? Dota with an audience is just so much cooler than Dota without an audience. It's a different game entirely. Like there's no nerves, you know, when you're playing in a studio set, you're just kind of, you don't really think about the money or anything like that. But when you hear the crowd and you hear people going crazy, it kind of like crystallizes in your brain, like this is a big deal. And that's one of the cool things, because like every tournament, you know, everybody here is financially fine. And so like playing for X amount of money is like whatever, going to a studio. But I wish there were more LANs, like 2 or 3 more LANs a year. I travel for, no problem.
Hope that these words landed in the right ear. That's all right. Well, thanks for sharing. I think it was good. Lots of insights. I learned a lot from you guys, so thank you for that. I wish you the best of luck. Not too much luck. I think your teams are already performing well enough, so maybe leave the luck for the other ones. But wish you the best for the upcoming tournaments anyway, guys.
Thanks for hosting.
Yeah, thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Thank you.
It's been
The
very
pleasure.
therapeutic.
All right.
This land is calling.
time to get back into the Esports World Cup. We are here, day number 2 of eliminations, and this format has made every single day of eliminations so exciting. We said goodbye to 4 more teams yesterday, and today we're going to say goodbye to 4 more. Let's get into it. My name is Nomad. I'm joined by BSJ and Fear as we get into another day of esports action. Brian, I mean, it's been pretty insane yesterday, and I think the most interesting is probably the fact that we basically just had entirely 2-0s across the board.
You think that's interesting? What do you think's interesting about that?
I think what's interesting about it is that I was expecting some more from these teams under this high-pressure situation. Execration, you know, you're put in this do or die like situation. You got to perform, you got to show your best, but their best wasn't very good.
When your back's against the wall, Fear, by the words of Execration, you pick Witch Doctor.
I thought you get a nice scratch, but...
Oh.
What are you, a bear?
Yes.
Well, going into today, because we're not going to see Execration, I mean, I'm excited to see who we're about to watch, and that's Team Yandex, because they were one of the teams that had a convincing 2-0 yesterday, and even though all those series maybe didn't go the distance like we were hoping, it definitely did show promise with the teams that did make it through, and I would say Yandex had a relatively convincing performance.
Yeah, they definitely did. I think they're what I like to call the best of the worst teams here, right? Like, they're definitely not considered to be one of the favorites going through, but a lot of the teams that were considered to not be so good are eliminated.
Absolutely, and well, you know, we can talk about the not so good, or we can talk about the very good. And here we have our club championship across the entire esports. We do have a change. We've got a tie at the top now between BNWM, Team Redline, Red Bull Sim Racing, and Detonation Focus Me. So 2 teams now entering the top, of course. Very likely to change as time goes on. I'd imagine we're going to see teams like Virtus.pro, Fnatic step up a little bit, but of course in Dota, our names are a little further down. Maybe Na'Vi, Falcons can help out. Team Liquid also on the board here as well, and Aurora, but yeah, and I don't think the Dota Virtus.pro team's going to be helping out much here.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at the Team Liquid and Aurora Gaming to potentially be passing Porsche Coanda Esports Racing Team with their placement in this in the Dota aspect of this Esports World Cup. But yeah, some of these teams or some of these organizations not too well known in the Dota world, but that's the whole point, is that this is over the course of all of EWC, which I believe is 20 events, as well as 6 weeks of them. So that's a lot of time to accrue some points.
I mean, NA needs some sponsors. Check us out in Dota.
There you go.
There you go. That's his fizzle elevator pitch there. If there's anybody watching, yeah, make sure you get
lots of space in NA. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
waiting to be filled.
Limitless potential, would you say?
Absolutely limitless. Yes.
All right, excellent stuff. Alrighty, well, let's lock in on Dota 2 and take a look at our groups. Of course, the group stage is now all done, so we can quickly jump through these. But we had Group A with Team Spirit winning things up. Over in Group B, things are looking very similar as well, as we did have a tiebreaker in Group B actually. Not as convincing as the other, but yeah, BB team leading things up, and Execration getting eliminated from Group B. Group C, meanwhile, can you guys remember who was in Group C? Because I can't.
They were Aurora Gaming versus Tundra, and then Yandex, who we're going to see today.
That is true. That is true. We've got a representative from Group C coming forward. Of course, only able to get the 2 wins there, Yandex, over Virtus.pro.
Very dominating.
Well, they got 2 more wins
yesterday. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And Virtus.pro did not get any more wins yesterday.
No, they are.
I mean,
the team, Fear, they are gone.
If you look at Yandex's record, they're 4-0 against the lesser teams, like Fear was mentioning, the best of the worst, but then they're also 0-4 against the more prestige teams. So I would just like to say, Yandex, we're going to be put through the trial of fire again. You've played against 2 weaker teams and 2 stronger teams, and you're yet to take a game off of a stronger team, and that's who they're going to be facing today, historically speaking. Yeah. And Group D.
Absolutely, yeah. Group D with Team Liquid looking one of the scariest teams. We won't be seeing any of those top teams until the playoff stage, which is going to be in 3 days' time. So do not be looking out for them as of yet. But everybody in 2, 3, and 4 will be playing today, or have already played and been eliminated. So let's get into this bracket. Let's see what we're dealing with right now, because as mentioned yesterday, it was a slaughter. Extreme Gaming destroyed Execration, taking them out of the tournament. Yandex, they got rid of Shopify Rebellion with 0 sweat, if we're being perfectly honest. Talon took out Heroic, and Falcons took out Virtus.pro. And I think across the board here, really, The only one you could say is maybe a little surprising is Talon Heroic. You would expect Heroic to maybe get a game in there, but they just didn't turn up.
Yeah, they were gathering some momentum towards the end of their group stage on the side of Heroic, so they showed some promise. But Talon, like I said, at Dream League Season 26, their highs were high and their lows were low, so I think they're a team that could absolutely make a deep run in a single elimination format where I think they're quite capable. They're very much the opposite of Yandex, where Yandex will beat the weaker teams and lose to the stronger teams, like so far based on what we've been seeing. I feel like Talon could drop a game to anybody, but they could also take a game off of literally anybody. So I'm excited for that Talon versus Tundra Esports.
I definitely like this format a lot. I think it's going to filter out the best teams possible very quickly, because I look at whoever moves on to the playoffs here, it's going to be a good team, or it's going to be an upset of a good team. So that's very exciting to see.
And we have our first team qualified as well. P-Vision were able to win this morning over on the A stream. They took out Extreme Gaming, eliminating the China Hopefuls from the tournament in the last chance bracket, which is pretty rough for that region. I mean, you know, Extreme, what happened?
Story of this year for them, unfortunately. Like, they seem to do well in the region, but whenever it comes to international LAN gameplay, they seem to fall short almost every single time. But it is what it is, unfortunately.
It is what it is. We'll see if they can do anything later on. But of course, as you mentioned, Talon versus Tundra coming up later. Team Falcons and Na'Vi coming up later as well. And we've got Team Yandex versus Gaming Gladiators coming up very shortly on this stream right here, right now. Let's remind ourselves what everybody's playing for. It is, of course, that beefy $3 million prize pool up for grabs between these teams. And, I mean, Phil, what do you think of the split? What do you think of the money trickling down, the trickle-down economics?
Well, I think it is very fair, I would say, for the most part. Like, a lot of other tournaments that have a big purse are usually top-heavy. This one is not so much, so that's very good for just the scene in general. Like, you still get a lot of money if you get first, but you're still getting paid if you get 13 to 16, $50,000, not too bad.
I like the fact that with the single elimination tournament, it's very easy to quantify how much they're playing for. Like yesterday, every team was playing for an extra 5K each with the chance to advance further. Today, every game, every series is worth 50K. You're going from 75K to 125K if you win. And then obviously the potential for more. But I like the fact that there's a meaningful step up every round, but it's also, yeah, nobody's being left with nothing.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a great split here at the EWC. Now, let's take a look at the series we've got coming up today. It is Yandex versus Gaming Gladiators, as mentioned earlier, and Team Falcons versus Na'Vi. Both of these are best of threes elimination, single elimination. So 2 of these teams are going home, 2 of these teams are making it to those playoffs, which will be happening in 3 days' time. And if the series you want to see isn't there, it'll be over on the other stream. But the match of the day we've got today, BSJ, what is it?
It is going to be Yandex. No, I'm kidding. Falcons versus Na'Vi. I mean, I think for a lot of us, Na'Vi's a big question mark. They've been popping up in a lot of recent lands. They've had some really good performances, some not so convincing ones. And Falcons, out of all the top tier teams, I would say this year, have been looking the most shaky. So I think this is our greatest chance today of an upset.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, I think Falcons has, however, the chance to also sweep this one.
Absolutely.
Just because of how they've been looking, and Na'Vi also struggling to perform versus some of the top teams. It's going to be the story of today, or at least the B stream. Can these teams find their way against the top teams right now, or at least the more prestige teams as you mentioned, or are they going to fall flat?
Yeah, it's a day of dark horses between Na'Vi, between Talon, and between Yandex. Surely one of them can take out one of the big boys, cause an upset, and have a little bit of an interesting team in the playoffs here. I'm hoping one of them manages it. And honestly, I'm kind of hoping it's Yandex. I mean, I think out of all of them, Yandex is one of the most interesting. The cool thing about this matchup is that out of the 3 players who have been on Gaming Gladiators the longest, between Ace Tofu and Quinn, they've been on the team for 3.5 years, but Yandex formed 3.5 months ago.
Wow.
What's the difference, really?
Time is just a number. I would just like to say,
I don't know what to say to that.
From the original gaming, because I would say even Quinn, yeah, he joined and was a part of their crucial success like the year that they were winning everything. But Ace and Tofu being the offlane duo that's been around since the very beginning, you know, I have to tip my hat to these lane duos that stick together over time. But I'm a big fan of this Yandex team as well. You know, I was going to have some shade thrown at GG because you said you were rooting for Yandex, but I think for these guys are very likable. Like, I really enjoy watching their games, and they're fun to interview. I've seen their post-game interviews with you. I interviewed them myself at the beginning of the tournament, and Yeah, they're just some sociable guys. I really like TA2000's face today. That just looks like he's ready for action.
Just today?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think Yandex are going to prove that time is just a number to Gaming Gladiators. That 3.5 months was all they need to take them down.
Absolutely.
Uphill battle
All right.
a little bit, but they could do it.
Let me craft that into a better question then for you, Fear.
Okay.
At this tournament, we've had a lot of improvisation, right? There's been some changes to the meta. Things seem to be flowing pretty quickly.
Okay.
Do you think that could perhaps benefit a team that shot up so quickly in 3.5 months, that have won qualifiers, that are now performing reasonably well at an international event? Could they be better at taking on new ideas and reacting to their shortcomings versus a team that's been together for 3.5 years and maybe could be slower to react to
I will say yes and no. The yes is it could definitely help them. However, Gaming Gladiators is a team that they peaked, right? And then they've been downhill for a while, but I want to say like around Wallachia, they started to peak again. So I think Gaiman is not the same team as beginning of the year. Not at all, right? So this team, you have all that experience from 3.5 years of playing, different roster, of course, but a lot of those core ideas I feel like are getting shown again. The speed they're playing is up to par of when I used to see them win a lot. Ace is playing a lot of Ori heroes, Malady's playing a lot of Ori heroes, and they're hitting this incredible timing. Where Yandex, I haven't seen a definitive style from them yet. Like, sure, they play a lot of the meta heroes, but nothing's been like, oh, what they're doing just makes sense every single game. It just always feels like whenever they go into the top dogs, things just kind of fall apart for them. And until I see them do something good against the top teams, it's hard to really gauge them.
And I think with Gaming Gladiators as well, all three of their cores are capable of popping off really, really hard. I mean, we've seen like the Ace Axe do absolute magic. We've seen Quinn on Void Spirit. He loves his hero. It's meta now, so he's in a really good spot. Yeah,
I think they've really settled in with Watson as their carry now, and Malady filling in for Celery, or not filling in, but replacing.
Yes.
They are back to their form of playing around Quinn in the mid lane almost predominantly, while also not sacrificing their other two very greedy cores. I feel like with Watson and Ace, they do like to farm it up, and it's absolutely essential that Quinn gets off to a strong momentum in the game to make that space alongside his support duo. And that's their formula that they ran when they were super successful last year and the year before. And I'm seeing bits and pieces, like Fear saying, of that old identity. And I would say that teams, about adjusting to the meta, the question you asked, Fear, not me, but I'm going to take it upon myself to interject as well, is that I think teams like Gaiman have become better and better over time at adjusting to the meta because they've had to do it so many times. It just becomes a process where it's rinse and repeat, and I do believe they're very good at peaking at the right time of year. So I do believe we're seeing the best version of Gaming Gladiators this calendar year of Dota right now.
All right, 3.5 years versus 3.5 months. Let's find out what's going to happen here as we get into the draft for game number 1 of Team Yandex versus Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be interesting. One thing I was kind of alluding to earlier is I just don't know if Yandex have the cores that can pop off that hard. That is what I'm concerned about. We haven't seen Chira Jr. really take over a game on the Monkey King. Like, sure, he's had some good performances, but like, I haven't been convinced as of yet.
Yeah, he had a couple of games. He had some promise as well in his performances against some of the weaker teams, but against the top teams, it's been left something to desire for sure. And I think he does have to step up and pop off on this team. I mean, TA2000, of course, is a very stable carry player, but when you think of him, you're not really thinking him be this huge playmaker like Satanic or something on other squads. He's generally just getting the job done and playing when he needs to play. So these mid laners, oftentimes for these Eastern European teams, they're very, very crucial for the success of the roster.
I think the narrative we've kind of been spinning, but it really is how I think of Team Yandex, is when I look at the teams that they're beating, I feel like the way they're winning, not to try to take any credit away from them, is the other teams are kind of just losing the games. Like, and there's a lot of ways to lose in Dota, and I will say Yandex is stable and conservative with the way they play the game, so they're not making these like game-losing mistakes. But I feel like there's some threshold in Dota, maybe the top 8, top 12 teams, where that's like an assumed trait of all of these teams, and you then have to go above and beyond that to take a series off of these teams. And I feel like that's what they're lacking, and to some degree, that's how you get through qualifiers. That's how you consistently show up to LANs, and that's how you consistently beat the weaker teams. But at some point, I think you kind of have to take the L in the short term to rise above that and basically push your limits, and I feel like that's kind of what they're not doing. And I don't know if that's something that is fixable in the matter of one tournament, but part of me wants to just see kind of a less stable version of Yandex today, because I think that's what it's going to take for them to rise above GG.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like 3, maybe 4 tiers of teams at this tournament here. I say 4 because like there might be that upper tier that even the top teams can't really compete against. I think Yandex is like that 2nd or 3rd, whoever you want to look at it. Like obviously you have like the Heroic and Shopify. They're just 1 tier above that right now. But like to be able to beat these teams like Gaming Gladiators or potentially Falcons, they're gonna have a new special spark that they haven't shown yet.
Yeah, agreed. And opening up with a Dazzle, definitely been a popular support pick throughout the course of the tournament, but what do we feel like this particularly addresses Nature's Prophet in some way? Because it was their response to it overall first pick.
I don't think that's a counter pick. I think they just wanted to have Dazzle on their team. Because if you think about Nature's Prophet through the history of the game, like there are very few counters to it, and that's why it's often picked really early.
So sometimes good. Yeah.
And sometimes it's usually just best to focus on your own strategy, and I'm okay with that. If this Dazzle like rounds out well, where it looks really good with their own strategy and they focus on themselves more than just trying to counterpick everything they see, I don't hate that. Dazzle's pretty strong right now in the meta, so I'm willing to give this a go. I don't see a huge weakness in it. Dazzle's looked pretty okay to me so far.
It's 6 and 8 on Dazzle versus I think 12 and 2 on Prophet. The numbers are 12 and 3 on Prophet. It's a little scary.
Well, they didn't have first pick, unfortunately, so
yeah.
What can you do?
Dazzle into Axe makes sense. Like, they're both physical damage-based heroes, armor-based heroes. The Dunk is what counters Dazzle, but then Dazzle's also good against it early, but it also synergizes with it when it jumps in. So this is already making sense to me. It's nothing super flashy, but always having heroes that technically counter each other that also have synergy, and picking them in tandem is always a solid strategy. What I'm looking at for Gaiman is that I remember we saw Dazzle earlier this tournament that one of the weaker teams just never picked any backline jump, and then the Nature's Prophet just as a carry felt like he had to TP in and hit the Dazzle over and over again. And so I'm like, okay, that's not Nature's Prophet's job. We need some guy that's responsible for killing this Dazzle in the backlines, and I'm curious how early in the draft Gaiman's going to incorporate that.
Well, luckily for Gaiman, they have Quinn, and that's pretty much his whole hero pool.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I'm not sure he plays a hero which doesn't do that.
Yeah, so they'll eventually get that in the lineup at some point.
The spells are very strong here, whether or not it's in the mid game and also the lane, the Battle Hunger as well as the Poison Touch. This could very well be a 5, 1, or 3 Abaddon, I would say, based on the fact that you don't know what Yandex is doing just yet. So I'm fine if they pick a 4 here, and then effectively the Nature's Prophet and the Abaddon are both still flexed.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we go back to like Wallachia again, where they made it to the grand finals and then they got 0-3'd, of course, which was devastating. They looked like the best team at that event by far, and the way they were doing it was they're picking lots of Aura heroes and flexing them as well, and just making sure they hit a timing, mainly on Malady and Ace. Like, they were always buying Auras, the Greaves, the Crimsons, the Vlads. All these are on really early, which had a huge power spike where they just do Roshan kind of in-game super early. And they did run this Abaddon on position 5 multiple times when necessary, just so Ace could get that perfect hero in the offlane later on. And that's why we're seeing like Quinn have to pick a little bit early. He knows that his hero pool is pretty locked in. He's going to play some type of Spirit Jump initiation hero. He's just going to pick the best one that's available. And yeah, Puck is probably the best one against Dazzle. If you can get on top of him, silence him, create that chaos, so then you can actually burst a hero without the Grave coming out.
Last time that Cheer Jr. was against Puck, other than when he has Monkey King to pick, because he will always go for that, he went for Ember. That was against VP, so it's not maybe the most indicative of how a result would play out here. But I think that's like a very player choice matchup. Like, would you rather be the Puck or the Ember? Just based on people's knowledge of the matchup and the adjustments being made. It feels like it has been going towards Puck. I'm just thinking of like, what is Yandex's response? Yeah. I would probably just pick my mid here and leave the carry position open because you don't have too much information about what the carry is going to be laning against. I think Puck's stocks this tournament have been one of the most interesting for me because people are basically, some people are picking it so early that it ends up getting hard countered and not being able to have a game. And then it's been left in the draft. Sometimes it gets banned second round. And in this case, it's getting 5th overall picked. Void Spirit's a classic counter, lanes well against it, buys the Ags. That makes sense as well.
Right, what I'm interested in with Puck is Quinn, because like obviously we know he's a great Puck, but I feel like Puck has been in a situation where he got a new facet, or it's a new old facet, with the curveball, right? And a month ago, when everyone was doing the curveball facet, he was not. I wonder if I haven't seen his games, he's played it once before. I wonder if he's adapted and has learned how to use it in that time frame. or if he's gonna still go with the old way and just get the other facet, I don't even know what it's called, where you can like suck him in or push him away.
Yeah, the John facet.
Yeah.
I personally think, knowing Quinn, he seems more in the Amar category of like, I'd rather just be really good at what I know rather than try new
That has
stuff.
limits, we've learned, though.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think you were the one that said like the curveball is clearly the better facet, and the John facet is more about just basically comfort at this point.
Actually, I can check real quick. What did he go for?
I would be surprised if he went curveball.
No, he did not.
Yeah.
No curveball. Okay.
I'd be very surprised.
So, can't teach an old dog new tricks, is what they say.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's hard, right? Because I feel like for most puck players, that's kind of like a system shock. Like, you play 1,000, 2,000 games of puck, and all of a sudden, your hero's just so different.
I personally am not a huge fan of facets that change the innate mechanics of a spell that the hero has, because it actually punishes players who've played it to a point where their muscle memory is insane. Like, for me, I'm trying to remember, it happened on one of my favorite heroes, but I'm now spacing. Yeah, it's frustrating a bit. I like that they're experimenting with abilities being, like in this case, a curveball. It is cool in theory, but yeah, I think there's a limit somewhere. But I'm not going to get into this.
I think you're just sounding really, really old right now.
I'm sounding like an ultra boomer, huh?
A little bit.
Thanks for shutting me down.
This is a classic here.
Nice.
If you're going to talk about that 3.5 year ago game in Gladiators, the hero they were winning every single game with was this Underlord, a classic hero that has crazy map control. And of course, like, this is the classic, right? You have the invading force.
Yep, I was going to mention that too.
Not fast, innate ability that allows Nature's Prophet to just get it free, what is it, move speed and damage reduction?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, it adds up, especially if you're a carry. Like, you just can be more confident TPing in. Not only do you get that, you also get the Underlord who can TP in with you with auras, right? So you can be much more aggressive with this. With the Baton behind you, this is like exactly the type of lineup that I like to see Gaming Gladiators play. Very in your face, very much so, like, I'm going to call it like cheesy gameplay. We're just stacking auras and defensive abilities. These atrophy auras with crimsons, with shields. You know, NP has a shield as well on his TP. Like, lots of damage mitigation, I suppose, in auras.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind something like a Tofu Wind Ranger or something. I'm just thinking of fours, like they already banned out the Willow. Something that can rotate on mid with decent damage, but also has a way to disengage the poison touch from Dazzle. I'm just thinking about the fact that now that you mention it with the invading force, it's like I would rather this Nature's Prophet be a carry, given the fact that you have a Baton as a 5 to protect him against the Battle Hunger in lane. I feel like should absolutely free farm, which then enables the Abaddon to rotate, play around Quinn as they always do.
Double down on the invading force and get a Tinker.
There you go. Ooh. That's like quadrupling down, I think.
Yeah.
And for the record, for anyone wondering,
I think they need some more stuns.
Invading Force does work on any form of teleportation, so including Nature's Prophet. So they go for a TA ban on top of that, so that means that they think it might be a Nature's Prophet 4, which that's the power of these flex heroes, right?
I mean, choices there. So I think NP is totally fine for Sax. If you're not going to do that, what else would you want in this situation?
Usually you want a ranged hero.
I mean, Lifestealer is popular too. I mean, ranged heroes are good, other than like these Ursas and, you know, Lifestealer. There's a couple melees that are all right.
I was just thinking that with a Baton, you usually want a ranged carry.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, like, he's not really zoning them for any purpose. And since they're banning all these melee get-up-in-your-face guys, I would imagine they're going a ranged carry or leaving it as Nature's Prophet.
I think NP makes just a lot of sense. I'm sure Tofu has something else in the tank. I think the Wind Ranger is completely fine.
I think Muerta sounds pretty good for him.
Muerta would be cool.
Sure.
I'd be down for that.
Any POS 4 that has some type of control, then I'm happy. And there you go.
That was a good suggestion. Yeah, I liked that. Yep. They just needed some damage and control. I agree entirely. That was a nice pick.
Talking about damage, they need a lot on the side of Yandex at the moment. They need a carry which packs a punch.
They were probably slightly afraid of the Lifestealer too. Now they have like 2 forms of silence, which can be very frustrating for a Lifestealer to pick into. I mean, they banned the Ursa, which is like the no-brainer. Monkey King is also banned. I mean, what's left against Underlord? They might just do Lifestealer anyway.
Yeah, I personally think Lifestealer's fine here. I think you do need to be prepared to match the rotations of Gaming Gladiators to the mid lane, and that can be done by just having an independent carry. But I also am not a huge fan if you ever fall slightly behind and then you have a Nature's Prophet carry TPing behind you. It's like the idea of a twin gate rotation, but for cheap and convenient. And Lifestealer hates getting booted out of lane.
I'm worried about the damage as well. Like, I just want to see some punch, but
I don't think they had
Lifestealer.
many other options, though.
I agree.
It's just it can be a little tough when you don't have a flex pick, right?
Yeah.
And if you are picking second pick and you're refusing to have one flex core in your first, 4 picks, you're very narrowed down, and the 2 best options are always going to get banned out.
Yeah, one thing I'm actually going to keep an eye out for is specifically this Gorestorm facet that has risen in popularity in the last month or so, and maybe Chira Jr. coming bottom and killing Ace, because you infest the Ancient, and if you immediately go through a gank, it's about 600 damage coming out from the Gorestorm, which is a lot to bring down these tanky offlaners. I think that could play a crucial role. I said Quinn is the momentum giver who did take curveball.
All right.
On Puck.
Okay.
No longer a boomer, my
new
friend.
tricks. Yeah.
Is this a debut, though? Is that a good or bad thing?
I'm not sure.
I feel like this one takes some practice, but, maybe he's been up all night in the lobby.
There you go.
Throwing off some
He's
curveballs.
throwing us a curveball.
He sure has.
They have curveballs on curveballs. All right, Fear, what do you think of these drafts? Who's got the edge here?
I'm definitely biased towards Gaming Gladiators when they have a lineup like this. I feel like they
he swapped it.
Curveball.
Double curveball.
Triple curveball.
I mean, I feel like if Gaimin has like this high momentum aura buying damage reduction lineup, they always just look so scary, man. It was whenever they stray away from that, that's when I'm kind of like, I'm not so sure. So yeah, I think they're the better team. They've got their strategy that looks hard to beat, and I feel like Yandex's draft not so easy to pull off, I think.
Yeah, it does feel really, really safe for Gaming. This is exactly what they like to play. I'm not too sure about this one. Let's see what they can do in game number 1. Can Ace find the pace to win this race, or will Solo find his flow and go YOLO? Let's find out with our Cryptic and Seb.
That's got to be one of the best introductions I think I've heard in a while. Thank you, Nomad. Seb, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. I'm excited for this. Elimination game are everything to me.
Yeah.
I think this is when the real deal, happens. So both these teams are gonna go all in on this one.
Yeah, elimination games. I think that's the one thing that's fun about the stage of the event, right? Like every game, really important. You get one shot. You can't mess it up.
No, you can't. And I think this is a much more competitive game than people might realize. Like Yandex, we've seen a lot from them in the group stage, you and I, and they had decent success. Maybe the end up the end result doesn't really show it, but I think it is a team that can cause big upsets. Like we've seen some amazing sequences from them. They got outclassed at times, but now they have time to learn and polish what they had to polish. They could easily upset Gaming today.
Yeah, it's absolutely possible. The Game 1 draft here, as our panel was talking about, this is very much a Gaming Gladiators draft. Like the Underlord is kind of like a staple of this team, and you've got pretty much comfort heroes across the board for them.
Yeah, but I have to say I like what Yandex have going for them. I'd even give them an edge in the draft. I think they ended up with something very nice, especially against what Gaming have. To me, it comes down to the Underlord. That's the X factor, because if he's strong, then he's going to be able to, hold what... I just feel like the game is going to be much more stable for Gaming if the Underlord is strong. But I don't know how this bottom lane goes. That is, to me, the big question mark. Because Nags versus Underlord, I'd like to think that it's a decent matchup for Underlord, actually. Like
I was going to say the same thing.
But it was picked, nonetheless, by TA2000 into what he knew was going to be an offlane Underlord. So it keeps me guessing. Maybe there's, something that we don't see. Maybe the combination of Dazzle plus Lifestealer is going to be too much for Underlord to handle. It could be the case. I'm just a little bit curious about that one. But if he's right about the last pick, Lifestealer, despite the Underlord pick, I really like Radiant's draft against Dyers.
Okay. Yeah, my thought was like maybe they expect the Dazzle to do a lot more work in this lane than the Muerta can, because, Underlord, not known for his speed,
No. But actually, Underlord Muerta, I've seen that in the past, where Underlord also, takes a point of Pit of Malice at some point, and it becomes really obnoxious. Like, you're stuck in this pit, into the calling, you get feared back into the pit. Like, it's a crazy combo, especially on level 2.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens as we finally see the lanes kind of get underway here. As for the mid matchup, the Puck versus the Void Spirit. We've seen this one a few times
So
as
many
well,
times
right?
now.
Yeah.
It's funny, like, I like where the meta is with the mid lane. It's like, you actually get to see difference between, execution and skill from mid laners, because you see these matchups so much, and they go completely different at times. So it really comes down to how the 1v1 went, which is, I think, it's the exciting part about 1v1 mid.
Yeah. Ooh, Problems actually got stuck in the trees, body blocked out from Malady there. Forces him to TP all the way back to the base.
Yeah, you're not happy with that. But luckily the lane is pretty far back, so Noticed is not going to care so much. He's able to XP and maybe even aggro the creep to get some CS. So this is a... I don't think I've seen this +5 Abaddon in a while. I was wondering, you know, obviously this is a lane that they could have flexed both ways, like 5 Ava, 1 Prophet and vice versa.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they went for the 1 Prophet, if I'm honest, because I don't think it's the best matchup versus Snakes. It's not the best matchup versus Axe also. Like the Blink
Eventually
Blade Mail.
Blink Blade Mail is a lot.
Yeah, you're just going to die as Prophet. And even Void Spirit is kind of good against Prophet. He closes the gap, he gets on top of you. These are heroes that Prophet really don't enjoy playing against. So it is very surprising to me that they ended up keeping the Prophet on position 1. We'll have to see how this turns out.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I mean, we see Axe kind of turn the strength of right clickers against themselves, and if he ends up having a pretty good game, yeah, might end up backfiring a little bit, but...
Yeah. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah. I think overall, mid lane, pretty even. Void Spirit actually off to a little bit of a good start here if he can clean up some of these CS.
It's a favorable matchup for Void Spirit,
yeah.
I want to say. I mean, this is obviously a very, like, brawly matchup, so a lot of things can happen, typically around the water runes, around the power runes, so a lot of things can impact and change completely the dynamic of the 1 versus 1. But if it is pure, you know, Void Spirit versus Puck with no interferences, I would give an edge to the Void Spirit.
Okay. Yeah, overall, pretty good lanes for the side of Gaming Gladiators. Not really struggling in any of them at the moment.
And I mean, it was mentioned by the panel. I think like Quinn is one of the few players that still goes for the
Jostling
Rift. Yeah. I think all the other players I've seen play the puck, you know, whether it's Malary, BZM, the puck abusers, they're all on the curveball train.
Yeah, I was wondering about that as well. Like maybe, like I said, it is something that takes time in practice to figure it out. And Quinn obviously plays a lot of puck, but
he does.
Just prefers Jostling Rift for some reason. I don't necessarily think one is substantially better than the other, but the curveball has felt more popular recently.
Yeah, it has been. So we'll have to see. You know, I actually think this matchup is quite interesting, like team to team, because both teams are very mid-heavy. Like we've seen, he might be in trouble problems on the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate block on the tree there. And with this, Malady and Watson should be able to find first blood, and it will go to the Nature's Prophet. Malady able to just walk away. Has a blood grenade as well. But it looks like Nature's Prophet going to go back to farming the creep wave. There's a lot under the tower.
Yeah, Axe decided to hold on the healing Lotus. You know, went for the call, you know, thought the Rasta's gonna die no matter what, which could have really been the case. I'm surprised he didn't skill Berserker's Call. This could have changed a little bit the dynamic of the skirmish, but yeah. First one on Prophet, you like to see it if you're gaming Gladiator. Accelerating on this hero is amazing. You get nerdy treads, you get levels. This hero is all about tempo.
Yeah, really nice rotation back from Problems to the mid lane. He gets a stack and takes a water rune away from Quinn here, so and a D-ward. Okay, yeah, that's a super value. Like makes the death doesn't feel as bad.
No, for sure. You know, good way to catch up on what happened top, but yeah, he's not even griefing his Axe. Like Axe actually, the lane equilibrium on top, despite the death, is looking
still
pretty good.
really good.
Yeah, Axe is chilling. Like you can see with the CS, like yes, he's been a little bit under pressure. Yes, they got the first one on the Prophet, but Axe is getting what he needs to get a game.
And a lot of times, all he needs is a couple items.
That's all you need. But yeah, I was mentioning the matchup of these two teams. The reason why I think it's a pretty good matchup for Yandex in particular, because they also play mid-heavy. And I think this is something that you need to respect when you play against gaming. Like we have, you know, emphasized that a lot. Like they have a system around the mid lane that just brings them free wins when the opponent don't understand what's happening or don't respect it. Yandex is typically one of the teams that know how to deal with it. They do it themselves. So it's going to be very interesting how both teams play around mid. Like they are both very mid-player centered, like whether it's around, because they have great playmakers, like in Cheer Jr. or in Quinn.
Bottom lane, we're going to see them make a play here for Tofu. He gets the calling out, and with this, they're going to turn back around on CA2000, who is just taking a beating here from this Underlord. Watson comes in to get the kill. The Nature's Prophet rotation, super value as the second kill will go his way. He's up to 3-0 now, 5.5 minutes, and will just simply TP back top.
Amazing TP by Watson, great move. I mean, they just know their power spikes on this bottom lane.
You called it, man. The fear in the calling with all the Underlord spells. He doesn't even have Pit of Malice yet, but that's 2 points in the Firestorm and
it's too much. It's too much, even for a Nyx. Like Nyx Dazzle, that is so much sustain, like between the heal and the rage from the Nyx, but even that is not enough.
The level 6 advantage mid, Cheer Jr. trying to make a play here for Quinn, but Malady is there to help him. The Power Rune will spawn bottom, and as a result, Quinn should get this. Cheer Jr. is in really deep with no health at all. Does jump back to the far side. Calling's not going to connect, but Tofu gets the kill, and Nature's Prophet just casually collects another one.
Watson is so big right now.
Yeah.
This is absurd. Like, what is this net worth?
4-0 with 47 CS at 6.5 minutes.
What the hell? How did he even get so much CS? Like, the ulti must have went on some stacks or something.
The ult just cleaved a free kill mid lane and probably, yeah, something else.
I don't think I've ever seen such net worth. Minute, like, 6.5.
Yeah, it's actually just, that's ridiculous.
How do you have 55 CS like below minute 7 with 4 kills? Like he's TP'd bottom. I don't even understand how it's possible.
That's actually nuts. I mean, it feels like the lane was in a good spot for the Axe like a lot of the time too. So you kind of question like how is there even that much lane CS for him to get?
You know, we've seen was it Ame like buy Midas on Prophet? Like had he bought Midas, he would have had Midas treads null like minute 6.5.
Yeah,
this game,
that's
which I've never seen anything like that.
I mean, I'm assuming he's just going the standard build, right? He's just rushing his Maelstrom, so
yeah,
which he almost already has. That is insane.
No, he is huge right now. They're gonna have a massive Prophet problem.
All right, Gaming Gladiators go to scout the high ground here on Malady. Notice we'll get his first dunk of the game.
Yeah, a little bit unnecessary, I would say. Like. Axe is super happy about this one for sure. Like because like the status quo is just heavily in favor of gaming right now. So, you know, Yandex is gonna love every single mistake or opening they get that they don't really deserve or don't have to work for. So you gotta watch out with these support movements.
We're gonna see the 8-minute Power Rune spawn as Hero's rotating into the mid lane. Problems bottom. It's gonna be a haste rune. Tofu's gonna grab it and try and just punish the rotation in from the Shaman. And speaking of rotations, Watson here once again.
Oh, they know. They're giving him everything.
Yeah, if you're Gaming Gladiators, you have just accepted the fact that Watson will take everything now.
It's also, you know, like good, like a nice gentleman move from Quinn. It's like you come help me with the rune, I give you the kill. You know, it's a give and take kind of relationship. I mean, you know, there is a lot of that in Dota. It's like if I'm gonna rotate to your lane to help you, you better give me something. Because I'm not coming next time if you're actually last hitting the kills. Like there is a lot of that happening between Dota players.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen any net worth of this in a long time.
No, this is like a crazy start for Watson's Prophet. He's gonna be very happy with the state of the game.
All right, so let me ask you this then: if you are this farmed on the Nature's Prophet, do you continue to just play aggressive with Gaming Gladiators, or do you retreat into the jungle now a little bit that you have your Maelstrom? Like where should Watson be looking to play now?
I think you should prioritize like the acceleration. So you definitely don't want to throw your lead or because you have to think about it from a minute and a half faster than the previous record.
But
it's a minute and a half, 9 minutes into the game. You know what I mean? Like it matters a lot because it's physically impossible to get it for 6 minutes. Like how, you know, he hasn't been farming stacks. He doesn't have the farm speed. It's a crazy number. It's a crazy number. No, I think you want to keep accelerating because right now your farming speed is just unmatched, right? Like this Snakes is gonna need to get to Radiant so that he can start challenging you with the farm speed. But how much will you have at that point?
Yeah.
So you definitely don't want to overextend or throw your lead because if you get a quiet game for the next 5 to 10 minutes, you might just be able to just stomp the game yourself.
And with this rotation to the top lane, they're going to be able to punish Malady once again. I was going to say, with the Nature's Prophet deep into the jungle, it does allow the Baden to sit in the lane.
Yeah.
He is going to be vulnerable to these types of ganks with the Gore Storm as well.
That's just the Prophet not wanting to, tank that gank. He also has a mid laner that's a little bit greedy. Like, Puck is technically less active than the other famous mid laners right now. He can be active if he has a good rune or if you dive too far, but this is not a hero that enjoys running around the map too much. They usually play mid heavy. They farm their way to the Witchblade as fast as they can, and this is usually when they start being active.
They're putting a lot of pressure on this mid tower. The catapult is going to die here soon, but I mean they brought the tower down to about a quarter HP. So I think they're pretty happy about that.
No, they are for sure. And it's catch-up time for the supports on Yandex, so they don't really want to address the pressure that gaming is putting. Supports are pretty under-leveled.
They're going to just take the tower.
Yeah, they might have to give it. I mean, Dazzle's getting the bottom wave. Luckily he got some time. He's only level 5. Rasta's level 4, they can't deal with this at all.
Yeah.
Especially versus Abba Shield, like if you think about it.
True.
They don't have much to throw right now. Abba Shield reigns supreme at this stage of the game.
All right, they're going to go ahead and try and contest the stacks here in the triangle. However,
it's not so many.
Yeah, the Ancient Camp is the one that remains. I think they managed to take the Hard Camp earlier.
Yeah.
Nice D-ward there from Problems.
And notice on Axe is the only saving grace for, you know, Yandex right now. Like he's
doing well.
Yeah, he doesn't have a great game, but he has a pretty good one, honestly.
Yeah.
Like he's 2-0. He hasn't died. He's like halfway through the blink, a little bit less than that. He's gonna be the difference maker because it's not so easy for Void Spirit, I feel, to just go in this game. He doesn't have enough follow-up damage, so he wants to work towards his Axe. And until then, it's gonna come down to the Axe to play with the Dazzle, play with the supports, maybe get help from the Nakes with the Infest. This sequence is like Yandex want quiet as much as possible.
Okay.
Like they probably need, I don't know, 5 minutes plus of quiet, and then their lineup is going to come together big time. So it's up to gaming to find the openings within that window.
All right, well, bottom lane. Oh my goodness, Ace is level 10.
Yeah, Ace is very big.
I forgot there's an Underlord just chilling in the bottom lane.
And
he
if it
is
wasn't for this
almost to a
Prophet,
Crimson Guard.
I mean, we would be praising his farm if it wasn't for this Prophet. That's just ruining it all. You know, like nobody can look good when this Prophet is just overly farmed.
Yeah, Ace's problem.
He's going to have a Crimson. So we're hitting big timings on gaming. It's going to be Witchblade on the Buck, Crimson on the Underlord, and Mjolnir on Prophet. And these are crazy timings to hit that early in the game.
Yeah, they're actually smoking up here, trying to find Watson, and he might walk right into them, and he will. This is a fantastic kill from Yandex if they can finish it in time. He's just too tanky. They don't have the damage quite yet. Solo will get caught. Pit of Malice is out, and with the rest of the team coming through, that's just another kill for Watson. But he had 21 charges, didn't pop him.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think they knew, like, that, you know, Abba's going to TP, Underlord is going to gate instantly. It's a... We used to call this in my teams, we used to call this an oxygen play. You know, it's like we don't have any oxygen to work with on the map. It's like the map is really small, we're getting pressured. We're just going to go somewhere, make something happen, force some TPs so that you get... I mean, this gives Axe, you know, it actually gave him the ability to clear the Ancient Cap without dying. It's giving Nakes a free way to the Radiance. So you lose the Rasta, yeah, they're getting crazy timings. But I really like that play. Even though it ends up being a feed, like you lose your +5, but you're getting... basically quiet time on all your cores, and this is what Yandex needs right now. So I like to see these moves. They know they're not gonna work, but they're just distracting gaming guy layer basically from setting up something more deadly.
I see. Okay. Well, we're closing in on a Radiance. The Lifestealer going for the Relic first. It's not that far away.
Yeah, he's getting close. Axe is getting his blink. Void.
Ooh, nice job here, but there's gonna be the silence out from the Muerta, the chase. That's so much damage just from the the Wrath of Nature. And Watson will just try and chase down Solo. Doesn't really have a Sprout though, so they get themselves an immediate return kill, I guess.
Yeah, Prophet is too big, and I think especially if the Axe is like controlled, like his Blink Dagger is being cancelled, or he's the target, it's very easy for Prophet to TP in, because he has nothing to worry about. So
that's true.
It's going to be a cat and mouse game between Watson and Noticed, where the second the Axe shows, Prophet's going to TP in and uncontested. And if you can't contest this Prophet, you're just going to kill everyone.
Gaming Gliders making their way back to the bottom side of the map here as, I mean, Ace has his Crimson Guard, queues up the pipe. He is just the full aura at this point. He's got the Demon's Reach, so he's going to be farming exceptionally fast. I mean, we can see it in the net worth. The fact that he is even remotely close to the Nature's Prophet is absurd.
No, I mean, they're just out-farming Yandex by a lot, and it's just hard for Yandex to answer, really, because not only do they lack damage, but gaming can connect their heroes so easily, like between the gate. Like, basically, they have two cores that have global presence on the map. So it's just hard to outnumber them.
Okay, this is a really good gank onto the Nature's Prophet. They have level 6 on the Shaman. The Serpent Ward will kill him. Immediately drops it. They're going to bring in the Underlord, but it's not fast enough. They finally get the kill, turning that damage against him. They try to cancel the Axe TP. Good attempt there from Tofu. They'll just turn and settle for the Shadow Shaman.
Axe got coiled in the meantime.
Oh, he did. He can't get out. Quinn's dying to the Serpent Ward. This thing does so much damage.
Axe is trying to kill Quinn.
He's going to get him. Dude, Noticed. All right.
That was amazing. That was amazing. Like, solo kill. That is so much gold. He might not even die. I don't think they can catch him.
he is out. The bonus move speed is enough. Mid lane, they're now looking for Malady. He doesn't have his ult. He's going to be forced to level it now.
How do you not tip your axe after this play? Yandex, give
that
me
is
some,
insane.
You know, give me some energy, give me some vibe. That was such a cool play by Notice, and this is all they need right now. They need, and remember, like the Nakes is not getting involved, and it's a really good Nakes game. It's a crazy good Nakes game, especially because he has like a lot of ways to get on top of the enemies, like through the Void Spirit, through the axe. So it's looking fine for Yandex. I think they were in a rough spot because of the early game, but this move really salvaged everything for them.
Yeah, that is a massive turn of events here. And there's the thing, you talked about it earlier. All Axe needs is blink and a blade mail, and he can kill an Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, that is the the weakness of keeping the Prophet on position 1, and it's not going to get better. If anything, it's going to get worse.
Yeah, that's the they just fattened up the pig,
Yeah, and the problem of the Abaddon in this case is like it's not going to be enough to save the Prophet. Like Axe Call is undispellable, so
yeah, exactly.
Your Prophet's going to die through the blade mail even though you shield him. So I don't think, like, we've seen it here, right? Like the gate happens as fast as it bug in real life.
I'm just going to turn around and see if Quinn's okay real quick.
Okay, they're fine, guys. Nobody bugged in real life. Like, it must have meant something different. Everybody's safe here. But, like, I guess, bug, he meant like an actual bug,
like
right?
an actual, like a fly or something.
I thought somebody bugged out in real life. I'm just too stuck with the...
Oh, this is exactly what you just said. The blink, the call, they get right on top of the Nature's Prophet. Watson down to a sliver of HP, but the Sprout's going to hold back the axe long enough. That was so close.
That was close, and the difference this time was the silence. Like the axe could not...
He couldn't dunk.
Yeah, he couldn't dunk the Prophet. Like, very clutch silence by Quinn. Saved his Prophet. But you see how close it is. Like, the Crimson, the gate, it happens like a little too late. Like the Prophet is dying to the combo. This time around, and obviously these are like 2-man plays, 3-man plays, and every time, as we've mentioned, like gaming is bringing 5.
Yeah, true.
So it's gonna look different when the Void Spirit gets involved, when the Dazzle gets involved.
I mean, and TA2000 is just gonna keep trying to kind of accelerate his game as he's got his armlet on the, like, fairly soon. He's almost there.
It was a pretty clutch TP by him.
Yeah.
Actually, like, the second he realized that, okay, this Prophet's not dying, I'm out of here. Very crucial, else he would just have died with the others. Yeah, he's going armlet on the Nyx. What are we working on Ace? I guess it's a pipe?
Pipe's done.
Okay.
Yeah,
he's he's almost level 16. He's massive.
Yeah, he's going to go the AC next, give himself a little bit more damage reduction here against some of Yandex's heroes.
Yeah, AC is amazing against Yandex heroes. Great against Snakes.
God, I love
Great against Dazzle.
Reach. Demon's Reach is such a cool facet.
No, it is, and I think Ace also loves it. He's already, he's pretty farm heavy. Like, he was farm heavy even before that facet.
Yeah.
So now that you give him this tool on Underlord, he's living the life.
Yeah, previously Underlord was like, oh, I have to Firestorm anything I want it to die, and now you can just...
Yeah, you don't have mana issues all of a sudden.
you don't have mana issues. It literally fixes his mana problems.
Yeah, no more mana issues. You can also be a little bit more creative, a little bit more lane heavy also, because obviously, it was always tricky to choose whether you want to max Firestorm or max passive, because you were worried about your ability to farm, but it's a very cool facet indeed. So what else are we looking at? We got the blink on the puck.
Yeah, they're actually gonna do some scouting here with Malady. They find Ace. He's stuck inside the Pit of Malice. He's not going anywhere. But Quinn on the other side, silence up. This is the Ags reveal from Chira Jr. Gets the phase shift off. He has the coil. He's gonna turn it around. He's gonna snap on 2, but TA2000 protected. That being said, the Void Spirit, save for the moment, gonna try and TP out, but a Pit of Malice is there to finish the job. 2 dead on Yandex, as Gaming Gladiators finally show up in force for a push, and now Solo in trouble. A TP in from Watson. They get a third. That is a lot of damage on the Underlord.
Yeah, I didn't see the start of the fight, but it looked like the Void Spirit did not have 2 silences. He had only 1, but it wouldn't not have mattered anyway, because Abaddon actually was close enough to remove the silence.
Oh, the blink call's actually off the mark. Watson's able to walk away. This is an infested axe, so there is a little life stealer who needs to run away now.
Oh, this is, yeah, this hurts. This is not, you can't really afford these mistakes right now.
They kill Watson if they get the call, but
they do,
you can't afford to miss him, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, Yandex is struggling to find their footing. Like, they're trying some really cool moves, but they're always outnumbered. They don't seem to bring enough numbers every time, so it hasn't looked good. And The problem is it's actually getting out of control. Like we've mentioned, the farm speed on the Underlord and the Prophet. So every time you miss, you either fail these moves or you don't get them going. This Snake's Axe combo can't keep up.
Yeah. And with this, they're going to take this momentum from this last fight. They got themselves a tier 2. Now they get themselves Roshan. And I really appreciate that Ace has just gone for an early Hyperstone from the AC, right?
I mean,
why not?
This is an Axe that is willing to buy travels before Blink, so, you know, no surprise there.
Yeah, and with this, they'll be very happy to move. Oh, they actually come back live. We're going to see them find the Void Spirits, silenced up from the Calling, inside the Sprout. Absolutely nowhere to go, and now Solo going to try and TP, but there's just too much damage.
It's too much damage, and right now it's very hard for these Void Spirits to do anything really. Every time he gets coiled, the Prophet connects, and the Prophet has too much damage. He just dies under the coil. So he has no way to defend himself, unfortunately. He's so far away from the Manta, and they're just going to go high ground. I mean, they have so much sustain, so they're going to force Yandex to take a fight into them if they want to defend this. And it is really hard. I mean, the whole challenge for Yandex is to assess how much damage can they deal realistically. And there's so much like sustain and save and heal mechanism on the gaming side. It's actually really hard to assess it. And if you assess it wrong, you're just all gonna die.
I mean, they're just gonna give this lane up, it looks like.
You have the Holy Locket from the Abaddon, you have the shields, you have obviously Ace's auras, the pipe, the Crimson, the heals from the Prophet. There's so much.
So they got Tormentor as like a little exchange for your racks. Normally it's like, oh, we'll trade Tormentor for Roche, but...
Oh, this Rasta Shard is going to change everything.
But
easy fights now.
Yeah. That's not the most ideal exchange.
It does absolutely nothing. Yeah. Absolutely nothing for them.
When you're winning, this shard feels really good.
It does.
When you're losing and you're just getting ran down or outnumbered, it doesn't really do much of anything.
Even though I have to say I haven't seen some really like clutch plays with it yet. When I read the shard the first time, I was like, we might see some crazy stuff. You know, some people that are gonna find some abuses with the shard. Have you seen anything crazy?
It's like they backpack Greater. They just hold Greater Lotus in their last inventory slot, and then like a Glimmer Cape or a Force Staff, and basically it pops. They instantly glimmer and heal themselves.
Okay.
And then it's like you're just a full reset on the Shaman.
It could have become like very obnoxious, like between the Dazzle, like late heals and the Rasta shard, but unfortunately for Team Yandex, it's just very far from it right now. They're so far behind that none of these tricks are going to matter.
It's a really good scan here. TA2000 is going to use this to try and make some space, but the Side of Gaming Gladiators is here to chase. He's going to be forced to peek or Rage TP.
Yeah, Rage TP out. He's the only one that can't really get targeted, but he also does not really enjoy being forced out of this side of the map. It's going to slow down his farm.
We're going to see the Gleipnir build out of the Muerta, which typically means you're going to go the Aghanim Scepter afterward.
Yeah.
So that's super cool.
Synergizes really well with all the spells that he has to work with, especially with the Pit from the Underlord.
Yeah.
Even the Sprout from the Prophet. I mean, they have so much like
just roots,
AoE,
lockdown.
Roots, lockdown, if you think about it. The Coil, the Gleipnir, the Pit of Malice, the Sprout. It's so obnoxious if you don't have like magic immunity.
Yeah, there's not a ton of like hard stuns or anything, but you can't move
no,
against these guys. Blink call out. They do manage to get on top of the Muerta. Then he just gets fully reset off a Lotus, and now the turn. Two are dead. Oh, that is really painful.
No, they can't make a single play anywhere. Like every time you touch somebody, the entire crew is there with all the sustain and the heals.
900 health instantly reset, plus the Essence Ring. That is a lot of extra HP.
That has to be depressing for Team Yandex. If you can't even touch an enemy support, what are you going to do with this Prophet?
And that was like, that wasn't like the Axe and the Shadow Shaman gank that we've been seeing. Like this was your 2-course.
2-course, yeah.
You know, that hurts. You're going to see them go high ground here once again, start threatening the second lane of Rax.
And I like the approach from Watson. He went for Daedalus. I mean, he has Aegis, of course, but he mostly understands that I can't even die, actually. Like, they just don't have enough damage from me. So the Daedalus is very deadly. The Rax are going to die very fast. Whoever gets too close to him is going to get 3-shotted. So
I mean, your only hope is getting him on an Axe call, but even then...
Even then, I'm not sure he dies.
Yeah.
No. I'm not sure he dies. They actually have too much.
Well, they just got BKB Axe, so he's at least not going to get silenced if they try to make the play now. But
True. But we also have the AC now on the on the Underlord that is going to buff the Prophet up. So it's a bit tricky. And he always has the play of buybacking, TPing back in eventually.
Yeah. Oh, Axe gonna get caught in the Pit of Malice. Dude, this would be a really rough first BKB usage. He's just gonna be forced to run back to base.
They want to go on him.
I think they're going to. Quinn has the coil, but no, he's gonna hold it.
Okay. Yeah, that is the one hero that really needs, like, you know, clean positioning.
They're gonna go right back. They right, like you infest the Axe. You've got to make a play here. You can't afford to lose this last Rax. There they go, making this jump, but the turnaround isn't there. Watson, he's still alive. They get the Gravier onto Notice. He's gonna try and TP back to the base. Will you get the first life of the Prospect? How is he alive? He just doesn't die. There's too many barriers. Gaming Gladiators are just too far ahead, too dead. Make it a third as the Shadow Shaman's gonna go down. Notice with another nice blink call, but he cannot do it alone. 4 dead. The GG comes out and Gaming Gladiators will handedly take game number 1.
Oh, that was so close. The Prophet had like 5 seconds on the Aegis when they started. I think they could have committed to the kill, but the Aegis timing was like 2 seconds away. So it's a big dilemma. It's like, do you actually finish him off, which you cannot do because you're dying to him?
Yeah.
But it feels so bad when Aegis is about to run out. So they decided to wait it out, but to their fall.
I think he got like 2 seconds or a second and a half of the Aegis regen as well because they were hitting him, but he had a barrier, so it didn't be broken or something.
He did. I mean, the barrier, the sustain. This is like, you know, it was mentioned right after the draft by the panel. This is classic Gaming Gladiator. This is their comfort. Like, they have their Underlord, they have the Quinn puck in a pretty decent puck game. You know, sustain, Watson on the hard carry. Like, this is their formula, and they executed perfectly. Team Yandex had pretty decent sequences going for them, but I think it came down to maybe not the best laning stage. I think they conceded, you know, a few kills, and maybe they did not respect the Prophet enough, because it started with the first blood on the top lane, the TP
then the
bottom,
double kill.
And honestly, I don't want to say it's their only mistake, but it feels like that has like it had a massive butterfly effect.
Yeah, I don't think the game. It's one of those things, like, if we looked at Nature's Prophet's net worth early on, the timing on the Maelstrom is a minute and a half faster.
I don't think I've ever seen
anything in the tournament. Like, that is absolutely unheard of.
Like, this Prophet, what was it? Like, he had 4.2k net worth, minute 6, 620. I don't think I've ever seen that, like, legit. And I've seen a lot of Dota games.
Yeah.
Maybe more than anyone.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before.
That's just, it's really hard to come back from at that point. So, we'll see. You know, maybe Yandex can clean up that little bit of an early lane stage for game 2. But to talk a little bit more about what happened here, we're going to send it back to the panel.
13-3 now is the record for this Nature's Prophet here at the Esports World Cup. That hero just seems to be uncontrollable at this point. And what a start to the game, as our casters were saying there. Like, I mean, how do you get such a good entry point to this match?
I think when you are dealing with Natures, the hardest part to conceptualize is that in the early game, for supports, I think the most important part is you need to not mind if a guy TP's behind you. That's why Gaimin banned out the likes of a Tusk, because Tusk is a hero that can get away from you. He's a hero that can potentially kill you if you TP in. What I'm thinking is when you have Dazzle, Shadow Shaman supports, these are backliner guys that have no desire for you to TP behind them and cause chaos in the early game, and Watson punished them in spades for this. And Lifestealer is also a carry that wants very static lanes. Like, he just wants to sit there hitting some creeps because that's about all he does. So the last thing he wants is to have 3 heroes in his lane at minute 4, and Watson punished that too. I feel like the story of this game is honestly, like Seb kind of mentioned, they just didn't account for this Prophet in the way that they drafted the early game. And that's just something you can't do against a team like Gaimin, who's always a tempo team.
I've got to vent a little bit, though.
Vent it.
To be fair, Problems when he died, he got sprouted, he ate a tree to get out, and he was still stuck.
Still mad about this.
And then that's why you got first blood on Nature's Prophet, though, right? Like, all these things definitely add up. I'm not saying that's why they lost the game, but, you know, getting first blood on a hero such as Nature's Prophet definitely contributes to the snowball effect that he had in this game. So that was just a small thing that was unfortunate for them. But at the end of the day, it was still definitely an outclass. This was looking at Gaming Gladiators of old. Like, look at Ace, Assault Kuros, he's got Pipe, he's got a Crimson Guard as well. And talking about Malady as well, like Holy Locket going into either a 4-staff or potentially into a Vlad's. Like, these two guys just seem to be building auras for the team. And that allows Quinn to, you know, Puck is going to do what Puck does. He's going to scale on any mid laner. Watson's going to be a carry. And then Tofu has a little bit of freedom to do whatever he wants as well. But that seems to be their formula. And I feel like Gaimin is a team that needs a formula. If they don't have one, they look a little bit lost. And I'm glad to see they're going back to it, and it looks really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we said going into it that, like, This is exactly what they want from a draft. This is exactly what Gaming Gladiators like to do. They are playing so much in their playbook. And of course, like, you're not going to be able to stop them doing that too much, but Yandex need to find a way to break that. They cannot let them draft these heroes. They cannot let them play this game. Is there a way to disrupt this? Like, is there a way to draft differently and force them out of this, like, 1, 2, 3, Aura on Ace, Quinn just playing whatever he wants, or are they stuck?
My analogy for this is this needs to be the equivalent of a weather forecast. You know a tornado, a hurricane, you know it's coming, but you need to brace yourself. You need to either evacuate or prepare. And it's like, they just know it's coming. They know exactly what they're going to get, and they just played right into it. I feel like they played very stable lanes, backlining supports, everything I mentioned. It's just, I don't think you can stop it. You can't prevent the inevitable. Game is going to throw this at you no matter what. It's not a matter of throwing them off their game. It's a matter of bracing yourself and adjusting accordingly.
I mean, there's a reason I put them on my top 3 for winning this tournament, because when they play like this, that tornado, as you mentioned, a lot of teams can't find a way out of it. It is very destructive, and I think you have to be an upper echelon team to be able to dissect the draft specifically and make them not have the heroes that they can succeed while doing this type of play style. It's very hard.
Absolutely, that was a tough one, and I believe you guys have got some clips to break it down. So let's take a look at some of the key moments of this game and see where it all went wrong for Team Yandex.
Yeah, this first clip is a public service announcement from me for all carry and support players when you're against Nature's Prophet to not make an aggressive play when that's the case, because in this time, maybe he's going to get away on TA2000, maybe it doesn't go quite this bad, but instead he dies to the Sprout, and then Solo also dies to Watson, giving him that early double kill.
Yeah, and I just wanted to show a couple clips here of, like, the lineup as a whole on Gaming Gladiators. You try to make these moves, but you're playing versus global potential, right? Like, this Underlord is going to come in every single time as that +1, or vice versa. You're going to try going on another hero like a Puck, and now the Nature's Prophet is going to come into the fight. Like, every single time you try to make a move on the map, you have to worry about multiple heroes making some type of play.
Yeah, this was one highlight on the side of Team Yandex, as you're going to see Notice play around the ward of Problems, and he's going to effectively kite Ace and Tofu after Problems is, of course, going to go down here. But what's going to happen is they're going to try to kill Notice, and instead he's going to make a sick juke, use the ward to help zone, and then land a call onto Puck, and he's going to effectively get away. So this was just one...
It's a nice cheeky play.
Yeah, I wanted to show that was like the one real highlight glimpse of greater things coming from Team Yandex.
Yeah, if there was going to be a comeback, it would have been off the back of that and a few more of those. I think Notice on his axe, he clearly, if he's comfortable, he can play the game, he can put them in that position. Lifestealer was off farming. There was a moment where I was like, maybe there's a chance. And then they go for that play on the bottom tower, and it just all falls apart again.
I mean, what's easier to play? Making 7 to 10 sick outplays, or just buying 7 to 6 auras and walking down a lane?
I think the outplays.
Yeah, well, a lot of teams try that, and it'll probably work next time.
All right, maybe we will see. Yandex now, I mean, as mentioned yesterday, they are not attending any more events this season. This is the end of the road for them, no TI, so they've now got one more game to come. They really have to give it everything they've got if they want to stand a chance of turning this series around and winning themselves into the 1-1 position, and then you get to give it one more try, but against Gaming Gladiators, in their current form, it's looking really, really tough. Can they pull off the impossible? We're going to find out after this short break.
I'm here at EWC with Team Yandex and Noticed. How you doing, buddy?
Hello.
I know you were super excited for this interview. You know, I was looking through your guys' qualifier games, and I was wondering, you know, you clean sweeped it at the end, taking down Navi, and then Navi's in this tournament anyways. What's up with that?
You mean how hard play with Navi? How was play? I don't understand a little bit. Леха. Да Леха.
We'll keep it straight. Don't worry. We'll keep it straight. Okay.
Нужен переводчик, как на инте. Меня спросили про Нави что-то, я не могу понять, что мне сказать.
I said, okay, I'll ask, do you mind if I do the quick question?
No, don't speak English.
One question?
No English.
Okay, no English. Okay, notice, I know that I know that I was trying to ask quite a smart-ass question there and trying to pass it off to Solo, but he doesn't understand English, so you're stuck here with me. But going into this tournament, is this the biggest tournament that you've been on LAN for in your career so far?
No. I was on the last two tournaments in Riyadh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 2 times before without Copenhagen.
So how does this year compare to those? Because I feel you were on VP last year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm making sure I get my history lessons as we're interviewing you right now. And going into this, how do you feel like your chances are, like coming off the momentum from the qualifiers? Seems like you guys had a pretty convincing performance.
I think we stay more confident on this tournament, and we try to do our best. And I hope we can go in top 8, but I feel we can make more.
So I guess my last question for you is that I feel like I always have the philosophy of I either win or I learn. So when you end up in these big tournaments and inevitably you want to do better this year than you did before, you know, what do you learn from your previous experiences that you feel like might pay off going into this one?
I think, you know, the most lesson which I have, this is you need to play faster with meta on tournament. Any heroes, any builds, you know, like on Singapore, Race Pact, Broodmother, you need learn on tournaments.
And okay, I said that was the last question, but I tricked you. This is, I promise, the last question. Is there anything particularly about this meta that you feel like, you don't even have to spoil it, but is there something you feel like you guys might know that other people don't, or do you feel like this meta right now is pretty solved?
I think now can work everything, because this depends how you're confident in your gameplay. You know, you have now players like 9 class, he can make everything what he wants, Terrorblade position for, Slark position for. You can play like old school, this crit or save, you play confident on lane, you make stacks, etc. And I think this depends from yourself, you know.
Awesome. I feel like the one problem I've always had is I didn't depend on myself. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to stop trying to make jokes, buddy. I'm just kidding. I really enjoyed this interview. Thank you for joining us. Good luck at EWC. Have a good one, man.
This land is calling.
Welcome back to Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup 2025, where we are getting started with the Day of the Underdogs. But unfortunately, it's the Day of the Underdogs not really doing so hot. We've had the first ones taken out this morning. And, well, over the other stream, same thing as we've got going on here. No one's really able to turn it around against these top teams. I mean, Fear, you talked earlier about how this upper echelon exists, this tier system is sort of really firmly in place right now. What's it going to take for a team to smash through that barrier?
That's a great question, Nomad. When I see it, I'll let you know. But I think you just have to draft and play better for starters. But to beat each team is going to be very individual. Like if you're playing versus the Falcons or a Gaimin, you really have to identify how they play. And if we're going to look at this series in particular, Gaimin, they love auras. They like their laning stage. They are going to group up very early on. You can't lose your lanes because that'll snowball very hard into them getting auras and ending the game in 20 minutes. So stronger lanes, and then I think you're going to have to do some block picks here too. You're going to have to block heroes of contention.
I'm going to get a bit philosophical on you guys here. I heard this quote recently that really changed my perspective on things, and it applies here, I believe. And that is, to reach your fullest potential, you have to sacrifice most of your potential. So what I mean by that is, to be the best in Dota, you have to sacrifice the millions of different ways that you can play this game and just really hammer down and perfect one way to do it. And I feel like that's the case.
In the Yandex, you have 10 minutes to do so.
Yeah, so like on a team like Gaimin.
I hope they've got a nice lake to walk in front of, look at their reflection and be like, yes.
Time to abandon all potential. I just think with a team like Gaimin, they're so good at what they do that the only way to beat it is to be as good at what you do while also making it work against that specific strategy. And you mentioned at the start of this series, Fear, and it's actually something I saw play out really clearly in game one, is that Yandex doesn't exactly have an identity. They're stable, they're consistent, but there's no, this is us, this is what makes us successful. And it's just so apparent in that first
like
game.
They've been formed 3.5 months ago.
Well, Fear, they actually have. Meanwhile, Gaming Gladiators formed 3.5 years ago. What
we should have talked about that.
We should have. That would have
makes
been
a
great
lot
narrative.
of sense, actually, after watching that game.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's really difficult to, because the problem is, and you see this with a lot of new teams, especially when you're casting like qualifiers and such, you see teams which have such a strong identity, and they come into these qualifiers and they don't want to let go of who they were before. They don't want to let go of these like cool things they can do. But actually, you kind of have to. You have to keep on changing. You have to find a way to make it work, to get into, like, to be the best, to be the best in your region, and then you've got to make it to the national stage, and then you kind of need to go back and revisit what was really good, because there comes a point where playing the meta perfectly is no longer going to get you all the way to the top. Then you need to actually figure out what you can do better than anybody else. And at the moment for Yandex, I know that is there for their team, but you need more than 3.5 months, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I mean, the best way to describe it for me, looking at Yandex and even VP to some degree, they're kind of like these BB team Aurora copycat teams. Like, they're playing very similar heroes. Like Pure Lifestealer is very popular. They're playing these axes, and you know, GPK, he's playing a lot of these Void Spirits. Like, they don't have an identity. They're just kind of playing the same heroes that a lot of the other Eastern European teams are playing, just worse.
Yeah, I don't think that's too far of a stretch. I think this is a great opportunity for myself watching this draft, but also for the viewers at home if you're interested in the strategical aspect of Dota. Is last game we saw Gaming Gladiators first overall pick Natures, and we all felt like Team Yandex just didn't prepare for that at all with their entirety of their draft. And I want to see exactly how Gaming Gladiators approaches this. And so what I thought was the first thing you need, and why they banned the Tusk last game on Gaming, is when that Nature's Prophet TP's in, you need to be able to say, oh, turn around and just kill that guy. Yep. And Monkey King is a great example. They banned it themselves, actually, on the side of Gaming Gladiators before they first picked Natures last game. So they clearly think it's good. And it's most likely going to be for Quinn. Could be potentially for Watson, but conceptually, I already like this more than what Yandex was doing.
You would imagine the most picked hero in pubs and competitive, you would have an answer to it, right?
Yeah.
You would imagine. And I think this answer does make sense. However, the one strong point of this hero is the ability that it can be played on multiple positions, right? And as a support, it might be appetizing potentially against a Monkey. Sure, you can get the Vessel, Shard, gives you a different outlook to how to play the hero. But then again, teams have proven. Gaming Gladiators proved it last time. Liquid proves it time and time again. If you have a good Nature's Prophet carry player, they'll find a way to make the hero work.
I will say that I remember when Nature's was super popular 2 months ago. I was picking it in pubs, and by that time it had been so meta for so long that people were getting better and better at playing against it. And they were picking the likes of just Marcy, Tusk, Monkey King, and like a Sven carry. And there's just people that jump you out of nowhere and burst you full of 0. And it has to be quick. It has to be low cooldown because Nature's Prophet doesn't really operate on any cooldown. So I was actually really looking forward to seeing which one they banned out of those two between the Marcy and the Tusk. I would be shocked if Gaimin went for something other than this formula of just gap close, kill them. With maybe like one hero backing them up, like a Dazzle or an Abaddon, just like a sustain guy that allows them to continue doing this. But that's, for me, that's what makes Nature's Prophet hard to play, no matter what role it is. If it's carry, it makes it difficult for you to actually scale because a lot of your items, it takes you a while to get to that Hurricane Pike, which is your sole form of survivability for quite some time. But then as a support, you kind of just die.
Yeah.
Can happen that way. Well, we've got a few more bans coming out as Queen of Pain taken out of the pool by Gaming Gladiators, and we have the Marcy and the Centaur taken out by Yandex. So getting rid of those sort of save potential heroes, which are really nice into the Monkey King. I really like Marcy as an answer to Monkey King these days because she can actually do a ton of damage. If he doesn't have Wukongs, if he does have Wukongs, you can just leave. You use the pick-me-up to get yourself and a teammate out of there. Very, very effective. So good bans here from side of Yandex.
And this is going to be the adaptation Yandex is going to do. They played one Nature's Prophet, and actually 2 Nature's Prophet games this tournament. They won with both of them, so that's promising. Solo played it one time, and the other time it was TA2000, so
yeah,
they do have the flex on it. They're undefeated on the hero, which is promising going into this one.
The builds they did when Solo was playing, it was really interesting because the game went quite late. It was a 72-minute game, and they had a carry Doom who ended up going like a Refresher, Wind Waker, a bunch of spellcasting stuff, and then Solo went normal Nature's Prophet support into Satanic AC. You know,
well, if they can get their first game in.
Yeah, absolutely. That's unlikely.
That's one of the harder teams to play late game against because they oftentimes don't get in those situations. Like, I'm kind of looking at all their game history. Yeah, their longest game was 42 minutes. Every other game was 30 minutes.
That's actually crazy.
Yeah.
That's nuts. And
that's
hard because
they broke their record in their last game there with, I think, 26 minutes.
That sounds about right.
I mean, do you guys remember TA2000 when he was playing on Quest? And he was just constantly like hitting records, you know, being the most farmed hero. Sure, they weren't like winning that much, but they were pulling off some upsets, and usually that was off the back of like a TA2000 TB just farming up a ridiculous amount on the Medusa as well. These hard carries farming a crazy amount. This isn't what this team does, but I'm saying TA2000 that sort of feels like that unique identity and style they could pull out against a team like Gaimin, but well, not against a team like Gaimin, because Gaimin is just really, really good at shutting games down, so.
I mean, you can do that with Nature's Prophet. It's a hero that can flash farm the map, but I think it does demand a little more presence on the map as well, instead of just hard farming, but could be good either way.
What do you think of this Warlock pick?
I mean, Warlock to me, unless it has a purpose, is always kind of like meh.
Yeah.
Like, if there's a real purpose for it, which I don't see so far, it's just kind of like, let's just get some team fight in here, and we'll just jam it in there. And without having an actual purpose to the hero, sometimes I'm not impressed by it.
I'm quite confused here because last draft, something we were speaking to the potency of was the fact that going into the absolute last round of bans, we didn't know if that Nature's Prophet was going to be a carry or a support.
Oh, we do now.
And in this draft, literally 3 picks in, we know. Which is not, I mean, I guess theoretically you could flex it to mid, but doesn't really seem ideal.
I mean, like I said, Liquid will do this too, because they're just so confident in the carry Nature's Prophet, they don't care. So if it was Liquid doing this, we'd be like, oh, whatever, it's fine. But for Yandex, I can't say it's bad, because it has worked for other teams, but it did lose its flex potential, which is a little worrying. But they are first pick, so they don't have that overall last pick, I suppose.
Yeah, I just feel like Warlock is such a weird pairing in terms of support, right? Isn't that kind of what Nature's Prophet already offers himself, is like a ranged
Yeah, I mean, like we looked at the last game, right? Like, if you can get a hero that has a bit more impact, that potentially might be not stable in the lane, NP can solve that for you. But you have, like, double heal on the safe lane. But you never know. I mean, we did see Dahawk over the time take this to the off lane every once in a while. Obviously, he's not in this game, but there is potential. You never know what's going to happen.
Come on, throw the curveball.
The spirit of Dahawk lives on.
Move the Nature's Prophet to mid, slam that Ursa pick into this Underlord offlane, punish Ace.
Dude, yeah, that could be nice if they want to do it.
You've got the Warlock sustain for it. You're braced for some aggression here.
You
Come
have
on.
to throw a curveball, surely, but
unless you're Puck.
And then you can,
Then
you can
just
protect
pick
it as
the
well.
Jostling
you
Rift
could also
fast
I mean,
enough.
just if you're Quinn Puck specifically.
Yeah, specifically. Come on, do not leave this Nature's Prophet carry against this. They're opening themselves to be exposed. Team Yandex. Oh.
No, that sounds like disgusted. Yeah.
That was their chance, man. That was their chance.
There was like an opportunity there to do something cool, but yeah, they just kind of keeping it on the rails, which I think is fine. You gotta believe in yourselves, but yeah, that just...
Underlord's really good against Summons heroes.
And
I don't know,
Abaddon's really good for his beast.
Yeah.
I think you're definitely considering. I mean, if I was Watson,
TD?
sure. I mean, why not play the why not play the Abaddon?
Yeah.
I'm carry. Who
Just
cares?
Doesn't seem like a Watson hero.
He's played it.
I mean, it's like, yeah.
I mean, he has more heroes he can play, of course, but he has options. And the thing is, they're going to ban the best ones, right? So what's going to be left? It definitely feels really nice as a carry where you just know you'll never be roared ever.
Yeah. Until you get Nullifier and whatnot, right?
Nullifier?
Why is Nullifier counter it?
Sorry, Silver Edge.
Silver Edge and Silence. It's a
Or-
pretty heavy commitment.
Yeah, it's tricky, for sure.
But
You know who's also in a heavy commitment is Team Yandex to this Nature's Prophet carry, I feel like.
We don't know. Let's like it's still we
Last
can
pick
still
Ursa?
switch it up.
It's still alive.
It's still there. The dream is not dead. I can't bear to watch.
Ha 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 ha. I caught on to that one, you see?
That's how it works.
Yeah.
BSJ willing to go all in with me on Yandex if they do make that switch.
I'm all in.
Oh yeah. All right. Let's see. Final ban here for Team Yandex. What carry do they want to get rid of, or do they see the possibility of this Abaddon or Monkey King going as the carry and ban out something else?
Get rid of the TB, go Ursa, and we're good to go.
It does feel like every single team, every single one of the top teams just loves to have that flex still in their draft at this point in the draft.
Weavers is actually an okay ban. That would have been a cool one with the Abaddon shielding it.
It's just a risky
I
thing,
think
which I don't
they're
think
going to
Damon
pick a
want to
mid.
do. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
All right, let's see Yandex.
It's interesting, though, with Monkey King, though, because, yeah, Leshrac was something we've seen a lot. Puck, a lot of monkeys favor that matchup, but they're still going to shy away from it. Quap is gone. SF's gone. There's not a whole lot of I mean, Storm Spirit is something I've seen a lot of teams go for.
They're deliberating that Ursa.
There it is. So I know you really wanted that Ursa, but
I
we
knew
had to be
it wasn't
realistic
coming.
at some point and
Yeah.
start looking at mid laners.
Thank you, Fear, for keeping me
You're
in
grounded,
check.
don't worry.
I am.
All right, so I don't know. I still am okay with carry Abaddon if there's like some cool support pick you can do here.
Would you not have wanted to punish the Monkey King mid or something like that? I don't know. I know that Monkey King versus Storm
What,
Spirit's
Viper
like,
or what?
Well, no.
You ruined any hero like these Vipers, Snipers, they ruin the integrity of your draft. And I think Storm is fine.
Okay.
I'm fine with like a CM, honestly. Something like this kills the board,
Yeah, 'cause,
enables
like,
a
what-
strong lane tempo.
What carry would they want in this game? Like these PAs are like kind of dead. You're versus with an Abaddon support. What ranged heroes are left outside of Gyro?
It's just TB, right? I that's like the only one.
You can. It's
TA
fine.
as well. TA is actually really good here.
Most people don't like that versus Beast though.
I think with Abaddon it'd be fine, right?
It might be fine, but I'm just saying.
Watson will know.
I find it unlikely. A lot of TA or a lot of Beast players really want to play into that TA, but they're just gonna go with a classic Watson hero.
Yeah.
0-7 TB. Let's go.
Whoa. Well, will he get the first win for Terrorblade of the tournament? That is the question.
I think Underlord is specifically very good against Summons heroes and the Spirits because of that AoE route. And
That's
it is
true.
very strange to me that their response to Ace Underlord, which I know I talked about the momentum of Quinn, but every time game is ever looking shaky historically, Ace has trouble finding his hero pool that allows him to get these early auras. And they expose themselves for punishment, and I feel like they just played right into Ace's hands. I think Ace is going to have super early items. They're going to group up, and they're going to try to split push on the side of Yandex because they have Beastmaster to apply some pressure, Storm Spirit mobility. I think we're going to be seeing Nature's Prophet like farming enemy jungle like to run away from Gaiman. I think this is just a repeat of game one as far as I'm concerned, but I'm always down to be surprised.
Yeah, I think it's a little better than the last game. You definitely have play opportunities, more team fight potential here too, depending on if Beast can get early momentum in this game. But you are running the same issue as last game, where Gaiman, they're going to stack the auras yet again on Ace and Malady. They have good catch with Quinn and Tofu, and you got your late game carry in the Terrorblade. Hasn't won a game yet, but if it is going to win a game, it'll likely be this one. But they still have good spells like Storm, Dark Willow, Warlock. In a proper team fight, they could definitely take some of those.
Alrighty, well, there's a chance, but it does feel slim, especially after game number 1. Yandex, their season could end here if they can't pull this one out the bag. Let's see what they can do as we enter the Coliseum for game number 2 with our Cryptic and Seb.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Yes, game 2, the life of Yandex on the line here, and we'll see if they can keep themselves alive for one more shot against Gaming Gladiators. But this draft, we're a little worried, I think. You and I, we saw the Storm. We were not super inspired by this one. Talk to me why.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a really good Storm game. Just as simple as that. Like we've seen yesterday how the matchup can go. We had the
Monkey Storm yesterday.
Yeah, we had Marine versus... it's going to come back to me, but anyways, like where the Monkey dominated the Storm completely. Like we're talking a level and a half ahead of him, just in a pure 1v1. If anything, the Storm was the one getting the help. So the same could happen here. It was mentioned also by the panel, like Underlord is amazing versus Storm, like
Absolutely.
just the Pit of Malice, and also the damage reduction. Like Storm really relies on killing the target he's trading for mana. So yeah, lots of reasons for why Storm is not the best in this game. The Underlord feels pretty much non-addressed.
Yeah,
it's an amazing Abaddon game. Like the only silver lining that I see is that Abaddon 5 into Beast 3 is not good at all. Like Notice is gonna be really happy with the lane he's getting, even though he's playing versus TB. So there is like a snowball potential from the bottom lane, in my opinion, for Dire. But besides that, and again, and I also think gaming knows about this, but they just decided that they want the Abaddon support so that he can connect to Quinn. Because if you think about it, like if the Monkey gets like ahead, and he has the help of the Abba, like the dispel from the Abba, nothing can touch him. Like he's not, all of a sudden he doesn't care about Warlock, he doesn't care about Dark Willow, and he's just gonna run at them with the help of Abaddon. So I'm very worried about the pace and the tempo that Quinn can set in this game.
Yeah, and with Gaming Gladiators, they were talking as well, like there's not a lot of impressive Terrorblade stats in this game, but one of the people who has probably some of the most impressive stats on Monkey King is Quinn. I think he has probably the highest win rate on this hero in the competitive scene over the last like 6 to 12 months. Like it
fits his style to perfection. Like dominating laner, easy to rotate, can be really active, play for objectives. Like this is like Quinn in a nutshell. And it's also a mid hero that enables a lot of supports to run with him. Like there are very few supports that you look at, you're like, Monkey plus this support doesn't really work. In this case, Monkey Rasta Abaddon, like that is a scary trio to go up against. So he's gonna be very happy. And I don't think, like as much as Watson can, do, and we've seen it last game, like he did so much, and I don't think he's gonna need to do much on TB this game, honestly. Like I see
he's just gonna farm.
He can just farm, basically, as long as his lane is like just stable and that he's farming and scaling. Yandex is gonna have to deal with way bigger issues.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see something kind of similar to last game with the Nature's Prophet, where Watson could get out of control as long as his lane goes okay. But I think I'm with you. He's just going to eventually head into the jungle, wait for his items, and then he just outscales the NP as long as they're on even footing, right? We've seen Nature's Prophet, Terrorblade, and if NP is substantially ahead, then maybe it's not the matchup you're looking for, but...
Yeah, exactly, but if the NP is ahead, it doesn't really matter what he's playing against. Like the whole purpose of the hero is to just accelerate so fast that nobody can really keep up with him. And he has a lot of items that he can buy to play against TB. They naturally build into the Maelstrom. Like they can start buying Revenant's Brooch, Spike, Dragonlance. He's gonna be fine in this matchup. So we'll have to see. I mean, it's gonna come down to mainly what happens in the early side lanes and then the rotations from the mid laners. Like these are two explosive mid laners that like to rotate, they like to get active, and they have perfect heroes for that. Chira Jr. on the Storm, Quinn on the Monkey. This is their comfort zone. So,
We've seen Chira Jr. have some pretty solid mid lane performances. This one, already, he's doing fairly well on the Storm. Like, he's actually keeping pace with the Monkey King. He's not really falling behind to Denies, which is like the one thing you really got to be careful of in the matchup.
Yeah, he's doing much better than what we've seen yesterday already.
Yeah.
Like, I think yesterday the bleeding had already started at this point. For now, the lane is kind of dead even, but as you see, he's getting zoned completely. Like, this is the strength of Monkey.
The early boots,
yeah. Early boots, good lane control. It's not easy for the Storm to get anything.
And you can see Quinn's playing to fight as well. He's got an Orb of Frost on the way as well, so he's just going to continue to try and run at Chira Jr. here.
Yeah.
Zone him off the wave or prevent him from getting to these water runes either.
So it's going to be about the rotations, like the support, this Nature Prophet right here that might also look at the mid lane eventually if the Monkey gets overly aggressive. Because this is a lane like Warlock Prophet, this is not really a lane that's very synergetic. It's a lane that, you know, soaks up the pressure basically, so Ace is not going to care much basically about what's happening. And the Prophet's going to look to rotate, pretty much similar to what we've seen game 1. Like typically this bottom lane is the action lane where, you know, there could be kills on both sides, so with the help of the Prophet, it could change the balance here.
All right, the meta being used bottom lane here just to secure as much CS and denies as possible.
Yeah, I think I'm surprised the Beast is doing that poorly. Like I would have thought that it's a better lane than that for him because they don't really have the best heroes to, you know, kill the boars or threaten the kill on the boars. And as soon as you don't have that, usually that means free lane for Beastmaster, especially when they're playing Wild Hunt, which he
True.
is.
Yeah. That's a really nice rotation from Tofu mid, taking away that rune from the Storm Spirit, so he's got no bottle refill.
Yeah, it matters a lot. Who got the bottom one? Yeah, Quinn won for the bottom one.
Quinn took it, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Storm is not going to be happy with this. It doesn't really change much in the sense that he would have gotten, like, he would get zoned even with mana and HP, like the dynamic, but it's going to force him to go back to base, which he's going to be very unhappy with. He has to decide now if he wants to go for the bounty or get a little bit more XP. But if he runs back to base, the issue is that he's going to come back into a siege creep wave against the Monkey that will look to dive him. So we'll have to pay attention to that.
Does pick up the early boots though on the Storm, which is kind of essential playing against that mid lane Monkey King. So at least his walk back to base isn't too bad.
Yeah.
But
it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
This Beastmaster is really struggling right now. Like he's level 3.5, where Watson is, you know, level 4. He's farming much better than him. Beast is just under a lot of pressure, and I don't think it's going to get better, because soon the Monkey is going to start looking also at this lane. Beast is typically a hero that you're very happy shutting down.
Now, in terms of, we talk a lot about twin gate rotations. Quinn, nice dodge in the mid lane there onto that Remnant, so just going to be able to play. Yeah, so much damage coming up from the Monkey King.
Yeah, it's way too much damage. And he has a siege creep. The runes are coming. Tofu's angling already. He wants to stack into check the top rune. We have the same movement happening from the Dark Willow on the bottom rune, so the supports are aware. It's gonna turn out to be a 3 versus 3, but I think Monkey is the king of this skirmish.
Especially now that he's level 6.
Yep.
But bottom lane, we'll see what ends up happening. They're kind of taking the 50-50. Quinn's going to win the roll. It's a haste rune. That's a pretty good rune for the Monkey.
One of the best ones, actually, if not the best one for Monkey.
It's definitely scouted. They know that this is happening. The line being drawn. He is trying to go straight for the Nature's Prophet.
I don't think he kills him, though. Yeah, okay, he's going to decide against it. Let's see what he does.
Wants to try and punish Chira Jr. maybe. Get his little bit of extra damage here.
It's a level 6 turn, though. He just got that.
Good damage, though.
Yeah, very good damage. I mean, this could be like an investment into contesting the Wisdom Rune bottom and making sure that the Storm can't really match that. We'll have to see what Quinn does. It's 20 seconds from it. Does he run bottom or?
Quinn can start making his way there, especially with Tree Dance and the... Well, actually, his Mischief actually on cooldown for another 7 seconds, so...
He's deciding against it.
He'll stick in the mid lane instead.
Okay, interesting. And you see there's like a river ward, like just in front of the Roche pit from Dire, so they know exactly what Monkey wanted to try, so they had like full vision.
Yeah, they actually a lot of vision around the mid lane from both teams, right? Yeah. They're both keeping eyes on any of these rotations.
I guess all the wards in the game are on both sides sides of the mid lane, which makes a lot of sense when you play versus Monkey or when you play versus Storm Spirit. Both teams are very aware of where the danger is coming from.
Bottom lane, good sidesteps from Tofu, able to play right through the maze. 2 blood grenades get thrown. And with that, I mean, no NPTP bottom. Tofu's going to be just fine.
Yeah, a little bit awkward, but they're hitting level 6 on Prophets actually right this wave. He needs a couple creeps more, And then the whole balance of the bottom fight is going to change. I don't think Underlord can match that rotation at all. So Radiant has to be a little bit careful with how aggressive they play, basically.
Oh, Primal Spring on over. There's the Shackles into the Wukongs. They really want to make sure to get this rune. Quinn gets first blood. I can't believe that's the first one. It's only at 8 minutes now. Shadow Shaman's foul play. Incredibly balanced, if you ask me.
Especially with Abaddon, like the Abba saves plus the foul play, that was just so much sustain coming from the Rasta. It actually got the Storm killed.
Yeah.
He felt really bad about the first trade, so he wanted to get at least an even one, but ends up getting him killed. And that was like first blood also on the Monkey, which matters a lot when you're rushing a Diffusal Blade. So Gaming's gonna be super happy with the sequence.
Yeah, they do manage to finish the Shadow Shaman kill on the Dark Willow, but at that point the damage was done.
Yeah, it doesn't really do much.
Oh, bottom lane, like you mentioned, Quinn's going to make the rotation. There's going to be the Roar, but you don't get nearly as much movement speed as you used to.
No, you don't. Nice dodge also of the side.
Yeah, the
side
pushback.
Slow, the pushback, yeah, very nicely done by Quinn. Good footsteps. I mean, this Monkey is already accelerating. Like, you can see it. He's contesting every single rune. They have a hard time dealing with him. He's now focusing on the Beast. He's going to check the stacks. Yeah, it's going to be Quinn at its finest.
Yeah, these are the types of games he just thrives in.
Yeah, and they're actually going to force the bottom tower. The meta is up. Monkey's staying here. It's really hard for Beast to do anything about it. Roar's on cooldown. I don't know, can the Warlock... Okay, Warlock actually is level 6. He consumed the Grimoire, so they could be looking for a fight. Warlock is the deadliest tool that Team Yandex have right now.
Okay. Well, we're going to see a ton of vision here focused on Yandex in the bottom lane. They want to protect the stacks. They want to be able to play aggressively around these power runes. There's a Monkey King trying to chase after the supports here. They will go for him with the Vortex, and the Golem does go down. Quinn has that Wukong's Boundless Strike. He's out. Your Storm's already out of mana. TA2000 is going to come in, but he gets his Jingu stacks, and now Quinn needs to be careful. Changing of the guard gets him on top of the Nature's Prophet, and he doesn't get the TP in time. And Ace, meanwhile, he's like, yeah, I got some stacks to farm. I'm not doing anything right now.
This hurts so much for the team. This is like the absolute worst case scenario. They waste the Golem, the Prophet dies, the Storm dies to the Monkey. It's just, I can't think of a worse series of event for Team Yandex. Like, nothing is going their way. This is very, very worrisome. Like, this Monkey was already out of control, and now you even lost your carry to him. You don't even have the Rock to play with anymore. Willow's really low level, so she can't fix any of that because they need damage right now. They just lack damage. This Monkey plus Abaddon combo is too much.
And Diffusal's done, so you now have even more problems to deal with on Yandex. Like, they're going to smoke up, they're going to try and find a gank here with this new Diffusal. Their eyes already being set to top lane, looking for the Nature's Prophet. Now he's going to go through the Twin Gate, it looks like, and join his team bottom for a push. So a nice dodge.
Yeah, very nice awareness. I think you don't really you don't see that often, right? The Prophet like gating.
Yeah.
Given the fact that he has a natural TP built in, but nice awareness.
Yeah, this is a nice play. They'll be able to use the Helm of the Dominator with the Troll Summon to secure the tower. So notice, didn't have the best start, but he is slowly kind of making his way back into this one.
Yeah, important. They need the Beast to be strong. It's at the end of the day, it's not a bad Beast game. It's a pretty good one, especially with the Dom 2 build. So he can help them get back in the game.
Quinn now going to find solo here. Diffusal comes out, and he should find himself a pretty easy kill. The Sister Shroud not going to be able to keep him alive, and Quinn on a mega kill now, 5-0, just at the 11.5 minute mark.
Quinn is quinning. What can you do?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know how you stop him, honestly.
Yeah.
I think you just don't have the tools right now. Like, you need the Beast to connect.
Yeah, it has to be Beast Roar, right?
I
Plus
mean,
Storm.
he's doing it. I like that. Like, he bought boots on Beast. He's connecting to the bottom rune. I don't know if Monkey falls for that, and if he doesn't read the fact that the Beast is that close, it could be a good fight for Team Yandex.
But Malady's here is the thing, right?
Yeah.
And I think as long as he's playing near his Monkey King, he's probably fine. A Shield Rune's going to spawn bottom. That's actually pretty good for the Storm.
Yeah, it's nice. They must know that the Beast is around.
Yeah.
They saw the aura. Malady is level 6, but they could focus ulti.
I mean, they're just going to go for it. Boundless Strike is out, and the Roar does come through here onto Quinn. The question is, do you have enough damage to finish the job? They don't, and now the TP in from Tofu, they just get a nice Golem turnaround here, though, and the damage from all of these summons will finish off the Shadow Shaman. Ace will block off the rest of the team. Boundless Strike's not going to connect, and Yandex actually managed to get a lot out of Gaming Gladiators and the kill.
Yeah, I mean, the difference in style is like, I think Watson was like much more confident. I mean, he was also much further ahead to like TP in on Prophet. We haven't really seen TA2000 connect yet to these moves. I think he could force a little bit more issues for gaming in the sense that, you know, like TP backline, like uses Sprout. It's not easy for him, to be fair, because, you know, like these fights are really close. He's TP'd once and died to the monkey, so he definitely feels bad about that one and wants to avoid it again, to happen again. It's close, but they need to use this early game presence. I feel like if they don't, they're gonna get in trouble. It's gonna be the repeat of game 2, of game 1. I mean, where, you know, they get the Crimson on Ace and he's already. I mean, look at his net worth. It's the same story. Like,
it's exactly like
Watson and Ace are skyrocketing in farm, and you're on a timer. So you better find these plays, and that has to include TA2000.
Yeah, with Crimson Guard being done already, I'm curious where he's gonna end up going. Last game he went the pipe. I kind of just feel like we're gonna be seeing another pipe.
No, I mean, it makes sense, right? It's a really good pipe game. Like Crimson into pipe sounds like the best, and he just queued it up. So
yeah. Nullifies so much damage from these supports.
Can't blame him. Like, it's the best item build for the game.
So with this, he's having a great time. For the Terrorblade, where are we on his item progression? Because I feel like for him, he's got tons of space. So he's almost to his mat, about 650 gold away.
Yeah. I mean, his job this game is to scale, obviously, like to farm as fast as he can and to deal with the lanes. I think that part is also important.
Okay.
Like, make sure that the monkey doesn't have to show.
Nice drop ward here. They are going to get the roar off. Boundless Strike doesn't come out in time. They're trying to get on top of Quinn. Malady's going to do his best to keep him alive. Does he get the changing of the guard? The Croaker stun Quinn. He's still barely keeping himself in. He's up on the high ground, and he's healed up by Malady. Very close as the Underlord will take his gate back to the other side of the map, and Quinn gets out.
This monkey plus Abaddon combo is so fun, actually. It's so much you need to factor in to know if he's gonna die or not. Like, and it's gonna keep getting worse. Like, once he gets the shard on top of it, on monkey, it's like, how do we kill this guy? Like, he's so mobile, he has a stun to protect himself. The facet is amazing to create confusion, especially when your enemies aren't able to stand in the Wukong, right? And then, you know, he comes back, he gets saved, disappears again. What a nightmare for Yandex to deal with.
I mean, that was so close to being a very clutch kill. The Yandex not really losing too much there is a silver lining, right? They are a little bit further behind, but this was a, you know, fight with your Nature's Prophet versus no Terrorblade. Tofu, foul play will proc, trying to keep him alive with Malady here once again. We keep seeing this combo paying off. He's going to get a nice shackle, but dies in the end. Nice game.
This Storm must be so upset. It's like, foul play, Ava saves, Sister Shroud. He's like, oh, come on, guys. I actually cannot take this anymore. Like, he's Distrust. I look so dead, and yet he's alive 5 seconds later. Like, it's so hard to assess. But in the early game, it matters so much. Like, being able to assess, like, exactly, you know, the last step that you need, because any sort of overcommitment is going to get you killed.
And you really can't, like, it also expends so much extra, like you said, it'll get you killed, like, you're expending so much extra mana for each of these, like, additional spells you're having to commit.
And the diffu from the monkey, you're just gonna die. I mean, if you stay there too long, you're just dying on Storm. So they better do the math, but I don't even know if you can at this point. There's so many things you need to factor in when you face the gaming gladiator lineup.
Man, only 2 galvanized stacks as well.
Yeah,
so it's gonna be a while.
We've seen more in the past, and he's had games like that were very different. It's far from over, of course. Like, the game could still, you know, get very nice, and the Storm could snowball. We're still early stage.
We're gonna see the Shaman Ward go right into the Roche pit and start taking the Beast down. Now, they are going to smoke. They do have a ward that scouts this, and I think Malady in a pretty good spot to break this. They are just going to zip right in. They have an immediate Hex. You have to know this is coming. There's the golem drop, though. That's going to be able to interrupt the whole fight. The Terrorize does come out. Shadow Shaman still somehow surviving, but can they get out of this on Yandex? Watson has finally showed up.
They have to kite the Crimson. They cannot kill anyone on their Crimson, but after that, they could think of fighting it back. They still have some tools.
Low.
I mean, they have the Roar. I think they should go back in. Can they?
It's going to be close. I mean, the Golem was such a big part of actually starting this fight. You've got to get the Summon in there. The Helm's on. Boundless Strike comes out. It connects, and Chira Jr. goes down. Age is going to be picked up from Watson. A great Sunder as well. He's taking a lot of damage. This Nature's Prophet doing some work. Quinn will lose that Aegis. But can he get out? He's got Malady behind. He's got to get out of this tree, but he can't. There's going to be the cut.
Nice shackle.
And a Fatal Bond's doing a lot of work here. They need to get out.
They're so low. It was so close. Like the Beastmaster got completely outplayed by the TB.
Okay, that was very close, Malady.
He walked into the pit with the roar ready, being full HP. Watson was like about to die, got the Manta off to kind of juke the roar animation, and then got to Sunder the Beast.
Yeah.
Basically, full value Sunder. That killed the Beast right away. The roar never happened. So that was absolutely detrimental to how the fight happened. And I would have loved to see maybe TA 2000 scout the pit anyhow. Like I feel like when you have a Prophet that can just prout, it could have been very useful compared to the Storm just basically dying to get vision. There was so much pressure on Shira Jr. and I get it. But he might just be dead.
Yeah,
there.
he's really alone top, but they are going to go ahead and bring in some heroes. They commit the Wukong's command as well as that gate. Mid lane, Malady going to get ran down here, has to pop the ult, and notice will drop the roar.
Yeah, he just wants to escape, I think.
Yeah, he wants to get out of here, but you're going to lose your Dom too. 250 gold for Watson, a regen bottom for Quinn. Yeah, he feels good about that rotation now.
The value of the regen, that one is amazing. That one feels good.
Pipe now done on the Underlord.
Yeah, trouble land, honestly. You're going to start lacking damage.
I mean, I don't know if you guys have the damage to kill this guy. They're going to commit everything that they have, and I think, yeah, very quickly realizing he has lost maybe a quarter of his HP. They will turn on the problems here. And pop the meta. And the Pit of Malice will easily allow him to secure this. Very nicely done. Well baited by Ace. And Tofu, well, he's found Cheer Jr. He's going to drop the Hex into the full Shackles plus the Ward, but they don't have any other stuns quite yet.
He's pretty low mana. No, okay, never mind.
He gets out, okay.
Yeah, just loading up. I mean, this Underworld moment, like this was a question mark moment. Like you see they're going on him because he's like out of position, and it was correct, but you just don't have the damage to deal with him. I think it's kind of late for that. Like Crimson Pipe plus Max Aura, this Underworld doesn't feel anything.
Ace like looks at this and he's feels like unkillable. Is he out of position if he knows he can't die?
Like we went through this already, guys.
Yeah.
Like we just played an Underworld game. Like this is done. Like leave me alone. See you soon. You know. But you can't touch me anymore. That game is over.
Yeah. All right, Quinn. We might see them get the kill this time. He does get up into the tree. Doesn't pop the smoke, so we'll see what they can do. But this is the 20-minute Tormentor.
It's
Smoke's gonna pop. Cheer Jr. Tofu in the trees. He's the one that they're gonna sprout. And then comes the Wukong's command. The gate in as well. Nice terrorize, but you've gotta run now. This Crimson Guard in his pipe just mitigates all of the damage you can do solo on this Warlock. Just gonna run into the tower, do his best here to try and make some space for his team. There's gonna be the blink into the Shackles onto the Beastmaster. On the other side of the fight, they do manage to find Quinn, and he's gonna die. That's a really nice find from Yandex. Solo somehow still kiting all of this out. Notice, might not be as lucky.
How is Solo alive?
I have no idea. They just didn't have the catch.
How is he alive? He just ran into... He literally ran towards their fountain.
The tower.
Like he had 5 heroes behind him running towards their fountain, and this guy's alive?
All right, Yandex. All right, that's good stuff. They survive. They get a nice kill onto Quinn.
He's not even juking or something. It's just a mana boots Warlock, like just running around. This was hilarious.
Shadow Word and Pavis. That's all he needed.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, no meta for that fight, so obviously Watson kind of lacking the reach. Doesn't have his Hurricane Pike completed.
Yeah, but you already see like you get some gaming vibe for sure. Like so much sustain, so many saves. They're just grouping as a ball, and it's just hard to stop them. Like both games now, it feels like you don't have enough damage. But to be fair, this game they're playing with a Warlock. Like typically is a hero that offers like an unlimited amount of damage. But it might just not be enough.
We'll go ahead and ground themselves. The Tormentor, they were aiming for this earlier. It's going to go to the Abaddon.
It's actually pretty good now. Like the new Abaddon chart, like after the rework, the fact that the shield now is
it's like old Mephetic shield or whatever, right?
So it's a really good chart. Like especially when you play support, I think, and you just keep spamming these shields constantly with the quickening on the facet. So it's gonna be very happy with this pickup. Much better than the Rasta one for sure. So what are we working on next? We have the Shard on Abaddon. He's working towards the Vladimir. It's going to be very nice for the TB. The Underlord, yeah, we have the Pike completed. Underlord is going for Ags, which I think is going to be great this game. Like,
It's so hard to fight with this Ags.
Yeah, it really is. Like, he's gonna get a double pit, and for the dire heroes, like the mobility is very crucial. Like Storm, even for Beastmaster, like being able to kite around and play through your summons, like you hate being stuck in the pit as this hero.
And the summons too, like they're just going to be stuck as well. Like they're not going to be able to stick on top of one of these heroes and do the damage that they want.
It's a really cool item build.
Bottom lane Terrorblade's going to be able to finish off this tier 1 tower with the help of the catapult, so looking to constrict more of the map here. Now, a much closer game than what we saw in the last one, right? It's only a 7K lead here at 23 minutes. They're still feeling pretty dominant here on Gaming Gliders. I have to imagine the next Roshan is like their big objective.
It is, and the TB is, we're getting into TB territory now. He's becoming very strong, and I know this hero is 0-7, but I don't think it tells the story of the hero. It's definitely not a 0% win rate hero. TB is a good hero. It probably had, you know, bad games. Maybe it isn't as good as it used to be. Also, we're coming from a TB meta. Like, this hero has been first picked, has been played off lane, carry, support. Like, there's been so much TB that everyone's really good at playing against it.
Yeah.
People know the counters, they know the timings, they know when to dodge, when to fight. So, you know, for TB to have success, it's going to take more than that.
Hey, you 24 pick it now.
It's definitely playable, though. It definitely has a place in the meta.
Yeah, we'll see what Watson will get done with it. So far, he's been having a pretty... he's been having a pretty great game. Yeah. I mean, he's 3-0.
Manta Pike, Shard, this is pretty standard. I like the adaptation. He's doing the same as he did with Prophet last game. He's going for Daedalus because he just understands that they have reached their, you know, their peak in damage mitigation. It's just really hard right now for Yandex to just kill any hero, really. So he's like, well, this is when I start building damage, right? Because I'm tanky enough. My team is providing me the sustain. And if I build Daedalus, we're going to start going for objectives, and therefore we're going to force them to fight into us.
Yep. Well, speaking of forcing a fight, Yandex is actually going to smoke, but they might not know this. Underlord's Ags just now getting delivered, so this is also a huge timing for Gaming Gladiators. They are split across the map, though, completely.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to find anyone, because there are no runes. Like, it's not a rune timing, so nobody is supposed to be in the river. Gaming is very split. They're working on the Monkey's BKB. I don't think the smoke is going to hit.
Yeah, so far, not really seeing anybody. Quinn's BKB being delivered on the courier right now as well, so this is... I mean, we might see Gaming Gladiators try to make a smoke play of their own here.
Okay, they just saw Tofu under the ward, so they have a little bit of info from thanks to the smoke. Monkey now has a BKB, and he's playing very offensively because he knows he has the underroad backup. A little bit similar to what we've seen this tournament with Dawnbreaker ulti. These are like global tools that just buff heroes whenever they wander the map alone.
Roche isn't too far away. It's about like 15, 20 seconds-ish. So we'll see, you know, which team manages to actually scout this out first.
Both teams are going to look at it. That is guaranteed at this point.
Quinn really wants this Helm Dom creep, but not going to get it. They just Golem drop mid lane. Immediately dispelled, though, here by Malady. The BKB into the Wukong's command, and Watson is nearby as well. Going to start ripping through these creeps. They even drop the Serpent Ward, but a Blink comes out into a nice shackle. They're forced to roar, but Cheer Jr. taking a beating. He's able to get out for now, but he is out of mana. The Pit of Malice connects, and Quinn will close the gap. They secure the kill. Solo will be next.
It would have almost been good if they were able to just disengage, because I think that's like the only viable approach for Yandex is like force, kind of bait gaming into thinking a fight is happening and force BKBs and big spells, which they did, you know, like they forced the mana, they forced the Monkey BKB and Wukong, but then you have to try to get out of there, because I don't think you can just man fight that. They're way too strong. So, but if you can force these spells, they're pretty long cooldown. Disengage and engage again.
Oh, they got Quinn.
Okay, that's a good kill. There is no meta, and there is no Monkey. Can they... Roche is actually up. Like, is there a way for them to contest it? Let's just go in the Roche pit, or is it too crazy?
I mean, you'd have to do it very quickly here, because 35 seconds before the Monkey King is up.
Yeah, there's like 50 seconds to meta. No, it doesn't look like they're interested.
It's such a small window.
Okay, so they're gonna let it go, but they're gonna have an issue, because once Gaming like set up and get everything they need and go for the pit, I'm not sure you're strong enough to contest it.
So we do see the Crimson Guard on the beast.
He's TPing in on Prophet.
Okay, hold up, hold up.
Okay, he was actually just like flash farming his BKB, which he just got. What's the meta situation? 25 seconds.
They know about this. They have a ward that scouted this rotation in. Ace can drop this Pit of Malice. The Firestorm do what they can, but they jump right to the high ground. They get on top of the Shadow Shaman. He gets healed up quite a bit here from Malady. So the initiation not going to be there. Tofu now looking for some revenge. Quinn is here to secure it.
No buyback on Vidal.
And this is where it gets scary. Pit of Malice going to be able to connect onto TA2000 as he's going to come through the gate. Ace just making space in this fight, and another pit's coming soon. Will he get to safety? Good 4-staff away, but Solo not as lucky. Noticed. Running down the river here, trying to get away, but Tofu's going to cut him off. He's found him. A Hex to follow this one, and you're going to lose your Beastmaster as well. 3 dead on Yandex, and that should be a clean Roche now for Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, you have to commend Yandex for trying, honestly, because like the meta was down, and they're just trying to force the issue, which is correct, because when the meta is up, I think you would just have to let the Aegis go, and the next step is they're coming, knocking on your door, Aegis is up, like, you're just gonna lose the game. So they have to try, they had to try it. It wasn't very close, unfortunately, because of how disciplined gaming is. They're just waiting on the high ground, kind of protecting each other's, playing off the limits, and waiting for the meta to be back up.
And with this, you kind of have a little bit of a window to kind of farm towards your next items or pick up what you need before pressuring the high ground.
But what would that be?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out, you know, what is there an item that will change the equation, but I don't really see it. Sure, Beastmaster is working on a BKB, but that doesn't fix your damage issues. The Prophet is, I guess, kind of maxed out. He wants to get a Butterfly, but again, that's going to help him tank, but it's not going to help him deal with the overwhelming amount of sustain that is on gaming side. I don't really see the solution here. It has to come through execution. It has to come through mistakes from the Radiant side. Or again, like poking them, forcing their big cooldowns, and just not giving them any kills, waiting them out, and then fighting. That is the only formula that can work.
We saw them make a nice attempt onto the Shadow Shaman, and removing Tofu from the game immediately, like if you actually happen to get that initiation, frees up your team in the fights quite a bit, but the Abaddon is always nearby, and he has the Shard, so it
he bought it? Oh no, the Abaddon, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's like, any bit of damage that you're doing to this, you're just getting reflected back into your face.
Yeah, you know, I'm like trying to find an angle. I'm like, you know, I'm playing the team fights. Like the team fight possibilities in my mind is like you start on this guy, you do this, you do that, and
my goodness.
I don't think there's a single.
Cheer Jr. is gonna die to Ace. It feels rough. What
happened?
I think his TP got canceled by a jungle creep. I think a Croaker canceled his TP or something, because he was stuck here with no mana, no health, and no TP.
So that was like a solo kill essentially?
I mean, yeah. Like the Underlord was just walking along farming, and he just finds a 1% HP mana Storm Spirit.
That was rough. And now what they try to delay or, you know, avoid by, you know, contesting the Roche pit a little bit too aggressively is happening. It's like banner, TP with Aegis, pushing high ground. And yeah, good luck dealing with this.
Ooh, that is a lot of damage. Now you will be able to buy yourself a little bit of time. Gets the blink out actually on the Dark Willow, so that's pretty good. But with Watson just getting to work on this lane of Rax, it's not going to be easy.
I think you have to let it go. I think you actually have to let it go. You just need to wait for meta to end. You cannot get close to the CV right now.
That's just 2 lanes. He's still got 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Half the duration of the meta. Who do you even initiate on if you're Yandex? Who can you start the fight on?
Nobody.
With the Underlord there?
I'm sorry. I wish I had an answer to that to make it look, you know, more even. But the team fight is not even close. Like there's no one you can jump.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna try and Sprout to buy their time here onto this melee Rax and clean up the Serpent Ward. They get it, but the Boundless Strike does connect onto the Warlock. They cut Quinn's tree. That's potentially a way of starting the fight, but he just mantas off and walks away.
No, yeah, you can't. You just have, now that the meta is out, maybe. Like, maybe. But even then, it's extremely hard. And gaming, they have no reason to give it to you.
They're so patient.
They can just back off.
They'll just wait till next Fiend's Gate.
Yeah, you wait for the meta. It's only 50 seconds. Like, you know, gaming is just showing the discipline we expect from them. They're not here. They're one of the strongest contenders. They are actually the defending champions.
Yeah, defending champions, absolutely.
They're in good shape. You know, they're coming for the title, so they're not, you know, they're not going to show any mercy. They will not take any chance. That's what Dota is about these days. So back up, back off, get the meta, get the Fiend Skate, and go again.
Well, they're going to try to make a play for Ace. He gets the Crimson Guard and the Pipe on. It's everything that you have. Can you kill this man? He's at a half HP. It's not even close. Ace does get the Pit of Malice. The turnaround now is Quinn. Gets the Wukong's command off. Hex finds the Storm. He's stuck. Can he get out with a sliver of mana? No. 2 dead on Yandex. Now looking for Notice. The BKB from Watson into the Sunder. The Hail Mary play from Yandex. It doesn't work, and Ace has found the Nature's Prophet. Quinn there to help secure the kill. 4 dead with no buybacks. Think we might see the GG coming soon.
I mean, I have to commend them for trying. I mean, you need to use the no meta window. You actually have, because if you don't, you might as well call it. But gaming is just too disciplined. You know, it's happened twice already, and where was the fight twice in a row? It's in gaming's triangle.
Yeah.
Up the hill. So they know exactly what's going on, and they know the little window, no matter how slim it is, that they're giving to Yandex, and they're making it so hard for Yandex to get anything done, really.
I mean, it was. I agree with you. I think it was a really valiant attempt, like to make that play, and it was, you know,
it's a. I want to win, even if there's like 0.5% chance. I'm still gonna go for it.
Yeah. What's the alternative? Just sitting in your base and waiting for your throne to explode? It's
exactly.
Just, you know.
So I can't respect that. I respect winning plays, even when, you know, they're almost impossible, which is the case here.
Yeah. So Yandex now defending against Mega Creeps. Meta's back up on the Terrorblade. They have the Serpent Ward just cleaving down these heroes as well as the towers, and it's only a matter of time before the play is going to be forced, and Quinn boundless strikes into the back line, grabs Solo, takes him down. He's going to buy back, but Watson wants to end the game. The Serpent Ward as well. They don't have it in the tank, and that'll do it. Gaming Gladiators takes the series 2-0.
Yeah, very nice performance by Gaming, like full domination. I think the formula it's good, it's known, it's well-rounded, it works, it's perfectly executed. And on the Yandex side, I think they had a good run. They showed very promising games, promising performances, but I think that today versus Gaming, they're not as established as the team. They don't have a system. I don't think they really found a way to crack the Gaming equation, and it looked like they had no chance. I don't think they're that far from them in terms of, like, you know, individualities, player skill, and what they're able to do. But in terms of, what they bring tactically as a team, it just wasn't close enough.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking after game 1, it's like this felt like a quintessential Gaming Gladiators style. And I feel like they just got it again in game 2 in a way. Like, there's some changes, but you see Quinn Monkey, you see Ace on his Underlord, you see Watson on Terrorblade. Like, these are, even though Terrorblade hasn't had a great tournament, it's like, this is a great Terrorblade game. He gets it on 24th pick, and the rest of your team is just having a blast.
Yeah, and how do you stop it? You know, like, where did it go wrong? What could have been changed? They got the Nature's Prophet, which is arguably one of the best, if not the best hero in the tournament. I think he has like an incredible win rate, over 70%, and he's been one of the most picked heroes, but even that is not enough. They had maybe to up the tempo a little bit, but I think the lanes were not good enough. Honestly, like, if you're going to play around a hero, it has to be around your Beastmaster in this game. Like, Prophet wants to TP away from his lane. He wants to, you know, attack the enemy carry, but Beast was starving.
Yeah, his lane was rough.
And Storm is thrown in not the best matchup. He has his Water Rune being taken away by Tofu. It's just Gaming at its finest. Like, everything makes sense. Every move that they go for, they know their timings by heart. They know exactly when to fight, when to not fight, when to retreat and farm. And it's just a much more experienced team at this point.
Yeah, very, very good performance from them in this series. It's kind of what we've come to expect from this team. Like you mentioned, you know, the defending champs, they're not here to mess around. Like, we're going to see this team make a deep run in the event. And for now, they're going to be very happy with this. And I'm sure we're going to have an interview in just a moment here. So let's go ahead and send it down to Neil.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Malady of Gaming Gladiators, where things are looking good again, because 3 weeks ago things were also looking good when I was watching you at Wallachia, and then there was kind of a little questionable period at Fissure Universe. So I was just wondering how the past 3 weeks have been for you.
Past 3 weeks are been fine for me. It's like in Wallachia we did really good job. Took the second place. I mean, that's not ideal for us. We wanted the first place, but we tried our best. This period with the Fissure tournament, it was a bad period for us because we decided to why not to play this one more tournament, but it comes right after the Wallachia, and we just needed a little bit time to chill, but we decided to play it, and like in the tournament we were not in the mood because of all of this travel stuff, and it was like kind of our mistake that we decided to participate in this tournament. We were like very tired to play it. Right now things are good. We're facing Team Spirit, next opponent, I guess. We're looking forward to it.
So then how do you manage stamina as an individual? Because I agree, the tournament circuit is pretty rigorous, and then going from tournament to tournament, and then even while you're at a tournament, how do you balance relaxation with scrims and replay analysis and preparing for pubs for the next day of official games?
Well, too many words. I didn't understand what I need to say.
There's a lot going on in Dota. How do you keep yourself and your head empty without just thinking about Dota 24/7?
Well, I don't know. Like, I'm just playing Dota. I'm not really stressed. I'm just, guys are just chilling and playing Dota. There's nothing more to say, I guess.
So then even at Fissure, whenever you guys feel the stress and the intensity of a lot of games, how does it affect your gameplay? Like, you clearly, like you said, weren't feeling Fissure as much as you're feeling this tournament or feeling Wallachia. So how does it feel in-game for you?
Oh, I don't know.
That's fine. I can understand that. I mean, you let your gameplay do the talking, Malady. It's been fantastic to watch you get a resurgence after Fissure because I was a little worried, but that second place of Wallachia encouraged me. Fantastic performance so far. I appreciate you coming by here, and best of luck moving forward in the rest of the event. Yeah.
Just forget about Fissure tournament. It didn't exist for us.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to hear. Now Gaming Gladiators is back on top, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Neil and Malady. Yes, Malady, a man of few words, but absolutely letting his play do the talking. So impactful on that position 5. But yeah, this game for Yandex, it's not the goodbye we wanted to say to them, but unfortunately it is going to be the case. Gaming just not giving them a chance in this series.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not. This is Gaming on top as they look in this form. They almost have this like vibe of being unbeatable, and you kind of like can back that up with their history as well and how they like to play. And for me, it really comes down to Ace just really fitting in with the squad. I'm curious when they get tested later on. They do show when they have this Underlord, when they have this Abaddon, this very static playstyle of we're super tanky, we have all these auras, we have these heals, try and kill us. We saw that one fight where they just tried to kill Ace with a 5-man gang. They couldn't even bring him down. And like, this is how they like to play the Dota, just playing very tanky heroes.
Yeah, I think there's very few teams in professional Dota right now that can match this pace. I feel like Gaming's almost the gatekeeper in regards to this aspect of Dota.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we do have the interview now available with Tsunami and TA2000.
Hello, thank you very much. Yes, I'm standing by with TA2000. I'm sorry that the journey ends here, my man, but it was fun to watch you get up to this point because we had not seen too much of Cybergoose or Yandex. So I was just wondering if you could reflect on maybe the past few weeks of Dota for you guys, how it's been with the rest of your team.
Yeah, we're a young team. We just gather up, or how to say, and it's really hard to us to play consistent. It's like 5 games we play like trash, 5 games we play like humans, so this is not our lucky time, so yeah, now we're going home.
I know that it's difficult to get that chemistry going so quick, but when you guys were looking good, you were looking really good. So is there anything that you learned over these past few weeks with these teammates and, like you said, coming together with these guys that maybe made you a better player moving forward?
No, I don't think so. I think we're good players, but we can't do things together. So I don't know, maybe we're scared, maybe not, because it's like first huge LAN for a few players, and sometimes we're overthinking ourselves, we're rushing, and we're fighting like 1 by 1, 2 games. So I think we didn't even play these 2 games. We just lost on small things, like before 10 minutes, games lost. So it sucks that we didn't even fight. We just lost. It sucks. It's worst thing.
I know, I can imagine. Especially for you, who it's strange to say this, but like, you're kind of a veteran player on this team. I remember seeing you 2 years ago at the first Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, and that was like one of your first lands, and it was so exciting to watch you, and now you're here guiding other new players. TA2000, I know it's a shame that it wasn't able to work out, but it's always a pleasure to watch you. Don't leave me hanging, man. And if you had any parting words for any of the people who were watching, your fans.
Oh, sorry, guys, for this. I'm shamed.
Don't worry, my man. We will be looking eagerly forward to the next team and the next players that you join yourself with. Maybe it's even these guys, but best of luck moving forward. And we'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Neil. And TA2000, yeah, not the exit they wanted, unfortunately, but the exits that they're going to get, I'm afraid. But hopefully each of these players can take this as a learning experience. And again, you know, it's always very negative, but they have done a lot. You know, they qualified to this event. They took some good teams down getting here, and they took some games also here as well, but unfortunately just not against those upper echelon teams.
Yeah, I mean, I've been here before where you just go into a big tournament and you just kind of get slapped by the better teams. And that's just how it is. And you have to learn from it and come back stronger within the next tournament. So that's what they're going to look forward to doing. Obviously, some players had some disappointing, and probably even TA2000 himself, he's not so happy with what happened here. But you got outclassed. You just have to get better going forward.
I'll just say that coming from that interview, I really respect and appreciate his, I'd almost say vulnerability during that time. Like, this is obviously a really crappy experience to go through. He said, like, feels like we didn't even get to play Dota. Game was over in the first 10 minutes. And I don't think for him it's a matter of the fact that they lost. I think it's a matter of the fact that he feels like they didn't put up that fight and that they didn't showcase to us and the rest of the viewers what they were truly capable of. And I don't know, I just felt like a lot of genuineness from TA2000 in that interview, and I respect that a lot.
Yeah, I agreed. I think it shows a winning mentality from somebody who isn't happy. You know, it's like, you know, you could look on the positives. You could be like, well, yeah, like I just said, we beat some tough teams to get here. They're still earning a decent amount of money, you know, for a team which only formed 3.5 months ago. That's decent.
Wait, how many months ago did they form?
3.5.
Oh my goodness.
And Gaming Gladiators, 3.5h years.
That's a big difference.
That seems like such a good talking point for that.
It is. We probably should have used it earlier, but alas. They haven't been together long. They've achieved a decent amount already. They want to achieve more. Maybe they will if they stick together. We don't know. We're not going to speculate on that because a lot can happen over that shuffle period, but it's the end of the line and the end of their season now. So goodbye, Team Yandex. Any final thoughts on Yandex before we...
They were definitely very exciting to watch. They had a lot of promise, and I think this is a squad, if they stick together, they now have that experience to kind of like overcome what's coming next. I mean, I'll be honest, when I saw VP, I didn't see the spark there, but I do see the spark with this Yandex team if they want to stick it out.
Yeah, I would like to see them stick it out, personally. I think that everything Fierce said, and reinforcing that one.
Absolutely. All right, Banana Man, I believe you've got some replays to talk us through. So let's take a look at those key moments from this game and have a little look at those important moments. What moments did you select for us?
I wanted to select some moments that kind of tell us what to expect from Gaming Gladiators moving forward. You know, obviously, Team Yandex came up a little bit short, but I think in the way that they came up short is important for the future opponents. I guess Team Spirit starting tomorrow. As Gaming Gladiators, a very tempo-based team that will always play around Quinn, as we've said time and time again. And this is going to be the first one where we see mid lane, Rune at 8 minutes, and they bring numbers on the side of Yandex, but I feel like if there's a team that understands exactly what the numbers need to be for these type of engagements, it's always going to be GG. And in this case, we see the Rune the Rune fight goes in their favor, 2 for 1, most notably taking down the Storm Spirits. And this is something that you're going to have to be prepared better for tomorrow. And then this early invasion, on the Wisdom Shrine at 14 minutes, just another crucial early game objective. You're already down by 4K. This is the snowball effect of what happened in the engagements like that Rune that we just saw. Quinn's going to barely live during his ult. He's going to be allowed to use the facet that he has to get to the cliff. And it felt like there were so many times where they just walked away from fights at virtually no health. I remember there was one late game fight where 4 different members of GG had like less than 20% HP. And this is like the threshold Dota that they play, where you eventually get the auras and you ball up and you just can't bring anyone down.
Yeah.
I think in games like this, you're really expecting your Storm Spirit to just have a slightly higher impact, to be able to finish off those kills. But Chira Jr., he just struggled from the very beginning. They recognized that he was the kind of linchpin of this draft. They shut him down completely from the start of the game, as we know gaming like to do. And from that point onwards, he just didn't have much impact. But Fear, I believe you've got a scolding, scorching hot take for us here.
Absolutely, I do. And I'm with Malady on this one as well. I'm going to pretend Fissure didn't exist. I'm going to pretend that the grand finals of Wallachia didn't exist either. And I'm going to go ahead and predict that Gaming Gladiators, they're going to win this tournament with their strategy. I feel like so far...
Win the tournament!
Yeah, win the tournament. They're going to get first place. That is my hot take here. And like, you just kind of seen all these team fights, and throughout the entirety of like all the games where they're doing well, if they stick to their formula, they seem unstoppable. They're like the Gaming Gladiators of old, and that is very scary to go against. And so far, I've not got the vibe from any other team. Like these P-Visions, BB team, like they're all good and stuff, but like I'm just seeing these strategies that Gaming's coming up with, and they're looking unstoppable. I'm not sure if another team can break them down if Gaming doesn't choke it themselves.
Well, that is a very hot take indeed. Thank you very much, Fear and Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib Medical Group, for that hot take, as we are now all done. We wave goodbye to Yandex, another underdog that just couldn't make it through. And yeah, we'll see what they come up with next season, but that is the end of the road for them. And also, over on the other stream as well, sorry for the spoilers. Mute now in case you don't want them. But Talon have gone down as well. So far, we are 0-3, if you want to call Extreme an underdog, which is probably unfair, but 0-2 on the underdog so far. But we've got one more to come, guys. We've got one more hopefuls. Can we get an upset here at the Esports World Cup? Can Na'Vi beat Falcons? I mean...
It's the match of the day.
It is our match of the day, yeah. I believe you're not joining us for the next series, so give me your take on it. How do you think it's going to go?
Obviously, going to get stomped 2-0.
Okay, all right, never mind. I don't want to hear that. Get out of here, Fear. Get out of the building. All righty, guys.
That's why you're not on this series, you ungrateful.
Yeah, we are all done. So, yeah, thank you guys for joining us. Of course, jump over to the other stream if you want to see the action over there. I think they've also just tying things up as well. So stick with us, as we will be jumping back live a little bit later on with Na'Vi versus Falcons. So we shall see you then.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very special talk. I'm very excited about this one. I'm very lucky to be joined with four legends of the game. We've reunited a team that used to exist. So we have Toronto Tokyo with us, Miposhka, Phillips, and Mira. You guys are on Team Aurora now, of course, and you guys are still on Team Spirit. So happy to have you here. Yeah.
Actually, they're still playing for Team Spirit. They just cannot show it.
Agents.
Yeah, for example, when they play against us, they know what they need to do.
Okay, okay, good. I want to ask first, like, have you guys have the opportunity before to sit down like this and just chat, or?
Sometimes, yeah, like maybe just after the tournaments we can speak about like some stuff, but like not like four of us sitting and talking just like randomly, like one by one.
Okay, so
not
for
the podcast. Yeah, not for the podcast for sure.
Yeah, you don't do podcasts with each others when you have time. Do you miss playing with each others? It's a yes or no question, you know. But like, as in, when you think back of the time you spent together, is this something that's like that brings nostalgia?
I mean, like sometimes yes, like for sure, because like it was like so much fun, like back in times, but. Like if you speak about like GI10 and Riyadh, but like last year, I think no. Just like first two like good years, yeah. Like later, like not that much.
Okay.
I'm usually missing not about to play with, but just about people.
Yeah. How was the team created initially? How did you guys come together? Like the first time you played together on Team Spirit? You remember?
Yeah, the team was without him.
Yeah, at the very beginning.
Yeah,
and then you joined.
I wasn't in team. Yeah, like they just gathered at the autumn or like late like summer, and I joined in the spring. So
okay,
like in 3 months.
When you guys were on that team that won TI, were you already aware that you had something special together?
I wasn't aware actually, because like it was like my first team, like first like serious team on tier 1, but I was having fun and I was not aware like at all. But like my CEO just told me that like your team like is special, and I haven't seen like anything similar before, so you should evaluate. And like later on, I like realized that yeah, it was something special. But at the moment, no, I was just having fun.
Maybe the main point is like for like most of us it was first team, for except Yarik. So maybe we was thinking like, yeah, it's like normal team. I mean, we are still in good teams. Like
that's how it usually should work.
Yeah, that's how you usually have a good team. It's normal.
Yeah.
Maybe for like, if I can compare to other players. Like from pro scene, they have bad years, they have bad teams sometimes, and they have something to compare with. Maybe they would put more value for them, for this team. Yeah, maybe Yari can say, maybe he experienced guy.
After Team Empire and like other
Team Empire,
teams,
Hellraisers.
Yeah, maybe the difference between Spirit and before teams.
Actually, Team Spirit I guess is a much more serious team, because I mean, I had some also serious periods when I played Team Empire. There was a lot of discipline. We talked about a lot, like how we want to play. No, like a lot. We did a lot of work. But my next teams, that there was not really good. Maybe because of some players or some our approach. But I guess. We still trying as much as we can, but I guess in Team Spirit it's a different level, like different level of discipline of your play, like your
mindset.
Yeah, like your mindset. So like in Team Spirit, I understand that here is another level of organization or mindset, and I didn't think about players, but I'm usually just was thinking about myself and what I'm doing. And my role.
And you knew the value of that while you were on the team? Like you realized the value of that when you were on the team? You were like thinking, oh, I'm lucky that we have this group and that we work this way?
I guess I understand this after our first win.
After the win, yeah.
Yeah. Like before we win TI, I didn't really believe that we can win something or we will become a very good team. I think I understand this after we win TI, that every player I playing with is really good, and like I understand that I have no choice. I cannot. I can't.
He always believes we can win after.
That's nice.
Yeah,
So
like that.
before that, he didn't have this feeling even with other teams.
I see. So I'm gonna ask you if you had to name. Okay. Okay. I just thought of a good question. You will like it. If you had to name the biggest strength of this team, what it used to be, what would you say?
Maybe connection.
The connection?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe connection was the main strength.
The internet connection.
Strength.
Internet connection also.
The connection was the main. The connection was the main thing between each other because we were like friends, because it was our first team except Yarik. So we were just enjoying each other and just playing the game. So yeah, the connection.
Yeah.
Not the internet connection.
No, just the connection. Okay, that's nice. And because from the outside, I know that people maybe think that the winning teams, they have no problems. Everything is perfect. But I guess we will all agree to say that it's not the case, that every team has problems. So how was your team dealing with problems, or whatever the problem is, disagreement, play style, ups and downs? Did you have a way to process the problems? How would you approach difficulties together?
We had a conflict after TI at the Stockholm Major. So after the tournament, we decided to talk with each other, and we had the group
conversation.
Yeah, group conversation, and we tried to fix our problems. It didn't work
well enough.
Yeah, well enough, because at the start, after the group conversation, at the start we just had the same problems, but in the process, after the DPC season, when we were on Riyadh, and after on the Arlington Major, the problems were fixed. But then they happened again before the TI. The same story.
Yeah, we had the longest bootcamp
on the bootcamp.
Okay.
In our lives, we were at Malaysia for 1 month, and that was like hell bootcamp.
It was amazing.
We just
really? Right before TI?
Yeah,
right
so before TI. I think that all that we worked through just went down because of this bootcamp. We just were so much the conflicts every day. We had to figure out something to talk non-stop. And on TI we were not that good bonded between each other. So yeah, it was very bad atmosphere. The worst I think during all team in existence. It was the worst part of it.
Yeah.
On this TI.
What is the perfect amount of games for Scrim Day for you guys? You can 4 for you?
4 or 6.
4 or 6.
Yeah.
Maximum 6.
Yeah, maximum 6,
yeah,
but
6
not
is
the 8,
maximum.
because it's
Yeah, scrims is too much actually.
Yeah, it's too much. If you had the bootcamp and you're playing the scrims every day, 4 scrims and 6 scrims, and you have the next day for 8 scrims, when you go to sleep, you just remember I have 8 scrims tomorrow. I hope I don't wake up. I don't wake up tomorrow.
I cannot sleep. I need to do something before I have to go to the job again. It's Yarik mentality. Yeah. The Yarik just told me that he cannot sleep before he know that he need to work the whole day with 8 scrims, and he just sitting with the phone because he wanna use his sleep time to just relax and watch something, and he just don't sleep.
Yeah, you need to rest your mind.
Yeah, you just want to next day become.
To come already.
Yeah.
Delay this day
as much as you can.
Yeah. Do you agree with 4 to 6 games? For you, it's the same, Bashka?
Yeah, I agree. I agree about 4 and 6. But I also can agree that sometime you can at least choose one day and make, for example, 8. But the main also thing, there should be some break between corners.
Yeah, between screens.
For example, you can play 4, 1 hour break to eat or chill a bit, and one best of 2 more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but break is
important.
Sometimes like we had like 9 in a row. Or like
9 in a row?
Yeah.
Factory.
No, 8 in a row, I think, no? One day, like was it for
8?
sure?
Maybe
as well, Asia, I
maybe
guess.
8 scrims
yeah.
in a row without a break. You just sit, pick, play, next, pick, and like the opponents just wait us in the next scrim, and we need to like finish fast and go next. And this was like
last map must be high quality.
Yeah.
Yeah. The point,
None of them actually was high quality. So.
the point is in lose or win. And if you lose like 6 screams before and you go for the 8th scream, you're like, when is gonna end?
Yeah.
And then you should talk about the like mental thing. Like so, you just play and then you just like do the like psychology stuff, and then you just go sleep and you just.
Yeah, the head is about to explode.
And you understand tomorrow will be the same day.
For you, it's the same amount of games, or you can do more. You like to do less.
You can make an agreement is that you can play it as a pub. Maybe even games, some games, it's good if you like don't talk like.
Yeah, play without voice.
Yeah, play without voice. Yeah. You guys have tried this before?
I never.
You've never tried this?
No, I have experience here in Bad Boom. We was playing scrims without voice.
So you decided to play a scrim and nobody's talking, like communicating.
Yeah.
Was it good or was it bad?
It was fun.
It was fun.
Yeah. But I remember some players like saying, like even like we are not talking in Discord, but they like trying to talk in real life. So he hopes someone hears him.
So it was hard to stop communicating.
Yeah, but my point is, I mean, you can try hard like maybe 4 games. 6 even, I think 6 is harder. But if you wanna play more, you can like play like new heroes for fun, like a pub. It should be better. But you cannot definitely play like 8 or 9 or 10 games like
8 official
super
games
serious.
in a row.
Yeah,
You cannot play.
So yeah, the problem was before this bootcamp. After winning major, we got a huge break, and the logic was we wanna like put everything in a short period. So that's why that was hard, I think.
Yeah, we had the choice if we do the short break and we play like not 8 scrims per day. Like it's more.
We just play like for like more time, but like
small amount of time on the bootcamp and the short break. But if we like have a long break, we play more games.
Yeah, it was not the best experience.
Yeah.
When you play Dota all the time, you lose your mind.
Yeah, we should have decided we need the short break, not the long.
Yeah, you live and you learn. And what about scrims? I think in every team, sometimes like not everybody has the same approach to scrims. Some people like to be very serious. Some people like to be more relaxed. Some people need to get a lot of confidence from the result. Some people don't care. And I guess also it can change for everyone. How was it with you guys? Who would you say was the most serious about the scrims? It's you?
Mr. Tokyo,
You agree with that?
Maybe. I mean, back then I was the guy who didn't want to lose anything.
Yeah.
Like pub, scream, doesn't matter. Like football, outside.
You say back then?
Fight to the death.
You feel like you changed a bit because you say back then.
Yeah, now I'm like, I want to be like more chill guy, like even in the tournaments, because I feel like it's easier to live like this, live like this. It's easier to communicate. It's easier for me because if you put that much effort to win, like if you lose, it's not easy. It's not easy. So now
I can tell the difference, by the way.
I already
because I was playing with him like back then, and now like after the break, so I can tell the difference that now he is like special guy.
I mean, like I already played. Like it was my first years of the like game, and first year I was like winner, and I was thinking, yeah, I should keep winning always. But now I'm a little bit more grown man because I played like already like 5-6 years. I think with all that experience, like I can think how to live better, to be a professional, and yeah.
Nice. And who was on the opposite? Who was the most relaxed? I don't want to say don't care, but you can say don't care also. I know some players don't
I didn't care
about
actually at all about scrims.
You didn't care about scrims at all.
I cannot like take it serious. And I remember the one part with Miposhka, we were playing scrims and I was playing like Tiny 4 and I was having like so much fun and we were like winning and like at some point I was just like tossing him to the fountain and he was dying and he was like, what the we're gonna lose, no, what are you doing? And I was like, chill, we're just playing Scream, and he was like super mad about me.
And on the other side, Toronto trying its hardest to like not lose this.
I remember he just was super mad at me.
Also, I think I can say because the guys they was playing one team and Mirror like joined to our team like half of the year, and I have already 3 teams in my experience. So compare to other teams, I think in Spirit, I cannot say someone was like not trying his hard. Everyone was trying, everyone was disciplined, and with my experience, I can say not many teams can do that.
Yeah. Did you adapt to each other's, or did you? So, for instance, when somebody was very serious, do you accept it and you adapt to him, or did you try to change him? And same for the one that was more relaxed.
We just
tried to be serious, I think.
We just confirmed that we need to play like Scream, like the not too serious, but not the don't care mode. So we just play like to
keep balance.
Yeah, the balance. We're trying to find the balance.
Yeah, I would say it was like no problem with that in Spirit because everyone was like trying to win.
Yeah, in the first 2 years it was like that.
Yeah, everyone was on the same wave today.
Yeah, but then, But then the point is
maybe after I leave, the guys was like, "Oh, now we can.
Now everybody can chill. No more. Everybody can buy Midas.
Yeah. Now we can do whatever we want.
Finally, the freedom.
Sometimes, like this guy, like bought some Midases. So
one thing I wanted to talk about actually, because I think you're one of the few players that made so many transitions to other roles, and quite successfully, in my honest opinion. You played 5, right? After you played mid, then 5, then 3. So I wanted to ask. Did you get, like, I wanted you to rate his position 5 and you to rate his position 3. I'm getting you in troubles now, guys.
I knew it was gonna happen.
I can rate like a position 4 actually, because like...
Have you played position 4?
In pubs, on like Wind Ranger, so I can like rate him as well.
What is your opinion on that?
I think he has like 2 heroes.
I can say, to be honest, I can play any hero in pub on any position, and sometimes I'm telling my team to like, check my replay.
You know, on your position. Check my replay.
You know,
I can 5 games.
Maga, check my Beastmaster replay.
What he's doing on every row, when we were in the same team, he was like talking, all we need to do is just farm. You need to farm on supports, you need to farm on mids. You need to farm on
Still mentality, still.
You just need to farm.
You need to scale. You need to scale since minute 1 to minute 40. You need to scale non-stop.
You need to run like on the free lane and just skip the wave, skip the wave. You don't care about anyone in this game.
So then he went to pass 5 and he did it, and when you went to pass 3,
Same mentality each row.
I was telling Yarek like, can you farm more?
Even you were telling him you need to farm. Okay, that's rare from a mid laner, because usually mid laners will tell you need to come check the rune, you need to place this ward, you need to smoke.
He's always forcing supports to farm.
I still need to do this, but can you still try to farm more?
As well.
Yeah,
but also do your job.
That's because I was watching LGD replays, and I watched these guys playing. They're like supports running around the map, and they're farming camps. Like
on the way.
When I see Yarek, he was running like. He doesn't care, even on like I don't really remember. For example, he's Mirana and he's running around camps and not using arrow.
I'm saving for kill.
Can you
saving for his mid laner?
No.
Yeah.
Buy 4 stuff and save me.
Sanya, set up. Stand here. I will arrow. no. Stop farm creeps.
Okay, so now I'm in team spirit. Now I understand. And when you play against each other, because now it happens. You get into competition mode and you forget who you play against. Do you feel something different because obviously you seem to be very good friends and you lived so much, like you went through so much together. How does it feel to play against each other now?
It's kind of interesting that you playing the opposite side of your past teammate. So you notice the things that you didn't notice while you were playing with him.
Okay,
good or bad?
Good, his mistakes, his good moments, everything. You just notice it because it's your enemy now.
You learn about it.
And you need to focus on him.
It's true, actually.
Interesting.
I would say that like during like the previous games I had no emotions, but now like I have like them a bit. I can like say it that I like feel like some aura from this guy on lane, and it's actually like I don't know, just quite pressure like on me. I was playing Wind Ranger versus Clockwork, and I was like running like through him on small camp because I have to block it, and he was just like killing me on this camp, like, and I was, oh my god, what am I doing? What am I thinking? And I think that this like the emotions.
Okay, of course, yeah, it gets into you.
Sometimes, like personally, I'm staying against them both usually.
But sometimes actually
they're playing against both of them.
Exactly.
And how does it feel?
Sometimes I feel that he like gets a bit like emotional too, actually, because sometimes he's doing like not the best his performance as well. I feel
that's what I want to say about you. Usually I'm watching, I'm staying clean, and I'm watching like, guys, what are you doing? are you even here? I'm usually even making some preparation, watching what some teams playing, and I'm see like, okay, Miro is playing that hero, this. If I play Bane, he will not do anything.
You know it's his nightmare.
Sometimes.
And what about you?
Maybe like first year when I left from Spirit, it was a bit personal because I wanted to win more, maybe a little bit. But now I feel like I have so many friends, like in Bad Boom, Spirit, even in other CIS teams. I'm like, there are too many. I cannot like for me like now everyone is the same. I have like I don't even have anything like personal. I'm just having fun. Sometimes I can tease this guy.
I remember I was playing versus him when he was in the Batman, and he was playing like Mirana probably post 5, and he don't even block the camps. He just arrows non-stop there. Yeah, and I know. Then he is know what he is doing. Like he is like talking to himself like, I need to farm more. I need to farm more. I don't block camps. I just arrow.
I just farm.
I don't like skill.
I don't care. He doesn't care about Mitch. He's just farming camp because he knows. Like I don't want to project him. I just want my farm.
I just want my farm, and it will be okay.
No, I get level 3 and then hit him 20 times.
He's playing Enchantress. He just take the creep and like auto attack.
You can read your teammate, your ex-teammate, how he plays. Thanks a lot, guys, for the chat. It was super nice. So
that's it. We can talk more.
I mean, I'm down to talk more, but I think they will cut us. If it's up to me, we can stay here.
I want to say one more thing.
Yes.
When you asked about Sasha post 5, Sasha didn't go well enough on some heroes, but he had some really cool heroes. For example, Undying. That was one of his best heroes in my opinion.
Coming from you, you play a lot of Undying. So
yeah, but time was not good.
Okay.
He wasn't playing the Undying.
Yeah, but
he was feeding Undying.
Yeah, usually my Undying was not really good.
Okay.
But Toronto's Undying, he was very scared.
He was scary on Undying.
Yeah, he's like you look at his items. He always has a lot of like Solar, Glimmer, Greaves, a lot of items. I'm watching my Undying, same minute. Arcane Solar, Arcane Solar.
So you're watching his Undying replay?
A bit, yeah.
That's good. That's good.
I was like very skeptic about his like changing to the position 3, but like after I have seen like how much game like he played after the last TI, he played 1,500 games, and when I like saw it, I was counting, and it was like 7 pubs in a day, like without a break, like since TI till a bootcamp in the spring start. And I was like seeing it, and I was like, "Oh my god, that's
serious
a
work.
lot of games." He like just put a lot of work, a lot of practice to this role. So like, okay, I believe. And I had like 2 times less than him on my role. So
talent plus hard work.
Yes,
it's
so
a
I
good
was
recipe.
Like, super impressed
for sure.
I was super impressed about
When
it.
I changed role to post 5, I found something for me in Dota that I'm having most fun when I'm playing new hero. Like on the second year of post 5, I found that I have nothing to play new and fun right now, and I was like a little bit sad about this. But now I'm playing a lot of heroes and I'm having fun. Play pubs on these heroes.
You guys mentioned enjoyment a couple times now, talking about playing new heroes. You were mentioning like enjoying playing together and stuff. How do you rate enjoyment, like the importance of having fun when you play Dota?
I think it's the one of the most important roles in even in pro scene, because you will have fun when you play really good, because you have trust in each other, that you are really good players, and you're just gonna have fun of the game because you're just enjoying how everyone is good, and you're just having fun. We had this experience on many tournaments we won, so it's the key. But the key to having fun is to play good.
Yeah. So you had. But maybe you play good when you have fun too. Would you say that, or not necessarily? Do you think having fun helps you play good?
You will not get fun if you lose.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
It's the main thing. You need to play good to win, and you have the courage.
What about you now? Do you enjoy playing position 3 and your heroes now?
No.
Why? Why not? No more desolator Mars? Yeah, no. Because I feel it as well that he's not having fun anymore.
Okay.
At all.
It's kind
of. I think you need to change the meta.
Sad to play the heroes that usually
need to bring stun.
Mars, Centaur back then were
Do you believe
more
there is a meta? As in, do you believe you can go out of the meta or create some twists maybe? Or maybe not change it completely, but change it a bit?
Maybe I can, because if I find new heroes on the offline, so I'm trying my best to find the new heroes, but usually they.
Now we're getting in tournament mode. Okay, now we're getting in tournament.
You're not motivated.
I mean, you can play any hero in Dota if you can play it 100% of potential, I think.
You believe anything can work?
But it's not easy.
In my opinion, you can really play also any hero, but you need to understand.
You need to balance the picks.
So the draft should be
balanced. You need to balance
anyway.
the carry, so he will be less greedy, and your offlaner can be more greedy. Yeah. But it's not about spirit, so he cannot play anything more than Mars and Slardar.
We had a situation when we were playing on the Dream League at the March probably. We were in the finals versus Tundra, and we decided to pick the Faceless Void offlane. And it was our first pick of the
patch, overall, I guess.
I mean,
this time zone?
Time zone? Yeah, with time zone. And I was playing it in pubs for fun. And I decided to maybe we should pick Void, because it's kind of good. We can just test it. It's the first game on the grand finals, and can we just have fun a bit? And so we played it. We won. And after the grand finals, it was the next tournament, I don't know, maybe Valachia or something like that. And I saw the many players were playing the Faceless Void of Wayne, and they were ruining every game.
Not successful.
They made their control heroes like Ursa.
Boxy played it as well on position 4. Boxy spammed it, and actually he was good at it.
Post 4 was annoying, but post 3 it's meme.
Yeah, I remember your poster Void.
You were playing Void maybe as well, no?
Yeah, I think after that. I got inspired by his Void.
We saw it. Yeah.
But I was playing it too.
But it was a fake.
It's fine. We tricked them into some. It's good investment.
I told my team that I did pick it just like a trap.
Yeah.
For other teams.
I know it's not good. We won, but it's not good.
Dota is
you can test it, guys. You can play.
Sometimes you win and you know that it's not good, even if you won. You have the instinct that there were some problems.
As someone said, the Dota is a mental game actually.
Yeah.
Dota is super mental game actually.
I hate the guy that said that sentence.
Yeah, me too.
I hate him. All right, I think we need to wrap it up. It was great, guys, to talk to you. Thank you for talking to me. Thank you for switching to English for me. At some point, I got scared. I saw you guys talk. I didn't understand anything. I'm like, I will leave and go. Thank you so much. And good luck for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola a todos, mi amigos. It is time for a podcasto. Welcome, everybody. You guys taught me those fantastic words, and we are here for a South America flavor podcast. Welcome, my friends. Our only objective is to try to not talk about Dota 2 as long as possible. How are we all doing today?
I'm doing great. I love doing podcasts with you guys. It's a first-time experience, but it felt like I've done this 1 million times.
Okay.
I'm okay. I slept very little. I haven't had coffee. But yeah, I never done a podcast, so let's see what it looks like.
Okay, good.
Where you can live?
What?
In how much minutes we can live?
How much minutes can we leave? We're not leaving until you have a good time. So be prepared to be here for the rest of the day, okay? Focus up. How are you?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm excited for our first podcast as well.
First podcasters, fantastic. Let's start on a topic that's very normal to podcasts, all right? Paranormal activity, okay? Do you believe in ghosts, guys? Let's start off. Who believes in the Do you believe in anything paranormal? We're going to start here. Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, aliens, anything. Do you believe in anything?
In Brazil, we had a thing that's like in a place there had aliens at 1985. And
you know the year and the date? What happened?
yeah,
Tell us the tale.
And basically they had a lot of people in the city that saw the alien from Varginha.
Oh.
And that's like a mythological thing there.
Hey.
And people visit the city, and the city is like all thematic with aliens and all this stuff. In Brazil, we have a lot of cases like that, but I'm not sure if it's how true is that.
How do you feel about that? Do you believe?
Yeah, and it's all about the American government that they're hiding.
Okay, well that's not aliens. That's just conspiracy insane person stuff.
No, that's aliens.
Okay,
You're
fair
wrong.
enough. Fair enough. All right. Tomorrow.
The paranormal is like ghosts and alien. Right?
Anything.
I
You
see,
believe in
I see.
anything out of this immortal realm?
I don't, but sometimes I like to. Like, it's fun. I feel like it's good. Like, I feel like life without some sort of this is it's kind of boring, no? Like,
Yeah.
Like, I like those bad documentaries, you know, the ones where they're like, in 1985,
Yeah.
there was an incident, and like, those are fun, right?
Right.
And then for ghosts,
I don't have to go through all of the different paranormal things, but
I don't know. I mean, with alien, I feel like you have to believe to an extent, right? But with ghosts, it's like, I feel like ghosts is not the same, you know? Like, aliens are kind of cool, they're fun, but the ghosts are like kind of boring. It's like, did you just move? Did you see that? It's like so silly, no? But the aliens are actually like, I think aliens I like to believe in, but I don't. So.
You're more of a scientific guy, you know, like there's a chance out there, right?
Yeah. In the U.S. government backyard, you know?
What is it always the U.S. government? Why do we always default
true,
to that?
it's true.
Okay, sure. KJ, have you ever had a paranormal experience? Did you ever see a ghost, dude?
I don't see them, but I can hear for sure.
What? What does that mean?
I'm just kidding. The only ghost I think I've experienced is like when you're alone at home and you turn off your light and you need to run to your bedroom. So
yeah.
After you go to the kitchen, so devil doesn't kill you. Besides that, haven't had many experiences.
No.
Voices.
What was the most scared you've ever been? Doesn't have to be paranormal.
Scared I've ever been.
Yeah, you ever thought you were gonna die? What happened?
I wouldn't say I thought I was gonna die, but maybe falling off a tree.
You fell off a tree?
Many times.
Many times. Tell us the tale. What are you doing scampering up trees?
Well, just at break in school, there's a tree, you're young, and you think, oh, I'm gonna climb up the tree.
Metaphorical. Was there anything up the tree you were trying to grasp?
Not really. It was just cool to play up there.
Not really. You're just doing it.
What about reptilians? You know?
Reptilian, lizard men.
Yes. You look like one of them, right? Like they normally don't have hair in their head.
The mask does fit a lot easier if you don't have the hair. It's
Yeah.
always the hair that looks weird. Have you seen those videos where like they're looking at people's necklines and they're like, why does it look like that? You know, those old people. Do you think that would actually change anything? Like if TI happens, Gabe Newell walks out, and then while he's walking, he trips and he stands up and his mask falls off and he's and then he puts it back on. Do you think the world actually changes if they prove lizard men are real?
I don't think the world will change. Like people like to find reasons to make war, right? Or discriminate. So like some type of person. So I think the world will change.
Okay. All right. This is a big question, and I put this for you tomorrow.
Sure.
If there's one pro player in the Dota 2 scene, if I told you one of them is a lizard man...
We're not going to talk about Dota?
No, I'm just saying, this is not about the game, this is not about esports.
Other subject.
This is about people that we know. We're allowed to. We're allowed to talk a little bit about Dota. There's one person, one pro player, and I told you, there is a lizard man among us. Who is it?
I see. I think Nisha for sure. Yeah, like, have you seen this guy's focus? Like, have you seen Nisha when he's like in the game, like how he looks? He does not look very human to me. Like, no offense, of course, but like,
Yeah, of course, we
like
like Nisha.
this guy, like, I was looking at a picture of him, like some tournament, and the way he looked, I'm like, this guy is, you know what I mean? Like, he's got not human powers. Like, I've never seen someone so focused. And I don't know, suddenly he got like all buff from the gym. Like, I also feel like, when did he get so buff, you know? Yeah, I think it'd be Nisha. And he's just too good, no? Like, I feel like he's among us, you know? It's like he's cheating.
Yeah.
We're gonna play against them tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good luck. Don't put do it for humanity, you know? Ter un poco de leche. Ter un poco de leche. He's left-handed, isn't he? Because like I was looking at, like was watching a game in the camera.
Oh yeah,
and his hand was like, oh. Yeah, like how many left-handed players you know?
He's the only one in Dota, I think.
It's literally just Nisha. This guy does not play a bop, right? He's like mysterious. Like no one knows what he does on his like rest time, right? Like suddenly, like Blitz take him to the gym 1 month. He's like huge now, right? He doesn't say a word. He just sits down. He stares at his thing with his left hand, you know, like whatever mouse, and he just goes 10-0 puck every tournament. I mean, yeah, you know.
I feel it. I agree. He's definitely in my top 3. You gentlemen agree?
Look, normally I play against him, and I can say Nisha is a lizard.
Okay, done. It's the mystery solved. That's scary. That's terrifying. Do you feel like you would be able to fight a lizard man in real life and win? Like, let's say Nisha's walking down the hallway, you see him, he trips, his tail pops out, and then he puts it back in, and then he makes eye contact with you. Are you going to be able to win that fight?
Why would I have to fight? I can just say, I will keep your secret. That's fine.
You think that's okay? He's just going to be chill with that?
Man, imagine if you see that and then you go to people, he's a lizard.
Yeah.
He is a lizard. Like, your career is over, no?
What do you mean your career is
You're going to look like a crazy man. No one's going to believe you.
Yeah, true.
There's been a lot crazier guys in Dota that have survived
Yes,
than him
Timado.
and running around saying he's a lizard. All
Your
right?
career is over, Timado. You see what you did?
Yeah,
You said that Nisha is a lizard.
Oh, yeah. I'm posting it right now, but someone had to do it. No, but from a carry, it's fine, right? Like, he thinks people are lizard, but he's a good carry. Hire him, you know? But like for a support, it's like, this guy is a support. He's supposed to use his brain, and he thinks people are lizard.
He's replaceable.
Yeah.
I think that'd get you more jobs on teams, personally. You know? That's flavor.
He's a lizard.
Okay.
He's a lizard.
Fantastic. I've seen something on your wrist. What is this? This is not a watch. What is
a whoop.
That's a whoop.
Whoop.
What is a whoop?
Whoop is like a watch that's made to track your heart beatings and your respiratory rate, so you can see how well you slept, if you got too much stress, if you need to do more meditation, these things, you know?
Do you care about that kind of stuff?
I'm actually giving it a try because my coach is like a super nerd about those things, and he convinced me to buy one. He was like, "Oh, it can make you waste money or it can help you." So like I'm still trying it. I have it for less than 1 month, so it needs like some data. Like he needs like a lot of days, so it learns your patterns, and then I think it's good because sometimes you wake up and want to kill everyone. You're like, "How did I sleep?" And then you can check like, "Oh, I slept badly," you know? Because sometimes you feel like you sleep a lot, but you didn't actually rest.
Sure.
It's athlete things.
Yeah, athletic things. You guys absolutely are athletes. Do you guys actually like get nervous? I get stressed out when I like look at how much I sleep because there's nothing I can change about that. You know, it's like, oh, I slept 2 hours last night. What am I gonna do tomorrow? Like, take a bunch of medicine or something? I mean,
no,
you guys.
We get paid to do it, right? It's part of our job. Like if you sleep, if you don't have a good sleep, you're not doing a good job.
I see. Okay.
Strong mindset. I mean, it's boring, right? Because you're like, oh, I wish I could sleep 3 hours today and watch anime, but you have to sleep, so you perform next day.
Yeah, today I was like, I will have a good night of sleep. Then I have to meet Lex at 6 a.m. So, yeah.
I'm sorry. That's rough. How's your sleep over there? You having a good time?
Tonight was pretty good.
Okay.
Tonight.
Do you do anything to keep the body healthy as the mind, you know, as a pro esports gamer?
Yeah, I guess we go to the gym at night before sleeping, which can be nice.
Okay.
You went home? Yeah, I did go home for a bit. I did not book with you guys, so I took a break. That was nice. That was nice.
What's home? Where's home?
Well, it was not really. Home is in Germany, but I went to Sweden for, it was like 10-day break, right? And I played the tournament, the Fissure Universe there.
Yeah.
Sweet. And you said your parents are, one of them was German?
My mom is German. My dad is from Belgium. But I was
Wow.
born in Nicaragua.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Did have that any impact on your childhood, you know? Like,
I think I grew up in a Latin American country, right? So I speak Spanish, and also I think the culture is very different from Europe. That's about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice.
did anyone, you bring your friends home and then they're like drinking sparkling water and it was really weird?
Well,
or-
Nicaragua is very hard to find. It's very expensive. It's not so common. Yeah. But when I moved to Germany, I think is when I found the interest in it more. Yeah.
Oh.
Like drinking more.
Interesting. What's your favorite country you guys have been to, visiting through esports or anything? What's one place that you would consider actually moving to when all of this is over?
It can't be Brazil, right?
It could be.
There's nothing. Romania. I like Romania.
Romania?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think it's like, because it's like cheap. It's like very, like the nature is nice. Like I've been to explore Romania. Like I've stayed for like a month and a half probably total. Like I've been several times to Romania. So like I've been outside the city. And it's like really nice. The internet is really good. I don't know why, but Romania internet is like OP. And then their food is also good. Like I was surprised too. So good food, cheap, beautiful like what do you call nature landscape, right? And OP internet. That's like
you've mentioned that 3 times in your
description. It's like ideal place, ideal place.
Okay, Romania, that's interesting.
I think the only bad part about it is the traffic in the center, right?
Yeah.
That's annoying.
Yeah. Sure.
But I walk, right? I don't have a car because I'm a gamer. Yeah. My parents loved Romania when they went there to a tournament. Maybe I'll go there to be there.
Do you guys drive? Do you know how to drive? Do you have licenses?
No.
Okay.
You do?
Do not.
Yeah. You have a car? I mean, I don't have a car because I'm never at home, right? But when you travel, you can just rent a car and have fun.
Oh,
yeah, that's true.
Does your license work in Europe?
Yeah. I was in the Autobahn.
All right, let's go to that point where eventually we do end up talking about Dota, boys. How's the pubs? How's the life? How's the trajectory of Dota? Do you guys like what's happening right now?
The last few changes?
Well, I'm just saying, like, Dota's in a bit of a new direction. You know, it's focusing a lot on, like, pub changes and stuff, not too obsessed with the esports anymore.
Yeah, I feel like they're dumbing it down a bit more for new people. I don't know, like, if that's a word you can use, but I think, I don't know, I like it, to be honest. I like the map changes, the new way of playing. It gives you a lot of new things that you can do on the map and stuff. It's nice. I enjoy it.
All right, I think it's healthy for the game and for the scene, the way they're doing, like not having 40 million prizes anymore.
Sure.
But as a pro player, I want to win 40 million a day, no? So, like, okay, it's health for the game. It's nice. At the other point, it's like, I want to win 40 million and you know? But I don't know, I still like the game. I still find fun competing, so it's nice.
Okay. I mean, I feel that way too. I think it is healthier for the game, but I do miss, like, these big events with these, like, it was the only thing we had over League of Legends, like, usually so there we got the real stuff over here. So you've been playing since, I think, I was looking up your thing, it was like 2015? Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been you've seen everything. What do you, are you still super motivated to, like, get out there and play with the, things kind of taking a step back?
Not as much, but it's like it's like every year you have to refine passion, right?
Right.
Like, you play for so long.
Mm-hmm.
I also like they say like the game's changed a lot and very fast in the last years. It's hard to see, but there are a lot of players that just didn't make it.
Sure.
People forget about players fast, right? So like you don't see them and you don't realize, but a lot of players like they didn't adapt to how Dota is played now. And for me, it was hard because like I play with really old people. I play with like people my age. Now I'm playing with young people. So it's like you learn, you have to forget. You learn, you have to forget. So whatever I was doing in 2015, 2020, to me, like it doesn't really, it's not helpful anymore. So it's weird to play for so long and yet have like your experience is like, it's okay. Like it helps me here and then, but not that much anymore.
Interesting. I mean, it's got to be helpful for like specific heroes and stuff. You know, you haven't played Slardar for 7 years, but back 10 years ago you played a little bit.
Not
You don't
really,
think so?
Not really, because the game's really changed a lot, and it's gone in like a specific direction. But not just Dota, like other games too.
Yeah.
And for me, the biggest experience is the humans. Like sometimes I get into arguments, and I'm like, guys, I've had this argument like 5 times already in my life. I know what you're saying, and so I mediate a lot in my teams now.
Yeah.
I just know what's going on, you know. And the Dota personalities in teams, they like kind of repeat a bit.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that's mostly the only thing I get from the past, you know. Like when I play with some MB, I play with some snaking, you know. I remember some things like you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. But besides that, the Dota I had to relearn for sure.
Well, you guys have been on a lot of different teams, all of you. So what's the most common things that pro teams bitch about? Well, what's the '1 complaint that is constantly happening between members?
Draft, right? Like every single team complains about draft. It's true. Yeah. The only thing that it's the easy way out for your brain, right? Like you lost and you're like, it's because of the hero I played, like, or because the hero they have. It's the most brain dead thing that you comforts your brain. Like you don't want to say like, oh, I played bad, or we played bad, or they played well. Like draft.
Yeah. Draft. Oh, it's not on me anymore. Fire the coaches. Fire the managers. No, but that's really interesting. So how do you like combat something like that when it's, you know, we have draft issues and it's not really draft issues or something? Is that something that you guys constantly have to talk about in teams, or what's the normal Band-Aid to fix that?
No, we are the players. We don't fix. We just say draft.
Okay.
They fix this.
That's somebody else's job. All right, we say draft, we walk away. Interesting, though. It makes a lot of sense.
No, it's very complex, of course, because like, for example, sometimes it's not the draft for sure, but like your carry player, not you, your carry player, that's very stubborn and very young. If he plays that hero, or if he sees that enemy having that hero, he's gonna just grief the game. Like he can't play. So like you can't use brain. It also has emotion and mental to it. So you need to like, sometimes we need to do like a whole team articulation. Like everyone's like, guys, let's all agree that we're gonna make the draft worse. We're not using this word.
Yeah.
So our carry player doesn't have brain damage.
Yeah.
So everyone goes and play a harder game than supposed to play. So enemy mid laner doesn't play puck.
Yeah.
And that's life.
That genuinely resonated with me as a pub player. Even, you know, down there in the low immortals, my entire gameplay style is just around the carry's brain damage and what I can do to try to make that game work. But yeah, I mean, you really speak my language. Speaking of my language, what are you guys thinking about? Reddit right now, real mad about behavior score and communication score. How you guys doing in games? All right? Getting talked? You guys talk in your pub games? All right?
I talk a lot, but I don't think I've ever fell below 11K.
Oh,
okay.
That's the max, 11?
No, it's 12, right?
12, yeah.
So I think like the worst was 11.
I'm fine with that. Sometimes I have to flame some people in the pub, but it's still around 12K.
Okay.
I wish I was like Schofield and could not communicate with my teammates, so I could like not understand them and I also not argue with them. But sometimes you have to, you know. But most of the time it's PMA. Let's win together, guys. I love you guys till the end of the match. After the end of the match, if you lose, then you are allowed to flame people.
Oh yeah, that's a good feeling where you're like the leader the whole time.
You have
we could do this.
You know the 3 seconds when your throne explodes. You have like. Yeah, I did it.
Good advice. Good advice. Yeah. So the 2 #1 things I keep saying are communication score and behavior score whack. You guys don't agree? You guys are 10Ks, 12Ks, right? Tomato?
Like 11.5.
Yeah, that's great. You're a saint. You're a saint.
That's a stretch.
You still up there?
Yeah, but it's different because for like everyone that's like below 14K MMR, the communication score is just like, oh, he called my mom. I'm so sad, but like for pro players, it's funny because like you're playing against another pro player or with a pro player, and then you do something wrong. He calls your mom this, you call his mom this, and now you're never gonna join. P-Vision anymore. You know? Like, your chance of entering P-Vision just ended because you missed the pool and he called your mom something, you know? and now you're never gonna join that team, or he's never gonna join your team, you know, because of a missed spell. So that's what happens with pro players. And for support, it's harder, you know, you're playing with a carry from a very wealthy team, and then you miss it. You go risky. Sorry, I'm not joining. This thing I'm not joining. This thing I'm not joining. Burn the bridges. Sorry for missing spell.
Consequences.
That sometimes links to good friendship. Like I think, for example, like I had this with too, play in 9 class. We used to like flame each other a lot, like the last year. And then at some point it kind of changed, and now we're in a good place. Like we Steam message each other. We're like, hi, like. I don't know when exactly it went from like your mom is this to like he sees me in the tournament and he's like, oh, good luck tomorrow. I'm like, oh, good luck. So,
I think this is pretty common, especially like, you know, it gets to a point where the flame gets so intense, it's like almost fun, and then you're having more fun flaming than you are, you know, just being a normal human. For some sick freaks like you and me, I guess. But yeah, I find it quite enjoyable. The second thing that they're talking about constantly is the return of the battle pass. All right, people got it in their head that the battle pass is coming back. Let me say, I don't know anything, but dumb that it is not, in my opinion, ain't no way. How do you guys feel? You think there'll ever be another Dota battle pass, or can we put these things to rest? Is it finally over?
I hope dies last, right? I think it would be nice for it to come back the way it was.
Wow.
It would be nice.
It would be nice. Okay.
I think they did some very cool stuff this year, like the crown fall and these updates. If they have the willpower to do battle pass and also like keeping during the year doing the events, I think it will be awesome.
Yeah. I mean, it's mostly just to spend money for, you know, arcadas and stuff. I don't know. I don't think it added too much besides prize pool, which was very nice, very generous. But you guys are big fans, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We all like Dota hats here, right?
I have too many hats, no? Like I've started not using sets because that's the cool set now. Like
the default?
Yeah, like for example the Morphling one.
Yeah,
like,
the Morphling one.
I didn't use it because like everyone's got this like shark Morphling, it's so shiny, and the E-blades, you know, but like it's just too much now. There's like so many hats. Like I look at and now I don't know if you guys saw, but like apparently your big inventory lowers your FPS.
What?
I heard about that. I heard about that.
So wait. Explain this. What?
Account, like because you preload all the images, right? Like because it'll uses like I don't know exactly what it uses, right? But like probably some video card or whatever, like processor, right? But all the loadout and the cosmetics, right?
Yeah.
In the preview, there's like the little image, and then there's like the loaded one when you click on it. That's all there, right? And I have 1 million like items, right?
Yeah.
So,
But you were kind of psycho with FPS also, right?
yeah.
I was watching your stream and the guy was like playing Dota in super low. Like his game was like, I don't know, Minecraft, you know? It's not like Roblox. It's not Dota, you know? Like it's very ugly.
It's true.
And like his FPS was like more than 300. I was like, okay, bro, you don't need more than 300, you know? Don't have to delete the hats from your
You
account.
put effects on maximum, right? My settings is like the texture lowest, but the spells like high because it looks ugly. Like the Lina Q, for example, the Dragon Slave. If the I don't know if that's what you call it, but yeah, the Q. Press it with the lowest, it's just like it looks like garbage. It just looks like red, like some red particles is going around. So that one I always keep max. Shadows, no, shadows is useless. I don't need shadows. I don't need little frogs on the map.
What?
I don't need
alien creatures?
I have all the options. I always when I have my settings on the SSD, I go lowest, and then I up because there's a preset, right? Like highest and lowest. I go lowest, and then I go specific, and then I just do up the FPS. That's it.
You think it matters at all, KJ?
No, I was gonna say because like we should do this, but if you don't put the effects on maximum, you can't see like the sinking. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you need the effects. You actually need for gameplay.
Important.
But the turtles were important back in the day. I remember like super old. I was like with my friend, like, so we should put a ward on this turtle because like it's a good place. This rock.
I agree. Okay. I think the turtles always point at where the rune is going.
Are they not random on the map? Are they in specific places, like the ambient creatures?
Now I don't pay attention anymore, right? But back in the day, it was like, if you put on this rock, you block the camp, because it didn't have that box, you know? It was a custom game that had the boxes, and then you had to like go in the custom game to see like, here if you put on this rock, then you go in the normal game, you don't see the box, and you put in the rock, and then you can block the camp.
It's cool.
Used to help me pull. The turtle would walk by the camp at the right pull time back when I was a giga idiot. So I wouldn't look at the timer, but I'd look at the little turtle and be like, he's there, it's time. Yeah, don't do that.
Maybe you have some attention disorder, right?
I hope so.
Or like you farming creep, like, oh, a turtle.
It'd be pretty hype if whatever was wrong with me had some sort of medical name. That'd make me feel a lot better, so yeah.
You go to your doctor, like, yeah, doctor, I'm farming the creep wave, and I'm ready to do the last hit, and there's, oh, a turtle.
That's full time.
I was the last hit.
It's important. All right, guys. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. We've covered so many things, from the paranormal to the very real to literally all the insane stuff that Mr. Tomato said. So thank you so much for that nightmare stuff. But anyway, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Any final words out there to your fans? One-liner. Say one word in whatever you want. Hit it.
Merci.
Niche is a lizard.
One word. Hello.
Great. All right, that was the podcast. Thank you for watching. Adios, amigos.
I'm sure Amar is very excited about.
I want to give up. I really don't. I have zero enjoyment in this. Like,
Oh, I didn't know. Welcome, everybody, to the Minigame World Cup. Suns fan here with Malreen and Amar. You guys are ready. I know that Amar is really big aficionado of these minigames. Isn't that right? You can just speak. The mics pick up everything.
I have never in my life touched Crown 4, and you give me Crown 4 games.
Okay, why haven't you touched it?
Because there is Play Dota, you press it and you find match.
Okay, and Malreen, have you played a lot?
No, recently, but I played.
Would you say that you're better than the average player?
Depends on the game.
Would you say that you'd beat Amar at literally every minigame?
Probably, yeah.
Let's get started with Bat Racer, which I'm sure Amar is very excited about. So the way that this works, we're going to play up to 5 minigames. It's best of 5, so first to 3. So Amar, you could be out of here in 3 if you really want to be.
That's gonna be easy.
Are we ready?
I am ready.
Okay, hit play. Go.
Oh, I didn't know.
Malreen already.
I thought this Bat is main hero.
All right.
That's enough score.
So Amar wins. Really awful display from both of you, but Amar outlasted Mallory. That's great. 1-0 start. All right, now we're going to move on to Zog's Lair. Mallory, are you familiar with this game?
Zog's Failure, what's that?
Not Failure, Zog's Lair.
I want to give up. I really don't. I have zero enjoyment in this. Like,
why is that? Why are you unable to enjoy anything but Dota? Can you answer that?
Because I'm a professional player.
Yeah, but you could be a professional player at Zog's Lair.
No, you don't understand. There's no Dota.
Is there a tournament in it?
We can make one for you.
I mean, Amar's not even trying. I don't know what this strategy
I don't know what's this game, man. I don't know. I give up.
Wait, this is the boss. This is the boss.
Oh no, the boss I didn't go. Like, I only went to the boss and then I was...
There you go.
I couldn't handle. Okay, what I have to do?
It's okay.
Oh, what, I'm still alive?
Yeah, this never ends. This will never end for any of us. Okay, Amar finally died. 162,000.
Holy shit, the boss.
Beat the boss. All right, Malreen, if there was all chat, which there is, it's called verbally speaking. What would you say to your opponent right now?
Playing Dota, my friend.
All right, so that's 1-1. What was the third one?
There was a whiteboard that said what?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Where's the whiteboard?
I don't see it. I remember it existed.
It was not a white. It was literally a notepad on the computer. All right, we're just gonna move on. So it's Spoon Man.
Oh,
you guys like? Oh, you seem very excited.
What is this?
Just play. The AI is really bad.
What? He's a G.
AI is pretty trash. You'll get this eventually.
Yeah.
Amar, I know you can do better than this. There you
I
go.
gotta find the
That'll get him.
bonuses. The bombs and like large.
I should have just lost the first game. I'm stupid, actually. I should have just...
Yeah, there's going to be a 4th game now because you did so well. You lasted about 3 seconds instead of Malreen's 2. What is that reaction?
Scary, scary.
That's like a full second later, though. Amar's on his final line.
I think I lost.
Oh, there's your remarks. Oh. So 5,090 score.
You won already?
And he's already
Can
won.
he just give up?
He could, or he could have pride, like a real pro player would, Amar.
I have pride to end this game. I will suffer.
He's going to make us all suffer.
I might just come back and play the game.
All right, you're just going to quit out? You're not going to go out in style with the bomb? All right, all right. All right, so that's 2-1 Malrine. Amar just shocked to still be in the game after saying he's never played this before. And the next one is... Oh, it's the Minesweeper. Have you played?
I give up already. This guy plays it like 10 years. Like, I swear, I've never seen him not play it. I give up already.
You played regular Minesweeper then, I take it?
I mean, regular is like maybe in childhood, but I didn't understand like how actually to play it.
Oh, I see. Okay. Do you understand how it works, Amar?
No,
You already lost.
Wait, I didn't play.
You want to not click the bombs, okay? That's the first step. It would help to look at your own screen and not Malrine's. You can't copy what he's doing. It's not the same.
I don't know. He plays this game every day. The last time I played this game when I was 6 years old, I didn't even understand how the game works.
Yeah, me neither. It's okay.
Oh, I'm not finished in time.
You got to guess. 5. Uh-oh. 2, 1. Oh. Very respectable. Respectable.
There's no time. I would get it.
20,235. And Amar, I think your low point was 200 points.
I think 1,000.
1,000. We'll go with the 1,000. So only 20 times better for Malrine. So congrats. You have won 3-1. That'll do it for us here. Malrine, the winner, 3-1 versus his teammate Amar for the Esports Minigame World Cup. Trash.
And I'm here at EWC with Nico from Team Na'Vi. So, you know, I believe just a few weeks ago, you guys were Na'Vi Junior. How does it feel to like take over the reins of the Na'Vi name?
I guess like we already knew that we will be main after we won calls to TI and Riyadh. So, what's nothing special? Like we expected this.
Yeah, I feel like all year, a lot of the casters and analysts have kind of been saying like, wow, this team's like a rising star. They're really showing a lot of promise. How has the experience been climbing all the way to the end of the year now that you've made it to these big tournaments?
At the beginning, it was like difficult. With every game, we become stronger and stronger. I think now we are in a good form, so...
Excuse me, we're doing an interview here.
Get out.
Hey, excuse me. Okay, we're good. Sorry about that.
Life form located.
One thing to get an interview interrupted by somebody, but the fact that there's an automatic vacuum here. And so going into this tournament, you know, you said that you guys are feeling confident, energy's high, but like if you had to guess, what was like the minimum expectation for your placement here?
Like go from groups to playoff, but of course everybody wants to win, but gonna be difficult.
And a lot of people, this is my last question, I promise. So a lot of people, I always hear this team's a fun team to watch. And I'm wondering, like, why do you think that is? Like, what makes you guys, what's the flashiness? What's that aspect that makes you guys fun to watch?
It's last question? Last question?
Yeah, last question.
I don't believe you.
You don't believe me?
Yes.
Did I already tell you there was a last question?
Maybe, but...
Is it something on my face, or what about this doesn't make you think it's the last question?
Just feel it.
Okay, so last question. Do you believe that this is the last question? Thank you. Thank you for your time. Good luck in the tournament. I'm here at EWC with Team Yandex and Noticed. How you doing, buddy?
Hello.
I know you were super excited for this interview. You know, I was looking through your guys' qualifier games, and I was wondering, you know, you clean sweeped it at the end, taking down Na'Vi, and then Na'Vi's in this tournament anyways. What's up with that?
You mean how hard play with Na'Vi? How was spot? I don't understand a little bit. Леха. Да Леха.
We'll keep it straight, don't worry. We'll keep it straight. Okay.
Нужен переводчик, как на инте. Меня спросили про Na'Vi что-то, я не могу понять, что мне сказать.
I said, okay, I'll ask, do you mind if I do the quick question?
No, don't speak English.
One question?
No English.
Okay, no English. Okay, notice, I know that I know that I was trying to ask quite a smart-ass question there and trying to pass it off to Solo, but he doesn't understand English, so you're stuck here with me. But going into this tournament, is this the biggest tournament that you've been on LAN for in your career so far?
No. I was on the last two tournaments in Riyadh.
Yeah?
Yeah, and 2 TIs before, without Copenhagen.
So how does this year compare to those? Because I feel you were on VP last year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm making sure I get my history lessons as we're interviewing you right now. And going into this, how do you feel like your chances are, like coming off the momentum from the qualifiers? Seems like you guys had a pretty convincing performance.
I think we stay more confident on this tournament, and we try to do our best. And I hope we can go in top 8, but I feel we can make more.
So I guess my last question for you is that I feel like I always have the philosophy of I either win or I learn. So when you end up in these big tournaments and inevitably you want to do better this year than you did before, you know, what do you learn from your previous experiences that you feel like might pay off going into this one?
I think, you know, the most lesson which I have, this is you need to play faster with meta on tournament. Any heroes, any builds, you know, like on Singapore, Race Pact, Broodmother, you need learn on tournaments.
And okay, I said that was the last question, but I tricked you. This is, I promise, the last question. Is there anything particularly about this meta that you feel like, you don't even have to spoil it, but is there something you feel like you guys might know that other people don't, or do you feel like this meta right now is pretty solved?
I think now can work everything, because this depends how you're confident in your gameplay. You know, you have now players like 9 class, he can make everything what he wants, Terrorblade position for, Slark position for. You can play like old school, this crit or save, you play confident on lane, you make stacks, etc. And I think this depends from yourself, you know.
Awesome. I feel like the one problem I've always had is I didn't depend on myself. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to stop trying to make jokes, buddy. I'm just kidding. I really enjoyed this interview. Thank you for joining us. Good luck at EWC. Have a good one, man.
You there, off in the distance, waiting for your moment. Come back. Look at the stream, because we are getting ready for our final game of the night. It's Falcons versus Na'Vi. We made you wait for it, but don't worry, we saved the very best for last. Or at least we're hoping so. Out of all the matches so far, it has been nothing but 2-0s in our Elimination Gauntlet. But if there was ever a series to break that trend, it's this one. Right, BSJ and Jenkins?
Totally.
I
thought you were talking to me when you said, hey, you far away, because I'm on the far end of you.
Wake up.
Great to be here, by the way. Good to see you. It's great to be on the B stream for once. Of course, completely equal. In fact, today,
the best stream is
better.
What the B stands
B
for.
for best, because we have the best series on our stream.
This was the match of the day.
This is definitely the match of the day. I think these two teams are highly competitive with each other. Na'Vi, they are probably the most exciting up-and-coming team that we've seen this year. Every team that's not like the big, let's say big six, and then maybe there's like 6 teams after that that are like
the well-established ones.
Yeah, the well-established ones. Like these are the new guys.
Yep.
And they're coming in hot.
I feel like I must take over the reins for Fear, because on the last panel I was very hopeful for the previous series.
Yeah.
And Fear was the one that's like, no, Brian, that's not how it's gonna go. It's gonna be a stompy 2-0. They're not gonna flex the Nature's Prophet pick. They're just gonna do exactly what you expect. And Team Yandex is gonna.
But that's how he is. If it's Tundra versus.
But this is my job now. Fear,
Okay.
You've got the overzealousness, and I respect that.
You need a good balance.
I'm the devil's advocate right now, and Na'Vi. So we're looking at Falcons right now.
Yep.
They looked convincing yesterday. Not honestly that it really matters that much, because Virtus.pro was their opponent, and they didn't win a single game this event. But I still think of Falcons as one of the top 6, at least top 8 teams here, and a formidable opponent that Na'Vi so far has been struggling against the likes of. And so Na'Vi went 3-3 in the group stage.
Correct.
And 2 of their 3 wins they were down by like 5 to 10k gold at 20 minutes in. And for lack of more eloquent description, the other team threw it pretty hard.
Okay.
Like they just kind of handed them the win. Now, Na'Vi, they did make them work for it. Like they did put the other opponent to the test, but this is something that I just don't think will work against better teams. So I'm wondering what their plan is to get out of the laning phase against a team like Team Falcons, because they are effectively 1-5 in the laning phase this event. Like the 3 games they lost were pretty convincing losses, and out of the 3 games they won, 2 lane losses. So Falcons, I don't think they're going to give that to you if you lose the lanes, and I also think they're quite a formidable laning team. So that's my concern going into this, and that's why I believe there's potential for the 2-0 stomp from Falcons. But I think if Na'Vi gets past that point, we could be in for a barn burner.
I'll say that Na'Vi aren't completely unfamiliar to this, though, because as we heard from ATF in his interview at the end of the VP series yesterday, he has history with Na'Vi, because Na'Vi, at least specifically back then, Na'Vi Junior during PGL Wallachia Season 4, eliminated Falcons. It was day 5 of the Swiss, so they had gone through the entire Swiss bracket, met on the final day of the groups, and Na'Vi Junior eliminated them, I believe, in a 2-0. And so ATF remembered that and was well familiar that Na'Vi is no slouch whenever it comes to this matchup specifically.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely the underdogs coming into this series, but you can't sleep on these kids. I mean, they're extremely good individually. They have very high MMR across the board. They are able to adapt very quickly within a series, within a day, and learn to beat teams that were like stomping them in the previous series. And I think ever since they got Zayats as that veteran elder figure to kind of teach them the way of like, okay, I know you guys are very high skill. Let's not dive the tier 2s at 6-7 minutes into the game, like let's dial it back. Let's play it as a team. Since they got him, he's been the one that, if Zayats has a good game, like, consistently, you see all the plays happening around him. Like every smoke is around him, and the rest of the team, they're just absolutely like demolishing the team fights. Super high skill. So everything to me falls on Zayats here.
And that was his intention with this team specifically. It was during his TI qualification interview that he cited the fact that he was on the primary Na'Vi squad, and he requested, I don't know if I should phrase it as a demotion, but he was like, I want to be on the junior squad because I want to be able to shape a team how I see. I want to take that leadership position. So it wasn't like he was like, well, I don't know what team will take me. He very intentionally was like, give me 4 young players and I will make them champions.
I think that's a balance that you need to have on every team nowadays, is that you almost need to have that fear and boldness, or that lack of fear and boldness that these younger players have. Like, they're not jaded by the devastating losses that they've experienced in their past pro careers, but then you also need to have the experienced veteran who says, okay, I've been here before, where helps you navigate through the problems. And it's all about that process, that rinse and repeat. You're going through these very stressful tournaments, and having that, even just one voice, level mind in your team that kind of serves as that rock, I think is absolutely essential. And I think that's kind of the balance a lot of the teams are going for, is either one or two of those types of players.
That's why I was having higher expectations for Yandex, because Yandex also has that
solo,
mix with solo as the guiding force. It's just that they had less time for this entire roster to galvanize.
Yeah, Navi's had like a few major tournaments, right? We've seen them at some Wallachiyas, Dream Leagues here or there, like online tournaments.
They
where
had qualified for Rally, but weren't able to go.
Yes.
And so this is a team that has had capabilities of being at the top tier for a while. It's just now we're finally getting a chance to see it.
Yeah, you know, the funny thing is that the exact narrative that we're saying about Na'Vi, like older players, shaping the extremely high skill with like fresh ideas, young blood, that was Falcons like
a year and a half ago.
So there's a lot of mirroring between these teams in terms of their storylines.
Yeah, that's absolutely a good point. I would just like to highlight for the people at home, the reason why we're obviously talking about Na'Vi far more than Falcons is because Falcons, like, we kind of know what to expect from them. They had a convincing showing yesterday. They brought the pace. They brought their typical, like, 2-strength, run-around kind of guys on Amar as well as Malrine. They did the Timber Saw with the offlane with a Primal Beast mid in game 2. And then they did a Monkey King plus a Bristleback in game 1. So very much just high tempo, low cooldown, run at you strategy, and then farm the map and accrue this insurmountable lead. I believe Fear did like an Aegis power play review where they had an Aegis and they didn't literally hit a tower with any hero on their team. They killed like 12 people during that time, and that was the entire purpose, was to just run at people. And
that's
so,
a Falcons classic.
Yeah, and I will say Na'Vi, looking at that, taking that into consideration.
Yeah,
Nico's done a little bit of what I would call overcooking, where he picked Arc Warden yesterday or 2 days ago.
Oh, yeah.
Where he had to carry Gyrocopter. You know, we consulted Fear, the TI winning Gyrocopter player, and said like, and Fear commented that I don't think that Gyro has any other way to play the game than be a hard carry. He's like a Ag, Satanic Butterfly kind of character, and we saw Got the Juice effectively having to involve himself in a lot more mid-game team fights. And one thing I've noticed about Got the Juice is that he sometimes exhibits a bit of impatience. I'm expressing a lot of skepticism about Na'Vi because these are the things I believe that they need to overcome today. And so he shows up to fights like 500 gold off BKB, for instance, on a Sven. He had his Ags on Gyrocopter sniped on Courier and then chose to take a fight before that got delivered. And these are like nail-biter fights, you know, that decide the game. So what I'm looking for is the Na'Vi's clean execution of timings, because if you mess this up even slightly, Falcons will annihilate you for that kind of mistake. And Nature's Prophet, we already saw it in the series on this stream beforehand, that if you fall behind to this hero, there is absolutely no space on the map that you're safe, but I do like the Monkey King response. What are you thinking so far, Jenkins?
I like Monkey King in general right now. Like, I find that it's very hard to find mid matchups that beat Monkey. People are playing it as a carry when they have, you know, decent scaling in the other cores, and actually does not look too bad as a carry if you have other heroes to like play around, you know, jump around the map. But in terms of like economically speaking, there are very few heroes in Dota that are more annoying at just showing up in a lane and you can no longer farm there because he's got guaranteed kill threat, or he's not showing on the map, and because he could be in the trees somewhere, there's that kill threat and you have to have your carry go jungle, things like that. That's how Liquid plays it. This is how I watched Quinn play Monkey mid, and it was constant moving around the map. Even if he wasn't getting kills, he was just positioning his hero in the most annoying place possible. So I'm excited to see teams finally coming back to the first phase Monkey King, because I do think it's really good.
I've seen an interesting dynamic just from the series earlier today, plus this one, is in the first series, Gaiman first picked Nature's Prophet and then had banned a Monkey King already and kind of just owned the game with Nature's. In the second game, Team Yandex took Nature's Prophet first, and they took Monkey King in response for Quinn and proceeded to just run over them, right? So what I saw in the previous series was it seemed like Gaiman had a much better idea and understanding of how Nature's Prophet functions. But now in this case, we see the same matchup, the Nature's Prophet versus Monkey King, but technically the roles are reversed where the favorable team is now on the Nature's Prophet. So I'm now going to get, for me, a much more decisive impression of this matchup and how it plays out, and I'm curious what Falcons is going to do. Are they going to rotate the Nature's Prophet to support? Are they going to enable it somehow to withstand this early rotations you were mentioning from the Monkey King, because Nature's Prophet hates that, doesn't really jungle very fast until Maelstrom.
Yeah.
That's what I'm keeping an eye out here.
I think there's also a chance that in terms of like a core-to-core matchup, it's just one of those skill matchups, because I know people say that about Monkey versus Storm now, where like in the past when Jingu could heal you fully from the creeps, and of course there were like other nerfs to Monkey since then. Like Monkey would destroy Storm mid. It was a counter, and now that's like a skill matchup, and you'll see teams picking in both directions, like Storm versus Monkey, Monkey versus Storm. There's potential for that. But yeah, I mean, we'll get something decisive here, which is nice to get that data.
Yeah, I think of Monkey King as like a fly hero. Like, you're kind of swatting him away. Like, you have to say, stop hitting me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to bully him into no longer running at you anymore. And because of the Jingu nerfs, that is technically possible in some of these skill matchups that you're talking about. But these best Monkey King players that I've seen is they just make it work somehow.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how they do it, but they do.
And I think Tusk generally is a good hero to pick out of the phase, just because it blocks so much. Like it blocks any channels, anything you need to save from. You can like snowball people out of the Wukong's command, and then you've Tusk Nature's Prophet. Very solid lane.
One thing to consider about the Tusk matchup also is that this wasn't really a factor when Monkey King had his facet that made his Wukongs linger for 3 seconds after he gets knocked out of it. But now, mid to late game, you have a response to Monkey King, even with like the level 25 talent. You can kick him out.
Yeah.
Right? So it's just something to consider that I believe these type of lane synergies that also give you late game answers to heroes are just, you're like triple dipping in the draft, right? So Tusk Natures, you have not only the lane synergy, you have the low cooldown, aggressive 4 that's going to hunt the kills, that sets up for the Prophet to TP in. You have the save later on for heroes like Disruptor. I wouldn't be surprised if whoever ends up playing Tusk goes like Blink BKB. That's oftentimes what I'm seeing, because that's an answer to the Disruptor ags. Oddly enough, I think whoever ends up playing the Tusk, they need to give him some farm distribution as allocation, as long as the game is not like so stompy it's just over, because he could be the sole answer to literally everything that Navi's offering in regards to the Ags Disruptor and the late game of the Monkey King. But this Timbersaw pick, what do you think about that? Because I know it's decent in lane versus Natures, but they also haven't revealed where this Natures is going. You're the offlane player here, Jenkins.
I honestly think like you could flip the teams, and I would think this is a Falcons draft for Navi.
That's true. That's true.
Like I genuinely think there's a lot of just because there's 3 picks in the second phase now, you have these like matchups where you're picking things purely to block other stuff in terms of like the hero you picked counters stuff that they like, or you straight up steal it. So it's like a ban, and it's like, oh, well, also we have players that can play these heroes. And that's how I see the Timber and the Disruptor. And Falcons also, they played Timber into Nature's Prophet as like a counter. I mean, you can leave it in lane. That's a really nice thing. Like whatever 4 you pick with some off-lane Timber, you can leave it in lane, and that 4 can roam to the other lanes, whether that's mid or the safe lane. Or if you run Timber mid, there are a lot of heroes that Timber blocks from being picked on the mid lane. I don't think Primal is one of them. I actually think Primal is totally fine playing against Timber, which is why they pick it. So much magic damage.
Well, it's not just that, but Primal's the literal best creep cutting hero in the game in the mid lane. Like, you just get level 3 and level 2 trample kills a wave, so you can drag it to to jungle camps and stuff. Primal has no problem playing any of these matchups. I guess my consideration about this Primal is that they did pick it last overall yesterday for Falcons, and then we did see, I believe it was Yandex or some other team.
Ooh, that's nice.
That utilized Primal offlane. I don't think this is a flex for Falcons. Like, I don't think Amar ever plays this hero, so I'd be excited to see if they do flex it. But I also think it is a less potent pick because of the fact that it's almost certainly for Malrine, and I guess there's just a bit of telegraphedness to this Team Falcons draft, and I'm curious to see if Navi can find a way to exploit it.
Especially if he doesn't know his mid lane matchup. Timber can go mid, Monkey can go mid, or they can pick a third mid laner.
Yeah, literally could be anybody.
It is hard, like Brian was saying, against Malrine, especially on Primal, though, because when Malrine came into the scene standing in for, I think it was Shopify for Dream League, like ages ago.
Yeah, I remember that. It was Tundra, I think.
Tundra, yeah, Tundra. He cut the mid wave on Primal every single game. Like, he invented the tech of dragging mid waves to camps and
stepping all over them.
Yeah, it's like I don't
Stomping.
know if you can just Monkey King that and like beat that in lane. Like, I think that's maybe for the first few levels, sure. Maybe with rotations, sure. Maybe you need to put Disruptor there, but still, like, he should get enough attention that it's like worth it for him to just go mid and do that.
Yeah, the cool part about Primal and potentially why they think it's so valuable is he's one of the few mid laners that can rotate as early as level 5, because your trample's about a 30-second cooldown, so, and you need the spell in order to farm, but you also need the spell in order to kill people.
Yeah.
And what he can do is just cut creeps, like between tier 1 and tier 2, and effectively walk to the top lane or the bottom lane. He offers the same threat that a Monkey King does, but he offers that rapid wave clear where he's hardly showing on the map ever.
Yeah.
So what I'm wondering, actually, now that I think about this out loud, is do they think it's such a good pick versus Monkey King mid because it does that same thing, but technically better? Like, it's going to kill the creep wave faster and leave. And so I think it's going to boil down to, first off, like you said, Neil, where are these heroes even going? Abaddon's also technically a flex between like carry 5 and off lane. These early game rotations are going to say so much because, like I said, I was concerned about Na'Vi coming into this series based on Falcons, how they played yesterday, the way Na'Vi's been losing in the games that they did lose, even in the games they won, what the game looked like at 20 minutes. This is very high tempo.
Yeah.
This Primal is going to have to play a little bit more honest against a Disruptor, though. You're not going to be able to just walk away from as many waves when you have to worry about glimpse.
This is why I think we can say that there's going to be a lot of action around the mid laner, whether it's like Malrine dying or people on Falcons like TPing in and helping him, or Malrine is like clearing jungle camps, going to the bounty room, then making a rotation off of that. Like, either way, from the looks of things, like, everything is going to be on Malrine for the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I would like to emphasize that I agree with that, but it's not in the mid lane.
It's
on
everywhere
all of the
else.
side. Yeah, it's everywhere
and in the
else.
jungle, and in the jungle as
yes.
well.
Near all the Watchers.
Yeah.
Yes, all those. This might be the most value Watcher game in history. Okay, so I'm not actually a huge fan of this Willow pick because Primal's an amazing hero for killing Willow. You effectively buy a BKB later, your 15 talent dispels all of Willow's stuff, and then you have all your damage is just ground targeted. Like, you can just trample her and kill her almost full to 0. So I'm a bit wondering why this is their last pick. Do you guys have anything that screams to you Willow game?
There's a lot of cancel, at least. I know that if Primal starts stepping on her, then she's screwed, but Terrorize, Curse Crowned, you've got the Aphotic Shield to take off the Pulverize. I don't know how much this Primal is going to be able to walk around freely. And he will be walking around in the mid lane, as it looks like ATF will be taking a Razor to the off lane.
I'm just calling this right now that this entire, like, I love the fact that Falcons just kind of embraced their classic, what made them so successful last year. I do think this is a quite nice Razor game, and my eyes are 100% on the bottom lane because I believe Malrine is just going to cut creeps. Niku's going to be responsible for dominating the mid lane, but then responding to Malrine's rotations because they're both going to get farm. And I think he's going to prioritize Amar's lane because if you can go before Abaddon gets 6, he could probably die 2 or 3 times and get completely booted out of lane. And that might just very well decide the entire pace of the game. And I think playing away from Skeeter is ideal because, of course, he's a Nature's Prophet.
He can TP, yeah, and be self-sustaining in a lane. I mean, I'm just excited to see a game that's like entirely dictated by lanes. This is actually quite rare. There's always like these options in the mid game. There's like, oh, they have some Darks here or a timing team fight. Nah, this is Falcons playing their completely classic strat. There's not a single hero here that's going to build auras. And then on the other side, who's building auras? I mean,
there's no auras.
There's no auras this game. Like, we get in like an honest game of a classic like pub Dota. This is legitimately going to be like a pub.
There's like no cooldowns in this game. You have like Disruptor ulti and like Wukong, sure, but it's not even like Monkey King has to fight around that. Like the mid game is going to be should be such high tempo.
It's going to be carnage.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit surprised that for as early as the Timbersaw was picked up against Falcons of all teams, they didn't really put too much emphasis on dealing with it. There's not that many disables for the Timbersaw, and I don't know, overall, I would have thought that for such an early pick, it would have gotten abused more.
I think they have a lot of soft answers. Like, Nature's Prophet builds into like pseudo magic build, Mjolnir, like Crit is going to be doing magic damage with his ult, Primal Beast does a lot of magic damage scaling with Trample, Razor has minus armor for Timber as well. Like, there are answers, because I think you can sometimes hard commit to countering a hero. Like,
Yeah.
you know, you pick Ancient Apparition or something, and then you have an AA. You just don't want to play that on the patch.
Brian, which one you feeling? You said that it's going to be lane dominance, and if yesterday is any indication, Falcons has lanes on lock.
I just have this gut feeling that Malreen's going to put on a clinic on this Primal Beast. I know they have Glimpse, but early levels, that's just not very impactful, and I do think he's going to absolutely trample the map.
I see what you did there. Well, let's see if it happens. Let's get into game number 1 of Na'Vi versus Falcons with MLP and John.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Game number 1 of a best of 3, Jonathan. We do have Falcons, we've got Na'Vi. One of these teams has to leave Riyadh today. What are you thinking, sir? You heard the panel. What is your opinion?
You know, I kind of agree with him. I think this Falcons draft, going back to the classics, focusing in on lanes is going to be a challenge for the side of Na'Vi. As we've seen from Na'Vi, sometimes that early game can be a bit rough. They go back, they recover, they build farm. Falcons with this kind of lineup is not going to give you that much space. They're not going to give you a lot of room to breed. The lane setups they have, this Razor last pick for Amar into an Abaddon, it's going to be an atrocious time for Got the Juice. And I think that's what you have to be cautious about here on Na'Vi. You have to stem the bleeding in the lanes. You have to find a solution for how active this Primal Beast and this Nature's Prophet will be. Because once they get that ball rolling, the recovery process for, say, a hero like Abaddon after a slower game isn't the most straightforward when you have so much presence here out from the side of Falcons. Maybe you can kind of rely on PMA and Niku. It feels like this is the two connections you're looking for. Like a good start on your Timbersaw. Kaya timing can be quite nice. Get some durability up, you can get some things going.
Well, Bounty Runes doesn't look like there's going to be any kind of fighting to break out. Should be a 2-for-2 trade. There is one left at the top side, but they will be able to secure for the side of Na'Vi. Gotta say as well for Falcons draft, like, it really does feel like they got all their comfort picks, didn't it? You know, just it feels like all the picks they've made very comfortable for these heroes. As top lane, Skitter could get caught by Irides and Zayat. They're trying to be a little bit cheeky. Glimpse is going to be leveled up, drag him all the way back. Zayat, what's he skilled up? Sprout will come out, blocking the way for Skitter. That's not going to help his cause at all. Zayat still holding out, will eventually go for the Brambles, but a nice juke away from Skitter, but the Blood Grenade is going to land. And first blood drawn by Zayat on the Dark Willow. And I love that kind of play, John. Just the preemptiveness to know he's going to be coming from that area.
Yeah, and again, when you look at how they set up these lanes, when you look at the aggression that can come out, like say top lane with the NP plus Tusk, just finding that early opening does wonders for your early game here. We're already seeing some of those shenanigans on mid, though, coming out from Malreen, cutting through creep waves, forcing it all under tower here. Niku shouldn't have a problem in farming, but you lose that impact of the Monkey King matchup when you're not allowed to bully the Primal Beast because he's just not playing lane. You've got the early ward set up, you're constantly going for the pull, and this is where the challenge lies for Niku. Yes, you're going to farm, but you're not crushing that lane like a Monkey King normally would up against a melee matchup, and if Malreen just gets his farm build up and his EXP into that level 5 timing we heard the panel talk about, there are going to be issues here.
Yeah, you can see the warding as well from Falcons. Like, they've warded both the mid lane and the Radiant jungle, so there's no really cutting off Malreen from doing this. He'll have a heads up if they are making the rotation to try and stop this from happening. So heads up play from Falcons. Of course, Niku, he can try to intervene. He's going to try now with the Primal Spring to force Malreen away a little bit, but the problem is the creep wave is going to go into his tier 1 tower. And so he will have to return and address that. Might miss a creep. In fact, he doesn't. But Malreen still going to be able to get away with this just fine, and Niku, he can't really connect with the creep wave.
No, again, it's going to hurt not being able to bully out this Primal Beast, this timing into the level 5, into just some free EXP for a hero that in this matchup shouldn't really have much if you play it directly head on. It's going to be an interesting challenge for Niku. He's doing what he can, contesting when it's pulled behind a tier 1, trying to get some action going, but until you get maybe a support rotation out, let's say movement from your Disruptor, which, as you mentioned, is covered by the ward, it is going to be a consistent challenge here for Niku. Still curious to see how the other lanes are going. You are getting a lot of early pressure out from Amar already.
Yeah, Riddy's going to be big trouble. Glimpse already committed. Riddy's still trying to run, but Amar able to secure a kill for himself down to this bottom lane. And, well, this lane's certainly not going to be the simplest for Na'Vi. Not too much fun here against the Razor and the Muerta. Especially if you end up using that Glimpse a little bit too early. It's a pretty free path for ATF to just run in with the static link.
Yeah, there's not much you can do here for Got the Juice, right? Like, you've got a lot of ways of getting people into the firing line of Amar with crit, you know, just a dead shot out, a good slow with a calling. You don't have, your Aphotic Shield really isn't going to do much for you here outside of just the durability coming in for Got the Juice. And this is where the beauty of that last pick Razor really comes in. Again, the lane matchup's great. The game itself for the Razor is pretty clear-cut. You have a lot of heroes you can just kind of sap away. And for the side of Na'Vi, I mean, I don't know what you expect if Got the Juice has a slow game, right? Like, we've been seeing a lot of standardization on the Abaddon, going back for Radiance, especially on carry. This timing doesn't feel like it's going to be all too good to kind of hit that Radiance timing this kind of game.
No, certainly not. It's going to be a rough time, that's for sure. How's that top lane? Zayats and PMA against Skitter and Snaking. It shouldn't be too awkward here for PMA and Zayats. In fact, I dare say Skitter's the one that probably has to be quite careful. Snaking as well does not want to get too close. Skitter, though, probably just going to stand back, relax, you know, hit some creeps, do some Nature's Prophet things. No need to get involved, as Crit has made the call that he can't buy items.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, hopefully sorted out for Amar there with a quick little reconnect. We'll see, hopefully.
Or they could just play the game without items.
Yeah, could be one way.
That's all right.
What are we, going back to, like, Dota 1?
Oh, it's that. I mean, we had items back then,
I
John.
mean, you know, but you'd run into lane with the dumbest items.
True.
Right? Like, everyone had Sanjin Yasha or Vanguard or the all Perseverance build.
Don't remind me, John. Don't do that.
Those were the golden days.
Don't remind me of double Vanguard axe. Don't do that to me, John.
Good old days. Still, I think the one thing I'd like to see from Falcons up top is when we will see that commitment out from Skitter to maybe get some early movement out. This is one specialty on the Nature's Prophet, right? Like, with the teleportation up, we've seen some teams just swing down bot, keep that bullying going. It doesn't feel like you really need to do that just yet on Skitter. So you are happy enough to just sit and farm, maybe look for an opportunity. You do have the drinking buddies up here for Snaking as well. He has been leaning into this one much more often than the tag team that we've seen other players pick up, especially in the road to the Esports World Cup. I'm keen of seeing if that will give them enough spacing to kind of juke and jive here later on. Otherwise, a pretty quiet start. You are finding that farm you'd want on PMA. And we were talking about this Timbersaw being one of the keys for Na'Vi to hit their own tempo. You are kind of lined up pretty decently for, you know, what should be within expectations for, say, a Kaya timing and start to get that damage output up. It just feels like Falcons are still getting too much on mid. Again, you're still getting all of these pulls on Malady. We haven't seen any commitment out from the side of Na'Vi to try to punish. So it's just free farm and free XP. Yet, yeah, you're getting that same thing going for Nikico. But we'll have to see if his rotations come in earlier. I mean, he's got the levels for it if you'd want. Level 5 already up. Could try to sit and wait until 6, but Wukong's isn't too important for the Monkey King to make a move across the map.
Oh, Nikico. They'll just continue the farm game. Pretty much the best he can do right now. Not seeing any openings in the side lanes at all. When things are going relatively well, even for Na'Vi, though. Like, the safe lane, yes, it's a little bit slower for Got the Juice, but PMA's having a very free game on the Timbersaw. And, well, Nikico, while he isn't able to stop Malady at all, he's still keeping on parity, which isn't exactly what you want, but, you know, it's better than being behind, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's silver linings coming out. It's just going to come down to, again, there's going to be an explosive moment, maybe by the first power rune, perhaps, in a minute, although, again, maybe not the most important here for both sides. Really building into what should be like this 8 to 10 minute mark when levels start to come in, when some small items start to form up, you start to get some openings to play with this early power spike. That's when I'd honestly like to see a little bit more out from Na'Vi, right? Like, especially with his Monkey King of Nikico.
Yeah, Nikico get jumped a little bit there with the onslaught of Malady. We'll look to try and turn out the onslaught is down, but Malady plenty fast enough to be able to walk away from Nikico. Has the phase boots up, so just won't really mind at all. And it looks like Malady's probably going to be the first to start making rotations in the Primal Beast, especially around this 6-minute power rune mark. Take the power rune if you can, go for a rotation down bottom perhaps. Crit's already around to ensure they can guarantee the power rune for themselves. Unless it spawns top, of course. You are bringing Snaking in as well, so they are putting a lot of priority on these power runes, Falcons. Riddies will show up down bottom. Power rune is going to spawn up top, and Nikico gets it anyway. So Nikico manages to pick it up. They're going to make a chase on the Snaking to try and punish for this rotation. Snaking going to try and buy a bit of time, but there's no help coming for him. He's going to find his own way out. He'll get a nice shards off, but it's not going to make the difference. Snaking certainly going to go down. Nikico very happy with that pickup. Glimpse back, Crit. Got the Juice will come in. Crit forced TP away. Quick thinking from Crit, no real danger.
Yeah, but this is the kind of movement you're looking for. Again, launching point in the power rune, a little bit of activity coming out from Nikico. I think overall you're not too upset in Falcons. You had a massive stack that just kind of freely clear here for Malady and his triangle. He manages to get his level 6. He's got the threat of Pulverize up, so long as certain spells are committed first. A bit of a chase up top now with that spike.
Can you kill PMA? We'll see. They're going to give it a crack. PMA will get pulverized. Riddy's going to show up, though, with the glimpse and Malrine. Well, he can't do it himself, that's for sure. So the rotation from Malrine, first one of the game, not really amounting to anything. And I think PMA, arguably the hardest target to try and go for right now.
That he is. You need a lot of that magic damage to really come in. And you do have a decent chunk here if you can get a full trample going on Malrine, but up against that mobility in the Timbersaw, it can be a daunting task for the Primal Beast to kind of get that done by himself. At least until maybe you get some connections out from Crit. A good dead shot, of course, or Calling can fix that up, but didn't find the opportunity to make that move up top. They are still camping the area. Pulverize isn't the longest cooldown here.
I mean, I don't think they can kill him. PMA, I'm pretty sure, will just be perfectly fine. He's got Riddies there anyway. They're going to try with the Pulverize, but it does nothing. PMA more than happy to just tank that and just go back to farming. They'll need at least a +1 if they want to try for PMA. We'll see what Malrine does do. Looks like he might go through the Twin Gates and try bottom instead. Certainly feels like the more advised idea has got the juice. Already looking to retreat. So it looks like they've read the movement quite well here, Na'Vi. Malrine, best he can do now, just try to secure the bottom tier 1 tower. No siege creep available, sadly, John, so it's going to be a bit of a slower process here for Malrine. Meanwhile, mid, though, Niku, he's got an amp damage rune, and, well, even without the siege creep, he's going to make quick work of it if they don't do something about it.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a lot of free space for Niku as well. Like, while all of that movement from Malrine came out, it's been free pickings for Niku, no threat of pulse, getting that steady build-up. Has good wards as well to watch if anyone rotates onto the mid. Nice cheeky attempt out from Crit, doesn't quite find the deny.
Ooh.
You get yourself that nice build-up now.
That's a nice-looking tango, isn't it, John? That was a nice-looking tango.
An amp damage tango. That should be a real item.
That should be an idea?
Yeah, wouldn't that be pretty cool?
We've got the assets for it, John.
Yeah, what if you could tango the power root?
No, think about it. Tango with amp, you get +5 damage. +2 damage. +2 damage.
+2 damage.
It's genius.
You combine it with like a branch?
No.
Okay.
It costs a little. It costs 65 gold.
Okay.
Well, whatever.
For one charge. Isn't that just like Fairy Fire with more steps?
We'll talk about it later, John. We'll talk about it later. Anyway, top lane. Tier 1 tower. You always shut me down, John. I always have these genius ideas, and you always go,
that one's cool.
Isn't it the same as this?
Yeah,
no, it's not, John.
Somewhat.
It's not the
I
same
do like the model.
You get 3 charges, John. It's genius.
Okay. Isn't that just like the old neutral, greater Fairy Fire?
Shut up, John. Just shut up.
That was a neutral. They're clearing out some stacks here, also clearing some neutrals on the side of Na'Vi, getting that build-up you'd want on PMA. And the Kaya timing on our Timbersaw is lining up nicely. In fact, that farm distribution for Na'Vi just looking a little bit sharper overall. You've sacrificed Got the Juice's build-up, but you've got that momentum in from PMA and Niku, who are matching Amar, who's had a very free lane. So that is some good news here for Na'Vi. That early tempo from Falcons, you're not getting that much rotations out from Skitter. He's going to be farming until the Maelstrom. And so you have that room to make some plays on Na'Vi. They're not fully committing for too much. A little bit of a smoke from Falcons. Unsure if that was fully spotted by the ward, though.
I think it might have been. They did pick up a shield rune from Malrine as well. That was definitely spotted. They might just stick around for these stacks. Niku is going to break the smoke, but immediately jumps away. But I don't think Na'Vi let this go. I think they're going to intervene here and go for a fight. They know the stacks have been scouted. They've got the numbers to try and fight this one out. I mean, mind you, Malrine with the shield rune could prove to be a little bit too tanky. They are going to try to take the Ancients. Pings are coming. They know it's happening. But Na'Vi, they will indeed not try. They will let this go. Falcons, they'll basically rob the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, they steal away the massive Ancient stacks that Na'Vi was not in position to really take themselves early on. At least just a large camp going their way, so you don't lose as much. But this passive style now for Na'Vi is feeding into what you'd want on Falcons. And you've got all the room in the world for Skitter to get that form. Yes, you can kind of play early on the Primal Beast, but you're getting these items still up here for Malrine. A Blink coming out, likely a BKB afterwards, just to ensure you're not going to get interrupted when you pulverize away. And Amar on that Razor, again, it's just camping bot. There's no threat, there's no rotation. You are farming well enough on Na'Vi, but your big weak point is that Abaddon. Like, in comparison, playing catch-up in Abba just does not feel good. The Radiance timing for Got the Juice isn't going to be particularly impressive. They'll try to catch mid.
They won't land the Brambles. So Snaking going to be perfectly fine to walk out of there. They've already found the mid-tier 1. Meanwhile, Got the Juice is being chased down, is forced to pop the borrowed time to survive. Will be able to make it out. ATF, though, still completely free-farming that bottom lane. Meanwhile, mid, Crit and Malrine gonna show up to see if they can hunt Niku, and in fact, they'll jump in. Nice glimpse away. Niku's still alive. Will pop the Wukong's command. They are still trying here with Crit. Crit, he's gonna pop the Pierce the Veil. It's not good enough yet, though. Niku, he'll bounce his way out of Skitter. He's gonna move in. Here comes ATF. They'll find Riddies. They will not find Niku or Zayats. They both make it out of it.
It's a nice little dodge coming out from Niku, on point with using that changing of the guard facet quite nicely there. It does waste a couple of spells. He did have to drop Static Storm. Okay. The new facet, all right. Hopefully it fixes again with a reconnect.
I didn't enjoy this.
Oh, ATF. Bag abuse.
Bag abuse. Of course.
In another life, ATF would have been a stand-up comedian, honestly.
I mean, I suppose.
Why? What do you got to say about that, John?
I mean...
Go on, critique him. What's the problem now?
No, I mean, Amar's a funny guy. I just don't know if he always means to be funny.
Oh.
You know?
Oh.
Right? Like, he would make some good bits, but he's the kind of comedian who's just like, yeah, that's not really a bit. I'm serious. You know, he's like, yeah.
Well, I think you're a dumb guy, John, but I don't know if you always mean to be dumb.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair enough.
I don't mean it, John. I don't think you're actually dumb. You're a smart guy. Don't worry, John. Don't give me those puppy dog eyes.
What puppy dog eyes? I'm not even looking at you. I'm looking at the game, Mike. We got the unpause going. Got some action on the map. I say action, we're at 2-2. You know.
That's all right, John. That's all right. 13 minutes in, 2-2. Action-packed Dota 2 here right at the EWC.
Could be worse, I guess. You could be watching maybe some Southeast Asian Dota.
Hey, don't say that.
Not happening any longer. This reminds me a lot of some Southeast Asian Dota, doesn't it, though? Just very patient, get some farm going.
I mean, you can appreciate it. You know,
Yeah.
there's a lot on the line.
Look, the panel sold me on high action Dota because there's a lot of aggression. I'm not. It's not yet there. It's coming.
You know you can't trust the panel, John.
No, but but it's Tsunami, it's BSJ. How can you not trust them?
Zayats in trouble. We'll get the Terrorize away. Malrine probably not going to try and dive through that tier 2. We'll just leave it. So Zayats another way out.
Yeah, just dodging death. Does have to throw out the Terrorize, a little bit of a cooldown to play with, but it just doesn't feel like either side can capitalize. I will say in terms of the macro game, again, you look at where Falcons is playing, they're right across the river, they're denying farm away from Na'Vi. Even though it's a very static game, this is taking space away from Na'Vi to feel too comfy in their bot jungle. They haven't been able to cross into the top jungle as effectively either, so it's map space that you're not really equalizing on for Na'Vi. And for Falcons, this is just going to build into a more noticeable lead later on, especially as, again, perhaps at this point just wait for the 20-minute mark, wait for these timings. The catch-up game for Got the Juice is still very, very rough on the Abaddon. Still lacking 1.5k gold for that full Radiance. And for the Abaddon, until you hit Radiance, you're not really recovering. So you're just kind of stuck with an Abaddon that just needs a lot of room. You've got some ways to play, but you'd want some BKBs up as well, Na'Vi. You run the risk of running into Falcon's own BKB timings. And when it comes down to BKB timings on either side, Falcons has more ways to deal with that debuff immunity. They've got the punch to stop teleportations away. You've got a Razor who doesn't care. You've got Pulverize that doesn't care for debuff immunity. So if it is a weight on multiple BKBs here, that plays right into what Falcons would probably want anyway. Maybe the smoke starts to pan out and you start to get some room out here for Na'Vi.
Let's find out, Jonathan. Na'Vi, 3-man smoke. The run through the mid lane, up the river towards top. PMA is already there, ready to go. Na'Vi, I mean, they've already found the top of mid-tier 1 tower. Like, they've been finding objectives, is the thing. I don't think Na'Vi in particular want to play slow, but it's like, what else are you meant to do at this point? If nothing's happening, it's like, do we just go make errors?
Yeah.
You know? That's kind of what it feels like right now for Na'Vi.
Yeah, all they can do if there are no opportunities presented is just play your farm game. You know, you're making these smoke moves across. You do manage to set some good forward vision up top. Maybe now you can just invade that top jungle, as Falcons is doing on the bot, and trade that farm space away. Slight lead coming out from Falcons in this interim period now, just 2k up, so we're at 2-2, 2k, 16 minutes in. Very nice so far. You are reaching some big points here again for Falcons. It's a BKB on Malreen's forming up. The full Maelstrom is coming soon for Skitter. And for Amar, it's another BKB as well. And again, it just feels like for Na'Vi, if you wait for these BKBs, you start to lose damage. Right now, all of your damage is pretty much on PMA. Maybe Niku can start to do some work. You don't have anything to really speak of on Got the Juice just yet. And again, you don't have a way of dealing with that debuff immunity here for the side of Na'Vi. So it is concerning that Falcons are dodging out so well, because once you hit those BKBs, how do you stop Pulverize? How do you stop Amar from just running you down? I don't see the answers.
Yeah, I mean, the BKB is certainly going to be very scary. And you look at the third, rather the second, third, and fourth net worth on the graph, it's all Falcons. PMA is the only guy for his team at the top right now, and it looks like ATF's about to take over anyway. Sure, things will escalate once the Radiance is up, right? Maybe that's what it is. Still got the juice. He just needs more farm. Fair enough. He'll have his Radiance coming rather soon, but it does feel like Falcons are going to be more than ready soon to start smoking up his unit and forcing these fights. Yep. Na'Vi, we'll see how they counterfight, but certainly the net worth advantage not looking too pretty in their favor.
No. I mean, again, at least you're #1 on PMA. It's just that the BKBs kind of ruin you here in the Timbersaw. You could still find a backline. That could be the way to go here for the side of Na'Vi. Just look for these softer supports. Kind of try to just get him out of here. Try to remove the saves from snaking. And the game does simplify just a tad bit. I suppose there's always that team fight threat as well. If you can kind of get a static storm going, if you can find that timing before the BKBs. But again, there's just no opportunity. Falcons are playing so smart, so safe. The vision game has been pretty decent as well from Na'Vi. Like, it's not like they haven't been trying. Again, that top ward by the Tormentor is still standing. They've got some good sentries blocking off the vision game from Falcons as well. There is a ward down bot from Falcons, but they haven't been able to really catch anyone out down there either. And you do at least manage to finally get that Radiance going on Got the Juice. So now the actual recovery can happen. Sure. They spot the gate movement across the map here as well for Na'Vi with their ward. Maybe get some punishment.
Oh, they're going to find Snaking. Snaking not able to get through the twin gates in time. So PMA will look to take his life away, and certainly will. No problems there. 3-2 now. 3K advantage the way of Falcons, and Na'Vi finding kills. We've got one every 6 minutes for Na'Vis thus far.
Yeah.
This game's going about as slow as our careers did, John.
Yeah, I'd say a little bit quicker. Maybe a little bit quicker. You know, and you know, it's not ending yet. You know, it's not close to the end, Mikey.
I was going to say, I don't think it's that slow.
It's not that slow, and we have a ways to go. Unlike us, I suppose. You know, life is short, Mikey.
Yeah, these young men, they have plenty of promise.
That they do.
Yeah.
In comparison to whatever we're doing here. 3-2, 3K lead. Is there anything I forgot to talk about?
How's your day?
It's been pretty good. You know, it's been nice staying here in Riyadh. It's been a lovely time.
It has been a lovely time.
It has been very lovely. It's been a very different experience from the tropics, let me tell you. I'm not used to dry air. So it's amazing to me that one can stand outside and not actually feel sweat.
It's all about the shawarma, John.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it's all about.
We had some good ones.
It's next level. I'm never going to be able to eat one in Australia again. No. It's very disappointing, but yeah. My eyes have been open.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to miss the food. It's been amazing.
Moving back into the game, though, John. We're happy you enjoyed your Riyadh experience.
Yeah.
We'll see you next time.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Maybe not.
Na'Vi, looking for the 20-minute power room. It's going to be a region. No problem. Got the juice, will take that.
Yeah, not the one you'd want to find. Maybe you're hoping for an amp damage or haste, or even an illusion at this point, just a split push. Some initial BKBs coming up. Blink BKB up for Malreen. So Blink Pulverize ready to go. Even Amar standing by with his own BKB, and heck, even Skitter looking for his own BKB now. So triple BKBs are coming on. You've got the BKB up for PMA at the very least. So you can maybe put yourself in the front line here, but you're not going to do damage, is my concern for the side of Na'Vi. Tormentor is spawned up. You are tempted to go for it on Falcons, but they've got to clear these wards out, and they will.
Yeah, absolutely. There is Na'Vi coming in, though. They're not going to let this Tormentor go for free, but it might be a little bit awkward trying to get to this high ground area. They have grouped up, 3-man smoke behind Got the Juice, who's trying to bait Falcons into moving in for a fight, but they will not. They'll just continue to hold the high ground around the Tormentor. Snaking. Will break the smoke of Zayats. PMA though, he's just going to jump right in. Malrine already got the BKB off. It looks like Snaking could be in a spot of danger as PMA will just chase him down. Meanwhile, Zayats, he does go down to Malrine as PMA still trying to kill Snaking. Should eventually happen, and he does now, but can he survive? He cannot. They do pick off the Timber. Massive fight so far for Falcons. Got the juice to come in. They're onto ATF, but they're doing no damage. ATF, he's too darn big at the moment. He'll walk away with the BKB. They'll chase down Crit instead here with the Got the Juice, but Pierce the Veil has been popped. He is fine. Is now the Bedlam used. Still trying. Is the Willow, but it's not enough. As ATF will jump in, tank some of that Bedlam damage, and Zayat will indeed die back on the Dark Willow. Falcons, all that farming, very clearly paying off.
That it is. Again, it's this triple BKB timing. It's the fact that with the debuff immunity, you have a lot of ways of working around it on Falcons, and you're just not really set here on Got the Juice to do much. I mean, yes, he has the Radiance on Abaddon. You can't really expect too much from this hero at this point yet, until maybe the Manta, even the Blink. Chances are you'd actually want like a Basher or an Orchid up in this kind of game to provide some more control for your team. And this is the explosiveness we were expecting here from this game one. 4-6, yes, 7K lead is insane for Falcons to find off of just one fight after all that tension. And this is where the concern starts to kick in for Na'Vi. Do you have enough to carry through this game? Will your own BKB suffice? You're working into your own here for Niku. You're going to get into that point as well. You've got the Ags being queued up for PMA just to get some more durability and damage out. But again, you've pretty much free-farmed this entire game for Skitter. You've free-farmed this entire game for Amar. You're about to hit your next big items to come in. You've got the refresh being queued up by Malrine as well. So double BKB, double Pulverize is going to be a concern. I'd say one big timing you could maybe bank on here for Na'Vi is a Disruptor Ags. Like that Mute can kind of counteract all of these BKB saves. It's just, I don't know if you can expect that farm to come onto Redis anytime soon.
It just feels like he needs too much. He needs a 4-star, probably a Glimmer Cave. Like, comparatively, say, you look at Falcons, they waited till they had all that utility. You know, you had the BKBs up, you had the Rod of Atos up. Like, it's just so hard to kill anyone. Like, every time you jump Snaking, he snowballs. Every time you try to go for crit, he pops Pierce the Veil, you can do nothing.
No.
It just, the fights are taking too long for Na'Vi, and they just want to burst Falcons down ASAP. So I think at this point, Na'Vi, you got to sit back, secure your own BKBs. You know you're in for long fights. These are not going to be short, easy fights.
No, it's going to be quite the skirmish. And when it comes down to prolonged fights, it's hard to tell who actually wins out. I would say you'd have the edge on Falcons. Razor does tend to enjoy being in the middle of things here.
They're feeling it. They feel the momentum now. Falcons look into the mid lane. They'll see Got the Juice. Pulverize is out. ATF, he'll start with the Static Link immediately and Got the Juice, who's in big, big trouble. He'll try to move back in almost, but I think he needs to get out of there. And he will do so as now PMA will move in just in case. But borrowed time down. They're not going to want to fight as Malrine jumping in, trying for more. Will find Zayat. Takes down Redis to boot. The Falcons, they are playing this game very, very clean. ATF looking for more. Won't find anything else. But just the patience to retreat. We'll wait for the right targets. Oh, look, there's two supports. Let's just jump back in. It's just very clean gameplay.
Very clean, very calculated out from Falcons. Again, you're looking at the issues here for the side of Na'Vi. That initial jump in, and that entire movement didn't even have a BKB pop here from Malrine. He gets glimpsed, no problem. You got the Pulverize he wanted. You have room for Amar to just do what he wants. Roche available now as well. And there's just no way you can contest right now in Na'Vi. All you can hope for is to just sit back, farm, hope for the best. Maybe an opening appears. Maybe you get this BKB up on Niku, and it starts to help your cause, but it's getting harder and harder to see that angle that they have to take. For Na'Vi, the ideal has to be pickoffs. If you want to find something in the next 5 to 10 minutes, it has to be single target pickoffs. It feels like when it comes down to team fights, you're not going to have too good of a time. You could try to maximize this monkey kicking pick from Niku, try to set some aggressive wards forward, maybe try to snipe out Skitter if possible. Just get some information out. I mean, they're spawning Malrine. This is not the target you want to go on a Primal Beast, of course, unless you drag every hero here. Which it looks like they might be attempting to.
They're going to try and start something down at this bottom. Snaking is the closest target, but a nice quick blink away from Snaking. So no victims here from Falcons down at the bottom lane. There's your BKB of Niku. Got the Juice is currently trying to get a blink up, and I think that's going to be very important for him to actually be able to jump somebody he can hit. You might be waiting at least that blink on Got the Juice before you try for any more fights. And happy days, Riyadh has queued up the X. So you do have the X coming out. It's going to take a long time, though.
That it is.
It's not going to be that quick. There's not that much area on the map to farm for this poor Disruptor.
No, maybe if you get a greedy enchantment later on, could be the way to go. Just boost that up a little bit more. You stall for time, you'll eventually get it with the greedy. If you get lucky, of course. We'll see later on. That blink you were mentioning is up and flying out to Got the Juice. So, again, you have a way of getting on top here on the Abaddon. It's just that it doesn't feel like that's going to be a concern. Like, yeah, the mischance is going to be annoying for someone like Skitter, but do you care about it on Malrine? Not really. Do you care about it too much on Amarm? Not really. You can kind of rely on your magical output with a Storm Surge and Eye of the Storm. So, I know, it just feels like there's still something missing here for Na'Vi. They'll get some room out to push a bot tier 1 at the very least. Finally equalizing some map control in, taking away all the tier 1s on Falcons. So, equalizing the game just a tad bit, but you don't mind on Falcons. And you're using the map space really well. You've invaded the bot jungle, you still have control on your top. And they smoke in.
Oh, they don't cut. Niku, he'll jump down beforehand. But they got a BKB forced out. Glimpse back Malrine, but it's not going to matter because ATF is now here. 4-staff away on Niku. Pop the Wukong's command. They'll lose Riyadh though. Niku, he's still around. They've still got a great target. And Niku, he's still trying with the balance strike to get away, but surely he cannot. They will catch him. Another successful engagement for Falcons.
And this time it was, again, a very clean set of fights. It's just, you have everything you could ask for. This blink on Snake King to help target out. I mean, yeah, you miss out on the tree cut. Very quick reactions out from Niku. Yes, it's just not enough. I'm not sure what you're hoping for here, Malrine. That's exactly what you're doing, Malrine.
Yeah, you get him, Malrine. Top lane. Jump in, they'll try for crit. Pierce the Veil was popped. They'll get the drinking buddies out from Snake King to boot, and Crit is actually just casually walking out of there. Got the Juice, they're going to make the jump in. He'll find them where to eventually. So Crit will go down, they'll get something for their trouble. But just seeing how challenging it is to just get even a support.
I mean, unbelievable. You have to try out a lot. Again, this is the consequence of Na'Vi not finding those openings. Falcons are reaping the benefit. Just harder to play into them. You have to deal with a refresh on Malrine, double pulverize, double BKB on this Primal Beast. It's just insane.
Oh, Skitter. He's got an Aegis up. They saw him there underneath that vision, but Skitter, he'll leave the area. Looks like they're not feeling confident enough to try for the Nature's Prophet quite yet. Fair enough. And so we're at a 5-10 now. 10k advantage sitting Falcons' way. They'll have a minute left on the Aegis. Almost 30 minutes into the game.
Yep.
More BKBs to come out. And again, if you're wondering why they're playing so slow, John, it's because one of these teams is leaving today.
That they are.
It's scary.
It's a lot in the line. This is your journey in Riyadh. It's a jump one.
He's jumping in. Niku was caught. Zayats, though, with the Terrorize helping out. Skitter now going to jump in, though. Niku looking to try and escape. Sprout will lock him in. And Niku with the BKB trying to get away. He's going to have to fight back, Niku. Can he man fight? No, he cannot. He will go down. Riyadh will drop to boot. And they'll look for more now. PMA and Got the Juice trying to retreat, but Snake King's on the chase with the snowball. The shards, though, will not lock them in. They've dived deep. Snake King will go down. It looks like Zayat should be in trouble. He'll drop to boot, but Crit might die, and he will. PMA will get something with Got the Juice. They'll jump the timber now. Try for the big boy. PMA, though, with the chain TP away. Does he make it in time? He does not. Malrine with the onslaught just in the nick of time. It's a 4-man wipe for the side of Falcons. The only survivor was Got the Juice.
I mean, you're seeing some of that impact on the Abaddon with the illusions. The damage is there. You're just seeing the issues. You can't really fully commit with a hero up front. The many angles you have in Falcons to just take these fights, it's almost endless. You've got the blinks up, you've got this onslaught, you've got the refresh BKB. Malrine can just play like a maniac in this game. Full Satanic up and running now for Amar. Like, so a lot to be concerned about on Na'Vi. And it's hard to see, again, where the light is for Na'Vi. They're still getting that build up. The AC is going to be impactful from Got the Juice. Maybe at that point you can start to connect a little bit more, put your body forward, actually utilize that damage you have on the Abba to kind of clean things up. But again, you just look at how this fight broke out. You got a solid window to try to burst down Malrine by himself. You just don't have output.
You don't have output, you didn't have the numbers, Niku. I mean, he made it as hard as humanly possible to try and get him. Once he ran out of that Jingu Mastery, though, he knew he was out of luck. PMA, he's still doing very solid work in the middle of these fights at the Timber, but they're just completely ignoring him. Everyone just completely ignoring him the whole fight. That's the way to do it. And Falcons, I'm yet to see them lose a fight.
No.
I'm yet to see them lose a fight this game one.
Again, it's just been really smart, really consistent out from Falcons. Very calculated play so far. We'll see if Na'Vi can try to bust that open. They get the smoke out themselves. Oh. This is a big timing to smoke into it. The Daedalus of Skitter.
Uh-oh.
He can just teleport in and do a ton of damage. You have to be a bit cautious here on Na'Vi.
It's spooky, Jonathan. It's very spooky. Falcons, they're in position. They've got that high ground again. Got the juice. He'll have his smoke broken. They know Malrine's in the tree line somewhere, and eventually they will see him. Instead, they'll run into ATF. Probably not the target. Got the juice, wants to be around. He'll have all his damage just drains away. Meanwhile, Niku, he just can't get out of there.
No.
Malrine with the refresher orb. Just double pulverizing as they do get crit. But Got the Juice is gone, Apu. The worst possible start to the fight you could have asked for Na'Vi. Zayat's probably not making it out. We'll try to make it hard, but it's not really that difficult.
No.
You couldn't have asked for a much worse start. I mean, you blinked right into ATF.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just all your damage is gone.
Nah, again, it's just the beauty of that Razor pick. You're right into an Abaddon. It's not protected. You have to always be cautious about where this Razor's at. You don't have...
They found PMA! Oh, they found PMA. He'll BKB up. He'll have to do something. Chain away, but he's got no TV play and he's got very low mana. PMA is gonna drop. Falcons, they find all of them.
Yeah, this is getting scary for Na'Vi. I mean, you talked about that silver lining of PMA getting some damage out. I don't know if you'll even have the durability to get that damage out with the full Ags up and running here for Malrine. Having that innate break, it's not gonna be feeling good for the Timbersaw up front. And it's just so much magical damage. And like what the panel said, no one's gonna be building auras. So there's nothing to block off those little shards running around. There's nothing to block off the trample. There's no one going for pipe. There's no one going for Crimson Guard. And yeah, you can kind of take advantage of that on Na'Vi, with Falcons also not having the aura, but it just feels much more impactful on Falcons to not have to deal with any barriers here.
A very challenging game now. 20k advantage for Falcons, 8-18. Bottom, who are they chasing? Poor old Riddy's just trying to get some healing lotuses for himself. Doing all he can on the map right now. But Riddy's will die. Snaking will cut him off on the bridge. He is getting closer to the Aghanim Scepter on that Disruptor, but I really do feel like at this stage, it's just, you may as well give him farm priority, because I don't know what else has changed in the game.
No, this is it. It has to be that Static Storm mute. If you can find the gold for it. He does have Greedy, so eventually that gold will come in. Very fortunate to find that with his tier 3. Just a little bit more passive gains for you there to hit that timing. But I don't know. I mean, this is kind of crazy. 34 minutes in, 21k lead for Falcons, 8-19, and for Na'Vi, I mean, you are closing into a Scotty timing here for Niku. The slow, the stats for the Monkey King gonna feel nice as well. You've got the overwhelming blink coming out for Got the Juice. A lot of forward presence for him once he has that up. It just doesn't feel like it's gonna be enough yet. Again, I know, like, you look at a burst window, it just doesn't feel very clear-cut. Maybe if you can tank through effective damage here on Got the Juice and by the space, find the connection for PMA and Niku, things can start to look up. It's just Falcons have not made any sort of mistake at all to kind of provide you that leeway. A little bit of a smoke out from Falcons now as well, as they've got the full Satanic up and running on Skitter. See if they find a flank around. A little bit late for the Shrine of Wisdom, but maybe someone in the triangle.
Well, PMA, that'll be a nice target. He's not quite as hard as he was to deal with earlier. Malrine, just an absolute menace on this Primal Beast. 8-0-6 is his scoreline this game. Skitter gonna find himself another crit. He'll get the fear in time. Zayat to drop to boot. They are just dropping like flies all across the map. Na'Vi's still looking for a way to break back into this game.
They are. I mean, they get both Shrines of Wisdom. That's a glimmer of hope, I suppose. Issue is, off of those kills, free Roshan coming out for Falcons. They don't even need all of their heroes. There's enough damage here from Skitter alone to just get that done himself. You have to deal with a secondary life and a Roche banner coming in here. Falcons has this high ground opportunity. And for the side of Na'Vi, your hope still lies on Riddies. If you can get this Ags before the high ground threat comes in, or before all of your tier 2 towers go, you can force a fight outside.
Oh, Nico. They'll cancel. They'll break the tree. Malady, he's just too good when it comes to this primal beast. He is just too darn good, Jonathan.
Even the rock throw just being on point, knowing how to get those chain stuns going here. 8-22, a very comfy game for Falcons, and for Na'Vi, it's just a struggle. Just looking for a way of even putting up a fight right now up against Falcons. Needing more time. They're about 900 gold away from this full Ags on Riddies. It's just that, I don't know, like it has to be a perfect start. Right? If you can somehow find a static storm angle without the blink up on your disruptor, again, things can start to look up. If you're dealing with 2 lives, with refreshes up, you have just gotten way too many resources in Falcons that you might not even care for the mute on static storm anymore.
No, and Skitter's hitting like an absolute truck with that amp damage. This tier 3 tower, just not gonna last whatsoever. ATF even just slowly sieging top tier 3, as they will go through the mid racks. Na'Vi, they're not gonna buy back on Niku. They'll wait at least for the respawn to try and defend. Meanwhile, as you're seeing, we are still seeing Riddies trying to rush that Aghanim Scepter, but he's still about 600 gold off. He still needs time. So Falcons, they do look to retreat, but I wouldn't blame them for just wrapping around top lane and pushing again. Why stop?
I mean, there's no reason to stop when you're 30k up at 37 minutes in. Almost 1k per minute being farmed up by Falcons is an advantage. And again, I mean, you have nothing to worry about. There's still so much time on the Aegis. Still have that refresh. BKBs are up. Backdoor kicks in doesn't even matter right now for Skitter.
No, it didn't. Skinner happily going away. Tier 3 tower now gone. Falcons still seeing 0 threat from Na'Vi, and I don't quite blame them. Top round, just look at the damage. Oh.
It's kind of dumb.
It is dumb, John.
Get that drinking buddies up as well, plus 110. Nice and easy.
He's missing most of his hits, mind you, for whatever reason here, poor old Skitter. But that's all right.
They've got it. Maybe this is the fight.
Riddies, he's got the axe up. We've got to jump in now. Skitter, he's dropping low already, but got the juice dropping even lower. He gets the borrow time in time to try and survive this input. Meanwhile, Skitter still going on to the Abaddon. Niku jumps in. There's your static storm. It's caught Skitter in it, but he's got the Aegis. It's only 1 life down. That's not the axe ulti you really wanted. That wasn't it.
They call it.
And they call it. That was their last-ditch attempt. It doesn't work out. They try their best to salvage. But Falcons for game 1. I mean, there's no 2 ways about it. They were just too good this game 1.
That they were. And in this, again, for this kind of draft, this was a very, very classical Falcons draft.
Yes.
They get access to that Primal Beast. You have Amar on his Razor. And, just Skitter and something active early on. They didn't even need to play this aggressive early game coming out here as well for the side of Falcons. Like, they were happy enough to just play this farm game. They were confident enough with how well they were crushing the other lanes. This matchup for Got the Juice was just rough. I don't think you can afford to pick the Abaddon when the Razor is available like that. If you are going to pick the Abaddon, you've got to flex it around and kind of try to avoid that direct lane because it was just ruined. There was no gameplay coming out for Got the Juice because Amar was just constantly static linking him and shoving him away. There was just this consistent threat from the side of Falcons. You were also really, again, there was no answer for Malady just cutting away with those wards, just getting his free EXP, not getting bullied out by the Monkey King. Na'Vi has to be cautious about it when these heroes are in the pool and if they allow them through, because Falcons knows how to run them.
Yeah, I mean, certainly in hindsight, it's very easy to see that the draft was just excellent here from Falcons. And I mean, props to the side of Na'Vi for trying, but Falcons just having their number here for game 1. Thankfully, John, we do have a panel on hand ready to go, so let's throw to Tsunami, see what they have to say about this game.
Thank you very much, Mike and John, where I had high hopes that Na'Vi had done their homework, especially in regards to what had happened yesterday, because they were even banning out some things. They banned out a Pugna and Enchantress, and I was like, okay, they watched yesterday's game. They should have a good idea on what to expect. And then they still get Primal Beasted in, I would say, a pretty similar fashion to yesterday.
Yeah, I actually learned something this game, and that is that it seems like this Monkey King mid needs to fight. And if there's no fights going on the map, I don't know what Nico is supposed to do. So I think, you know, we were predicting a really high octane, back and forth, kills galore.
I did hear that.
Kind of game. And instead, Falcons was, I felt like there was no fighting. It wasn't a truce, though. I felt like Na'Vi wanted fights. They were craving fights. They were chasing after them. And Falcons like, we're just going to use our high ground. We're perching up here. And we're just going to ignore you until we get double BKB. And I felt like that was pretty much the narrative for the whole game.
Yeah, it was actually triple BKB. I remember seeing, like, all the 3 cores of Falcons farming in completely different areas on the map. And then the camera would go back and we'd watch Na'Vi smoke and find absolutely nothing. I think there was, like, 1 kill in 5 minutes between, like, the 15 and 20 minute mark. It was kind of insane. And then the game did blow wide open, but it did that when Falcons wanted it to. Like, they understood that if they fought before the BKBs, then maybe, like, the disruptor would be the problem.
That's why I've consistently considered Falcons, they are one of the most skilled teams at entering, like, a holding pattern.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of teams that you see them, like, take their foot off the gas and you're like, oh, they're losing the grip of the game. But for Falcons, like, they will just kind of maintain the status quo while still keeping an iron grip on their advantage.
Yeah.
I believe that's the V formation is what they call it.
The Delta formation.
I think that is, yeah, where you take 2 lanes. It's a V.
Yeah.
I really liked from Malady, by the way, the BKB refresher super early on into the game. Like, he basically realized every single hero on the side of Na'Vi was just dealing magical damage in some way, or, you know, pure damage on Timber, like something which can be mitigated through BKB. Also, every time he would ult somebody, they would die. So he's just like, I'm just gonna do this twice. Like, this is already working. I'm gonna do it twice. And every single fight, it would go long. He would refresh her. He would ult somebody else, and they would die. Like, it felt like a very easy execution from Falcons. I don't think they felt any pressure on them for that entire game, pretty much. Maybe they were like, oh, wait, there's some pressure that they're getting smoked on early, and they maybe don't avoid the smoke on, like, one of the cores. But it never happened. Like, legitimately, the cores on Falcons never died to these smokes. Amar, 0 deaths. Malady, 0 deaths.
Skitter, Feeder.
Skitter had 1 death, and it was right at the start of the game. He did not die until the end of the game. Like, he got his BKB totally uncontested.
And maybe we can take a look at some of the fights that happened in this game number 1, because, please, I am eagerly hoping one of our series for this Elimination Gauntlet ends up going the distance. But based off of this performance, I'm not quite sure. So let's see our fights. What'd you choose?
Well, there weren't too many fights, but we chose the decisive ones, Neil. And this was the first fight where Primal Beast as well as the Razor had their BKBs done. They initiated on the Malady, who was sitting on the high ground. Amar gets glimpsed, but he's not afraid because he has his BKB. And this is just what happens when you dodge. Willow died full to 0 just to trample while in Shadow Realm. That was a concern that I had in the draft.
That's a last pick Willow as well.
That is unfortunate. And then, yeah, you use your Static Storm from your Disruptor, and that's his entire impact in the fight, and Amar just presses BKB. And then, you know, it's like one of those fights where the foot on the gas, like, I don't feel like there's any oil left in the engine for the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And I think the oil was cooldowns, BKB charges. Like, I really do feel like the longer the fight went, the better it was for Falcons. You know, they have Razor, who's sucking a lot of damage. They have Nature's Prophet, who can TP back to Fountain and then TP back in full HP. Like, he could even buy back, not that he needed to do it in that game. But the longer the fights would go, it's like, yeah, of course, Na'Vi also had their own BKBs, but there's a lot that's BKB piercing on Falcons. Like, half of Nature's Prophet's damage, all of Razor's damage.
Pretty much all of Razor,
Primal Beast, he's ulting you through BKB, right? So he can use his BKB to waste the duration of yours. Razor's hitting you the entire time. It really felt like this game was just BKBs versus BKBs, everybody happily farming, but Falcons understanding that they had the better lineup to fight BKB versus BKB.
Then that other clip that you showed, that was one tier 1 tower taken by Falcons at 24 minutes. They had a 9k net worth advantage. So it wasn't even like they just, like, strangled Na'Vi out of the map. They were just that efficient.
They hit jungle camps behind
towers.
towers.
A lot of jungle
Well,
camps.
they took the stacks as well. Like, they took all of Na'Vi's early stacks, and then they took their own. I think Malady probably cleared like 12 camps worth of Ancients by 15 minutes or something. That was a very different approach than what I expected. But, like, in hindsight, after seeing it play out, you see exactly. I feel like I loaded in and I'm watching Malady paint a picture, and I don't know what I'm seeing. And then afterwards, I'm like, oh, that's a.
Flips it upside down.
Yeah, he flips it upside down. I'm like, oh, that's what he was going for.
A masterpiece. Masterpiece execution by Falcons in this game number 1. I hope Na'Vi has learned some lessons, because if not, then they are going to be eliminated at the Esports World Cup 2025. We'll find out as we get ready for a break, and then we'll come back to game number 2.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome back, everyone, to not the last game of the day.
Oh, nice. Manifesting. That's good.
That was really
That's
convincing.
really good.
If I was in that camera, like if I was on the receiving end of that,
You're convinced.
I would believe it.
Wait a minute. What about we jinx it? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last game of the day.
Okay.
It's going to be a 2-0.
Now it's on.
For Falcons. Now it's
on.
manifested and jinxed.
So either way,
it's going to 3 games.
An outcome has been predicted.
Yes.
It's not that outside the realm of possibility. Execration took a game off Falcons.
That's true.
So these things can happen.
That was the wake-up call Falcons needed to be here today.
That was day one. I think that was their very first game.
It was the very first game of the event.
So what a way to wake up.
Yeah, when we asked Falcons about it, because they won the second game, so they got the winner's interview. I believe it was Snaking who just said, "Yeah, we played really badly," and I'm not trying to take anything away from Execration, but I do believe that. Based on that, but also combined with last year, because at EWC they did start, or Riyadh Masters, they did start 0-4 in the group phase, and they managed to recover and come back that year because you played 12 group stage games, I believe, last year. So I think they had their rude awakening, and not only that, but it was a game they felt like they should have won. And so going into games like this, that's like a completely different Falcons. I will say, moving forward, like let's just make the base assumption that Falcons is going to 2-1 the series as we've been talking about. Every team I've watched so far that's like gaming in Falcons on this stream, and I was watching a bit of the other stream as well, they have a convincing identity. Like I'm excited to see these identities actually clash because like gaming and Falcons are winning in completely different ways.
I agree.
And that's the kind of Dota that I personally am like chomping at the bits to watch. So I'm not trying to like say, hey guys, fast forward through this series, but I'm once again looking for another sample size because this is the homework that I think is the most relevant for their future opponents to be studying, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing what they offer us today, again, in a convincing fashion.
If they even have future opponents, because
there we go.
Na'Vi is going to bring it to a game 3.
And take them.
I think that last game was unusual. There was 1 kill in 5 minutes.
That's a bit of an anomaly.
That is not the Na'Vi that I know.
Yep.
This was Na'Vi Junior only a few weeks ago. This team is
Maybe that's the problem, actually, once you get promoted
you think
to
so?
the main squad. Although I don't even know how accurate that is because the original main Na'Vi squad at Wallachia were looking the best that they ever looked. And so these teams are just hot and cold, even within the course of like a day or two.
I think what would make Na'Vi's life a whole lot easier is just some heroes that are really obvious pick-off heroes.
Okay.
Their cores are Timber, Abaddon, Monkey King. Who's doing things?
Technically, it's supposed to be Monkey King.
Monkey King, I mean...
But you also picked it against like 2 Grandmaster Monkey Kings.
It's hard. Yeah, the thing is, like, I feel like Monkey King usually transitions like a dominated lane into pressure in the early game. It's not necessarily that he'll just go roam to a side lane like Ember Spirit. Like, he'll usually do well in the lane and then go do that. And when you're playing against a Primal Beast cutting waves, you're constantly sitting there like defending your tower. It doesn't function like that. And you can pick the Monkey King. I think that's fine. But I think in the side lane for one of the other cores, you need a hero that's like gonna actually actively do stuff, like a Kunkka, something like that, right? Some hero that you just press buttons on the enemy team and you go, we're starting to fight right now, like whether you like it or not.
Yeah, Na'Vi, so they 2-0'd Extreme Gaming during the group stage, and I had expressed concern that in one of their games, they had an Undying mid and an Abaddon, and their method against Extreme was to run it Extreme. And if you guys are a viewer at home watching, I would encourage you, if you're trying to learn how to take fights in Dota, to watch that game in comparison to the one we just watched. Because in that game, I criticized Extreme for basically walking into them. There were several fights around like 10 to 15 minutes before Extreme was ready to fight, where Na'Vi, they're clearly fight hungry with their lineups that they're picking. Like we saw the Huskar in their last game of the group stage, like a timing-based, run-at-you kind of hero when he gets those items. We saw the Undying and the Abaddon, they just walk at you. In this game, we really did see the same thing. And if you're wondering what exactly is Falcons dodging, like why aren't they taking these fights? It plays itself out when you study Na'Vi's games, and my concern was, what is Na'Vi gonna do? Like I literally said this in the Extreme game. What are they gonna do when they play against a higher caliber opponent that understands properly when they're supposed to fight or not? And I was talking.
We just saw it.
Yeah, we just saw it.
They lose is what happens.
And exactly. And I was talking to Seb. This was like 2 or 3 days ago, and he made a really good point. Obviously, he's pretty experienced with what it takes to be the most successful team in the world. And he was saying that what really separates like the best teams from the weaker ones is not individual skill. It's this overall encompassing understanding of your team's power levels, the exact timings you're supposed to hit, how they line up, and the fight selection in 2 words, right? And ever since then, you know how somebody brings something to your attention and then you just see it everywhere? I believe there's a...
The Bader Minoff phenomenon?
Yeah, thank you. I literally read about this, yeah. That's what I've been having ever since then. And I see games like this one and I'm like, wow, that is the most clinical version of this that I've seen play out. So shout out to Seb. Pretty good player.
It's a great replay to study, actually,
Yeah.
if you're looking to learn about.
That's what I'm saying. Like for me, I
when
saw
to take fights,
because
how
I
to
saw
dodge
that
fights.
one because I saw the one against Extreme, and I'm like, and then I talked to Seb, and then I see this, I'm like,
to be honest,
wow.
it's very boring to watch.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not exactly
Falcons
flashy.
boring to watch.
Because if one team is doing it successfully and the other team just cannot penetrate the defenses, then nothing is happening until that team wants something to happen.
Exactly.
And in this case, because of all the immunity that they needed, because of all the magic damage, pure damage, like it required 3 BKBs essentially, which is just a late timing on these heroes because they don't rush BKB. So, I mean, to be honest, like I do like SF a little better than the cores of the previous game, especially if they can flex this towards mid, because the like Blink Requiem spellcaster SF is very active. It's very good at like getting solo pickoffs on the map. Like you can do some really high skill stuff with it. And I mean, Niku, the kid's 16 years old, dude. Like this is what you want your like high skill zoomer to be playing, is something like this.
Yeah, my analogy for the way that Falcons played last game, and you mentioned like it's not exactly flashy, is I'm imagining Neo from the Matrix doing this lean back, dodging all the bullets, but you don't see any bullets, like as a spectator. You know,
Yeah,
like, you're
because
like,
we can't see the...
yeah, he's doing epic dodges, but you don't even know what he's dodging, so it's
Right.
just kind of lame.
Just looks like he's limboing.
Yes, exactly.
This man's Hawaiian.
That was exactly what I was going for. Yeah, no, I do believe Niku is I've been watching him very intently because I took that interview with him, and I'm like, that guy's a funny guy. He seems very lighthearted and
he doesn't take himself too seriously.
Doesn't take himself too seriously,
Yeah.
which is pretty necessary, I would say, when you're at the big stage as a young lad. You know, started playing Dota before, or was born and brought into this world right around the time I started playing Dota. That's just crazy to put that in perspective. And
could be your son.
Yeah, it could, maybe.
No, he's actually good at Dota. I'm sorry, Brian.
That was mean.
It was just there.
That was
It
mean.
was just there for the taking. I'm sorry. I don't mean it.
I'm gonna leave this panel to you guys.
Brian, they picked Marcy and Pugna. Tell me
Okay,
about
Brian,
Marcy
you really
and
like
Pugna.
Marcy and Pugna.
I love Marcy and Pugna. We did see Falcons do Pugna yesterday it was, yeah. It was against the Storm Spirit, which I like the Storm Spirit matchup I like Pugna against Storm Spirit because it makes him have a really tough time bursting you, because the Pugna with the facet that makes the ward heal you based on how much damage it's doing, it's really good against these backline jumpers. Now, with that being said, I wouldn't say the same applies to SF, so I'm wondering what their reasoning for picking Pugna here is. There's no super obvious synergy. Perhaps they just really like the hero and it allows them to group up. What we did see from Snake King yesterday was he just walked mid, literally level 3, minute 4, and was just nuking the tower. like just casually.
They went fast that
yeah,
game.
so maybe they're valuing taking the tier 1 tower mid against a potential mid like SF and just sort of blowing open the map. It made the Storm Spirits game very difficult to ever get runes and recover. So maybe it's like a map control rune type game that they want to play and why they're picking it.
So weird support duo though.
It's a weird
Pugna?
one. I mean, especially because Falcons has not played Marcy either in this tournament yet. So, I mean, of course, Crit can play it. Like, this is one of the strongest position 4s on this patch, and I think Marcy plus Pango is really nice in the laning phase. Like, jumping any of these like melee heroes that want to be on top of somebody, like moving Marcy and that hero on top is pretty devastating.
But now, I would say all the heroes on Na'Vi don't really care about getting jumped on. SF will Requiem, Undying will just get a double decay, Primal Beast will walk all over you, and Tusk will basically just snowball for free.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty confused by the Marcy pick. There's no immediate synergy. Pangolier has a gap close of his own, kind of 2 of them in the laning phase, so I'm not immediately like, oh yeah, that's a hero that significantly benefits from the innate mobility of the rebound. I'm a little bit more skeptical of Falcons draft this time around. If this was a Pugna in a pub, I'd be like, dude, just don't push D-Crap, because Marcy and Pangolier are almost purely physical damage.
Right.
And also Primal in SF will destroy your face if you decrepify somebody.
This is quite a strange Pugna pick, now that I'm like visualizing it. I think Na'Vi addressed it pretty well. I like their draft much more this time around. Timber, okay, not really a Marcy synergy either. My only thought is maybe this frees up the Marcy when Timber's like level 3 or 4 to go roam on mid lane, but also SF's one of the good safe laners for being able to boot Timber out of lane, because that mixed damage from the raises early can definitely chew through that reactive armor.
Brian, you're getting me very excited for the possibility of 3 games.
I'm just saying, the first game draft, I was like, yeah, that's Falcons. Yeah, it's looking good. A lot of synergy. I'm actually digging the Na'Vi draft this time around. What do you think? I was going to call you Cinderin for some reason.
I mean, I guess you can call me Cinderin if you want. I mean, I guess one purpose to the Marcy is it's a tombstone killer, but I also don't feel like current Undying is really determined by, like, can Tombstone die or is it not going to die? You know, like, he's more about decays, running in, Crimson Guard, ulting, providing a ton of damage block for your team, like surviving, blade mail. You die, you respawn again, right? Like, Tombstone is not everything that Undying is, so. But it does kill that. That's always one option. But I agree. I actually think Na'Vi is, unless there's something that brings it all together in the end for Falcons, I feel like Na'Vi is just outdrafting them right now.
I will say, we saw Falcons yesterday. I didn't really love their draft. Like, their heroes were kind of just Falcons heroes. It just felt like casual Falcons picks, and they proceeded to absolutely stomp the game. So it could just be a caliber diff of teams here.
I'd rather see Falcons on their comfort heroes.
I would like to see it too. I mean, they understand these heroes better than anyone else in the world, I think. So why not? Like, if you're going to be at this stage of the tournament, you know, Amar himself in an interview said he's really stubborn, and they just believe in the way that they like to do things, even if it's not necessarily the meta or everything in the results or what everyone else is saying indicates that that's not how you're supposed to play. I think that's how they became the Falcons that we knew last year.
Yeah.
And I don't mind seeing it, to be honest.
It's refreshing. It's really refreshing. I mean, I will say Timber, like 1-to-1, you're playing against 4 strength heroes. So Timber's, or sorry, 3 strength heroes. So Timber's...
SF's been changed?
Yes, naturally, SF's a strength hero, and that's why he's so OP.
He's really tall.
Yeah, it does make sense.
He's got biceps.
He looks like a strength hero. But no, you're playing against 3 strength heroes. You know, you're going to do a lot of damage in fights. The way that Amar plays Timber, and generally the way people play Timber right now, is like, you're not really running in there and like tanking things until you get the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
You're more like Blink Kaya, you're bursting people full to 0. You're blinking in and Timber chaining out. You're not sitting in there where Primal is like running over you and stomping and you're getting Requiem, all of these problems. At least that's not how Amar has looked like he wants to play it. Although I say that could also be a Malary and Timbersaw.
Yeah, Pango or Timber.
Yeah, they can flex these depending on where the Na'Vi heroes are going.
Yeah, neither of them just... I mean, maybe Timbersaw is good Marcy synergy. Like, maybe you can skip the Timber Chain early and actually...
side lane synergy,
yeah,
you
use
mean?
like meaningful rebound leaps onto the SF and commit. I'm just confused. Okay, the Skitter, they are absolutely pulling out the comfort heroes.
They took out their blanket. They're sucking their thumb right now. This is comfort.
You know what? I was thinking going into this series, like, what if, like, obviously Falcons was such a strong team for such a long period of time. All their heroes got nerfed. What if we're just at the point where everything else has been nerfed enough that they can just pick the same stuff that they did when they were so dominant and it's actually good enough.
Dota's cyclical.
Yeah.
I also believe that heroes go up in value when people haven't played against them very much recently. I know DK is like a very straightforward hero, but at the end of the day, he was meta for like a year and a half. And he's also not really being picked lately, so I'm curious. Maybe it's like a Marcy DK safe lane. You do end up being a ranged right-clicker that benefits from the bodyguard.
I'm curious what the facet is that he's going to go for. 6 and 9, Darkseer, Ryan?
That's a nice win rate.
No, it's actually not a nice win
It's
rate.
not good. That's -3. And I mean, against DK, you get a DK form illusion. That
Pretty
feels
sweet.
pretty good. But I mean, against the other heroes,
It doesn't get the passives anymore.
It's not good.
So it's like, okay, like you have a ranged right clicker, but it's not, it's like old DK was purely built around illusions, and Darkseer was actually his worst matchup in the game because of that.
Yeah, they do have Darkseer Tusk.
Yeah.
That's a solid lane.
I feel like, honestly, I think Navi's got an infinitely better chance to win this game than they did the first one. They've got the Primal Beast answer to the Pango roll. You can just BKB and grab them and instantly in that. They don't really have any defensive tools against Primal Beast going in, like any counter initiation to the vacuum. I actually think the only way Falcons wins this is just by stomping the lanes. I think on paper, I like Navi's draft a lot more.
So do I. I mean, Navi has ways of doing things this game.
Yeah,
they have Tusk to get in there. They have Primal Beast that can also get in there. Like you said, he can't really be stopped. They can hit towers with Got the Juice on Shadow Fiend. So eventually, it's like if Falcons won't come to them, they can just say, hey, okay, I'm going to knock down your base then. And you actually have to come respond to that. So there's many options this time for Navi to force the fights. And I think if the early game goes like it did in the previous game, which was like pretty even, Navi running around trying to look for kills, I think they will find them this time.
You also have a hero like Darkseer who loves trading farm. Like, he'll get super fat super early, hit those early teamfight aura items, and you're going to have a... I think it should line up pretty well with like his first early items, but plus the Primal Beast like Blink BKB timing. And yeah, SF's also like a 1 or 2 item carry. Yeah, I think it lines up way better this game for Na'Vi. If I wasn't looking at the team names, I would pick Na'Vi's draft in a heartbeat. So I'm going to go for that game 3, Neil. First one of the elimination bracket.
Please, fingers crossed.
And I'm gonna jinx it. I'm gonna say Falcons winning this 2-0, so that way we do get that game 3.
Very good.
That's how the math works, I believe.
Bless you, Brian.
Thank you.
It's a damn shame that Na'Vi are in such a difficult position here as they staring down the barrel of potentially elimination here. But if there was ever an opportunity to make that recovery, it's going to happen with a draft like this. So let's see if they are able to survive in this elimination gauntlet for at least one more game. So we get into game number 2 with MLP and Jonix Fire.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Game number 2 is where we're at. Jonathan, you heard the panel. We all want a game. We all want a game 3. It's been 2-0s all day. Do we get it, John? You look at these drafts, do you think that's where we're going?
I mean, to be fair, I think the Falcons draft is a little bit less forgiving if they do kind of mess up the laning phase. If you get that early advantage here on the side of Na'Vi, there's a lot to play for. I think something about signatures and copy-paste coming out here.
That's all right. That's all right.
Well.
If you're going to sign signatures, you should sign them, Jonathan. Don't just not sign them, right? I heard that's a thing now. They press autographs these days, apparently.
Really?
They do.
People do that?
They do.
Wow.
Not us.
We're not famous enough.
we don't have to sign anything, John.
Yeah, no one's going to ask for anything. Come on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
That's all right.
There's like one fella out there.
I won't take a loan out on the press then.
No.
No, not yet.
But yeah, like back to the point. Again, this draft is very unforgiving from Falcons. It feels like what the panel was saying, you don't have the counteraction to deal with what you have here on Na'Vi. For Na'Vi's part, I mean, they've got this early tempo. The SF safe lane should be a lot quicker here for Got the Juice in comparison to the Abaddon.
Yeah.
And maybe this time around, Nikico can get some action going with that Primal Beast himself, right? Like maybe he's going to creep cut. His lane matchup against Timbersaw is pretty awkward. You should be trying to set up. But Malady is very familiar with that. Again, he played a Primal Beast last game. He knows what a Primal Beast will want to do against a Timbersaw, so he can kind of set up for it preemptively.
You certainly can. You certainly can. See how the Falcons want to deal with this. Na'Vi Falcons. Game 2. Falcons 1 step away from proceeding through the playoffs. Na'Vi fighting for their lives here in this game number 2. And again, I hate to say it, but you know, if you look at the record, all 2-0s today. This could be the breaker.
Yeah.
It is you and I, cast.
It is us.
Yeah.
It is very, very strange to have a game, I don't know, end sub around 40, 38 to 45 for us.
Strap yourselves in.
Yeah, this should be it.
Make your popcorn. You've got time.
This could be the game where we get, what, 2 kills in 40 minutes?
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Let's hope so.
Find something to talk about. As per always, the mid lane matchup, again, as we were mentioning, is not going to be the easiest for Niku. He's not taking up for the pulse. Maybe by level 2, he can start to cut. He doesn't have the forward vision as well. So when it comes down to it, as long as you walk up here, Malady's going to have a very good old time with that Whirling Death, and could even be cheeky and drop some Iron Branches later on if you'd want to kind of get cheeky with some burst if you'd really want to attempt. But just controlling the lane this way, getting that free farm out for Malady should feel good. Again, it's still not fun for Niku. If he's not going to cut, he's not going to lane too well.
Oh, Zayat's chasing down Snaking. Snaking is a fast man. Zayat still going for the chase, has shards up in 6 seconds. Hits a courier while he's at it. Has the shards up in 2. I don't think he has enough now to get the kill, but he's still going to try for it, I think. Anyway, never mind. He'll hold on to the mana. Snaking will be perfectly fine. Meanwhile, mid, Niku in danger, though he is going for the trample onto Malady, but he hasn't got quite enough to finish off the job. Neither does Malady, though. He ran out of mana. No Whirling Death to be thrown out.
No. And again, you are working this lane nicely on Niku. This is playing on the edge. Both sides kind of matching each other in CS. Slightly ahead in denies here for Malady. Would want to see if there's any emphasis on water runes. It doesn't look like it. Both sides will kind of get 1 for 1. You're going to be happy with equilibrium here for the side of Falcons and for the side of Na'Vi. But you are, again, just waiting for the spike on Malady. He does get level 3, level 2 Whirling Death is up. The threat is there up top. Lane that we haven't really talked about outside of the chase here. Amar on his Pango up against Got the Juice on that Lasting Presence SF. And there's some play here. Like with the Undying, a couple of the case into raise combinations can be big, but you can't underestimate just how much mobility you actually have here for Falcons. With a rebound eventually coming up, with the Swash, the Shield Crash ready on Amar, there is a lot of ways to just get on top of that SF early on when the damage isn't really there and kind of punish out. You're going to have to work with making some spacing here from Riddies, and he's doing a fine enough job. No, not too much pressure on Got the Juice at the very least up top.
No, certainly not. Now, Malady trying to be so annoying here towards Niku. They're still keeping pretty much on parity with CS on the mid lane, so very even affair between these two. This last game round, you heard the panel talk about it, John. Niku, he couldn't get active. There was just nothing to do on the map as the MK. No. I imagine he wants a similar kind of game, though, on the Primal. Like, you can hope to just sit back and farm the BKB before you do anything, but you'd much rather get active if you can.
That you would. Again, this timing at level 5 is pretty early, but certainly feasible for Primal Beast to get things going. Down mid, you are just seeing a lot of pressure every time you commit that trample out. Just have the Whirling Death and the trade back is good. Top though.
Yeah, Riddies, he's going to drop the Tombstone, but it's all too late. He is down. Got the Juice unable to protect his ATF, able to secure first blood.
Yeah, a lovely injection coming out for the Pangolier. And that is concerning. You get this timing into Diffusal. None of your heroes on the side of Na'Vi will enjoy that high damage Swash. Especially something like the SF. You are somewhat of a hybrid carry. You want some raises. You want to have enough in the tank to try to Requiem with, say, your Mask of Madness BKB later on. So this initial spike lining up for Amar off of top is going to be concerning. The bot lane, again, has been very stable as well for Skitter.
PMA gonna go down. Nice catch by Skitter. PMA not quite anticipating the move in, and PMA gonna go down now. Skitter having a fantastic start to his laning stage of Snaking, trying to get a bit of revenge onto Zayat. Unable to finish off the kill onto the Tusk, but you almost rather just leave them with the low HP and let them run back to the fountain.
Yeah, just kind of waste some time. Ensure the Tusk is not going to gain some free EXP. This combination of Darkseer Tusk in the lane, on paper, is one of the stronger lane combinations, but we've seen this before, Mikey, especially in the road to the Esports World Cup. This Darkseer plus melee lane sometimes is just ultra slow. You're not really able to apply too much pressure. DK is tanky enough to not care. You've got enough move speed here on Snaking that he's not going to get easily caught out as well. So you're not able to leverage that pressure. And for Falcons, and this is as fantastic of a start as you could hope for here. Every lane kind of going very smoothly, no pressure early on. You don't have these shenanigans coming out for Niku. He's lagging behind now in terms of EXP in comparison to Malady. He hit 6. You're still 4 turning to 5 here for Niku. The threat is high from the side of Falcons. Just solo kill potential for Malady there.
He's diving. Level 2 chains up. Niku, he can't survive it. Malady finding another kill for Falcons. I mean, every single lane has had a core finding a kill already.
Yeah, and that's not good news for Na'Vi. Again, it's very similar to Game 1 draft where you kind of want to have some early tempo. There is some timings you can fall back on at the least for Na'Vi, Right, this time you can hang around, wait for PMA to get some of the aura game going. Maybe you wait for the trifecta on the SF, Mask of Madness, Dragonlance and Crystallis tends to be that kind of build-up for Shadow Fiend, and you can kind of get launching from there. I am just concerned with how much Falcons will get out early on, because, again, there's no contest coming out to Skitter. There's no contest coming out on mid for Malady on that Timbersaw. There's no pressure up top either stopping Amar.
Well, they'll catch snaking. So Niku getting a bit of a freebie down bottom. Meanwhile, they've got the juice. He's a much bigger kill. He needs some help to come in. Reddy's is there with the tombstone, and that'll force them back as now they need to TP away with crit, but he's going to go down. Got the juice. Able to secure something as Malady now looking mid lane with the Zayats, but won't dive the tier 1 while Niku's around. So Na'Vi showing signs of life here in this game number 2.
Some important kills to find, some good punishment coming in there for Na'Vi. In a way of just kind of keeping themselves, that aggression up top for Falcons, not panning out and, you know, giving this free gold injection out to Got the Juice. And this SF has been doing well. The top lane has been the best lane so far for the side of Na'Vi. Got the Juice is getting that build-up. Does have the early Falcon Blade flying out, and again, the usual build-up of Mask of Madness, Hurricane Pike, and just more to come. Maybe that Crystallis we see, or the BKB in this kind of game. And again, there's some timings to fall back. Falcons, their lead isn't that massive. It will be a 1-for-1 on the Shrines of Wisdom as well. Both sides will get some decent pickups for the supports.
Oh, PMA.
The triangle, though.
You're just trying to run out of here. Vacuum back on Malady, but he's still going to go down. Malady, just such a menace this series. Snowball's going to fly out. They're going to try and chase him down, see if they can secure anything with Zayats, but no. Malady, you can't deal with him at the moment. And now poor old Niku, he's put in a position he doesn't want to be in. So Niku, he's going to drop and triple kill for Malady. You couldn't have asked for a better start.
That you couldn't, and that's Falcons again pushing the envelope, being the aggressors. This time around with much earlier timing. They're not needing to wait for too much. You can rip these triple strength heroes to shreds. You take over the triangle, you steal some farm away. You've got some good early wards as well to keep scouting here from Falcons. And you're buying space out for Amar to just play his own game up top. Again, the slowest lane so far has been that off lane of Falcons. They'll try again, just a bit of poking.
Not going to find snaking, but top lane, Reddy's in trouble. ATF, though, just looking to perhaps look to roll away, and he will do so. Not seeing the opportunity to try and finish off the kill, he will back his way out. But at least Tombstone expended, Rolling Thunder expended, not too big of a deal for either side. Falcons, I mean, it's not a repeat of last game because there's a lot more action already, but in terms of laning stage and the way the net worth's going, Falcons are having basically a repeat game.
That it pretty much is. And you have to remember the tower threat as well here from Falcons is pretty high. You've got DK on hand with the Corrosive Dragon. You've got a Pugna on hand with level 3 Nether Blast ready. There's some good pressure that can come in here.
Yeah, big group up, but Malreen's already here, and he's the big danger. If you're Na'Vi, is Zayat's already just going to melt. Here comes Niku with the onslaught, but who are we going for? PMA's in trouble. PMA's going to go down. This fight's over. And I think Reddy's, he doesn't even have Tombstone. Pulverize out from Niku, but he's been left behind. Falcons just absolutely destroying Na'Vi.
That they are. Just no room to breathe.
A very forced fight as well. You didn't have Tombstone.
No. I think, again, for Na'Vi, they're trying to fix some issues from game 1. Maybe they feel confident with this ward that Zayats drops early, but you're just not at that. You're not at that point in the game. You don't have a big steroid item up yet for Got the Juice. Just relying on raises at this point in the game. You don't have the auras up yet for PMA either. Like your resources aren't there to get this kind of movement out. And they get a little bit greedy, maybe not expecting anyone to show up down bot, certainly punished for it. 9-2, 3K lead up for the Falcons. As the side of Na'Vi, I mean, they have got to measure some patience out, right? Like, look at the vision game coming out from the side of Falcons. Crossing that river is a nightmare right now. So many good defensive wards coming in.
They found another. Zayats, he's not having a good game whatsoever. Malreen just terrorizing Zayats, finding another. He's already on to 7 kills here, Malreen. We're 10 minutes in, Malreen.
Yeah.
What, was he listening to the cast last game? Is that why he's upset?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I'm sure even the players weren't too happy with just playing a slow game. You know, Falcons, they love to be explosive. They love to dive bomb, and that they are doing here in this game. 10-3, 4K lead being maintained. That push is starting to kick in. Mid falls, looking for a swing up top. This is not safe for Na'Vi. I mean, how do you take team fights? You've got the vac wall, you've got Pulverize, sure, but you can't get into position to get that done. You can't get the easy connections with Requiem yet. This is a deep smoke from Falcons, but cutting off Got the Juice here is massive if they can find him.
Riyadh will break the smoke. But Skitter, he knows. He knows Got the Juice is right behind. They'll drop the tombstone on the cliff. They need some TPs ASAP, and here they come. Zayats will be around. The Croaker even getting involved. Crit is in danger. But Malrine, he is just too much, isn't he? Dizzy, he's trying to back away now. Na'Vi seeing the opening. They'll go for the chase, but here comes ATF with the Rolling Thunder, trying to lock him down. They are dropping low on Falcons, but can they continue? Na'Vi still trying. They'll find Crit. That's one down. Skitter and Malrine trying to retreat. There comes the hills out onto Niku. Niku dropping low. ATF meanwhile holding them all back, but ATF will go down as now they can punish. Snake Kick will connect. Will get stunned rather by Zayats. 3 down for Falcons. Na'Vi finally able to punish his Falcons. They get a little bit too excited by the T2 top tower.
That they do. I think there's a couple of things there that were really cool from Na'Vi as well. I think this tombstone placement from Riyadh was right as the Timber Chain was coming in. So he cuts that tree on the cliff and just prevents the Timber Saw from coming in ASAP, which means you don't have that burst damage to kill off Got the Juice, which means he can get off of Requiem, he can start to set up for his team. You have to pull that position back on the side of Falcons. And you do have some of that aura coming in. You already have the mech from PMA, and that alone is just enough sustain to come in. As you can see again in the replay, that tombstone cutting the tree. Your positioning isn't on point here for Malrine. That gives you the opportunity to get that Requiem, to get these TPs coming in, because they couldn't find that key kill. And once the aura was in play from PMA, you had enough sustain. Amar as well, his role, not the best we've seen from him. Kind of stuck in a very, very weird spot in the middle of that engagement here.
Yeah, it certainly was. Falcons with their wounds and give it back to the drawing board, see what went wrong with this fight. Bright side is they didn't lose Malady.
No.
Because that would have been a lot of gold. A lot of XP if they had found the Timber. So it's not all doom and gloom here for Falcons. As we do get back into a 10-5, 2K advantage still standing for Falcons, but that last team fight did allow Got the Juice to hit the top of the net worth as they do move in top lane after ATF trying to fight with the shield crash. Swashbuckle doing a lot of damage, in fact. He'll turn around with this one. Got the Juice has been caught. Here comes Skitter. Malrine to follow up, and Got the Juice has gone too far, but the hills do come in. PMA with the back wall, but it's not enough. ATF will finish the job off as Na'Vi is still trying, but Snaking taking him down one by one. Malrine, he's the one being hunted, but how do you kill him? How do you kill him?
It's just not enough. And this is a Timber Saw without reactive armor up yet. This is without the Ags up. They get that positioning just right. Amar is not an easy target to go for if you don't fully commit. Again, you have to think about this initiation angle that Na'Vi has to approach. You don't have that magical SF that can just come in and burst. You have that control up, sure, with your Primal Beast, but you're not at the point where the output on Got the Juice is that high yet. Again, he's got Mask of Madness, Dragonlance. It's a start. The Hurricane Pike's coming next, BKB as well. But it only gets ridiculous once you have something like your Crystallis up. And you are still a ways away from that point. 15-6, 5K lead for Falcons. Finding a grip back after that a rough fight up top by the Tier 2. And for Na'Vi, I mean, they're getting some of that confidence back, right? Like, they're making plays, they're looking for these opportunities. They need to be a little bit more cautious as to who they pick off, who they attempt to pick off, and where they attempt to make these plays. Right by the Tier 1, a little bit of a danger zone, considering how fast it is to TP.
Well, Niku jumping in again with the Iron Shell. ATF, no Rolling Thunder for another 2 seconds, but he might just have it in time as the Onslaught does not connect. Skitter will jump in. PMA is there to back up Niku, but ATF now thinking about initiating with that Rolling Thunder, and eventually he will decide to commit. It's only a 2v2 so far, and it seems like nothing will come of this. Both sides able to get away just fine.
Yeah, I like that from Falcons, showing some respect for just, again, this teleportation area for the side of Na'Vi to kind of make their way into. You don't have Malrine around as well to try to get this burst damage off. He's playing on a different side of the map. So you're not feeling the most confident to get that deep dive. They are smoked up, though, looking for a connection into that triangle here.
Yeah, they certainly are. Na'Vi, though, might get caught off guard. Crit with a perfect position. He'll get stunned up. Tombstone has been dropped, but nobody's down yet. He'll rebound away. Snowball in from Zayats, but he's just going so deep into the loving arms of Malrine. And this is the thing. Like, you see the Timber, you've just got to run. It's not safe. Ooh. Do they find Riyadh? No. Riyadh will get out of there. They'll only lose Zayat. But as far as I'm concerned, if they're going into the timber, you may as well turn back around the other way. It's not going to work out.
Yeah, you've got to U-turn. There's no way you're dealing with Malady just yet.
No, sir.
He has so much damage, and it gets worse once this Hags is up with that barrier going. I don't know where that damage is gonna have to come in from here for the side of Na'Vi. It almost feels like, again, they'd want a pick-off game. They need some forward vision. The map has just been dark as it was in Game 1. Falcons has just been very good with getting information across the map. Again, they've got these cheeky wards up top, watching the gate, seeing that movement from the Primal Beast. They can line up bot if they want, although...
He's going to find another victim. Riyadh does survive. No, in fact, he doesn't. The Guardian Greaves Heal not proving to be enough against this Timber. As Malady now 11-0 and 4 on the kill score.
That's just, again, very similar to Game 1, what we're seeing from Malady. Give him something early, active,
Nikico.
and he delivers.
Nikico trying to secure some farm, cannot do so. Crit will gank him up. Meanwhile, Malady terrorizing the top lane. Zayat and PMA will try to get away, but there's no getting away here for Zayat unless he can juke out with the snowball, but it's not going to pan out. It's got the juice. Requiem, he's thinking about it. Snake King, he'll see him though. They've got the info. Malady happy to jump in. They hesitated. Got the juice. He's got no chance now. Surely no chance. As a double kill from How many times are going to say that, John?
Yeah.
Double kill, triple kill. I may as well just say Malady.
Yeah, just say Malady. That's all you need to say in these team fights. Try it. Give it a shot next time. Just Malady, and that's it.
That's it.
That's all you need. He's been popping off. Again, very similar to Game 1. He has a strength hero. He's not being contested in lane. You weren't getting those pull shenanigans out from Niku. Mind you, trying to get that done up against a Timbersaw, perhaps a little bit of a challenge. But there's no mitigating factors out from Na'Vi. Your supports couldn't really try to move mid and bully out this Timbersaw. Your side lanes had to have those supports planted in because of how stable the lanes are from the side of Falcons. And you're forced to play a recovery game out here on the side of Na'Vi. 20-6, 10K lead up for Falcons very early on here as we approach the 18-minute mark. And again, things are just set to get even rougher. Orchid coming in soon for Skitter. You've got that full Ags up and running for Malady with Assange coming on top of that soon. You've got Umar going into his full Linken's up with a Blink and Shard. Already has the ultimate orb up as well. So I just don't know. I just don't know how you're going to have to deal with him. This BKB timing from Niku can be nice, but you have enough to kind of deal with it. You can, if the BKB's popped, you could just dispose your ally or try to rebound pick me up. If, you know, because it doesn't care. Drag them to a safer position and just, again, stall out the fight.
Oh, they don't even feel safe to go after this tier 1 bottom tower at the moment. It's just that scary. They will look to retreat again. Skitter reveal himself back down to this bottom lane. Malady now with the Sanjiasha up. 9.5 minutes faster than average, John.
Yeah.
I'm not too surprised this game about that.
Nope.
Malady looks like he's not done yet. Wants a bit more action. Niku, Zayat, highly recommend we just look back the other way. Chuck a Yui, boys.
Yeah, pretty much just no way you're touching Malady anytime soon. And I don't know, like if you're Falcons now, you can do whatever you want at this point. There is a concern perhaps of allowing Got the Juice to farm up. Like despite this rough game,
oh no,
it's number 2 in net worth.
Oh, it's the same vision too.
Yeah.
It's the same ward. Do they have a stun? They do not. Skitter can't get there in time. So hopefully at this point, I think Niku may have picked up on the fact that there is vision in that area.
Yeah, should understand.
Zayat. He's being chased, snaking, not wanting to let him go. Looks for the TP away, and he's gonna make. Cat and mouse is what we're seeing here in Game 2, John.
And that's all you can do in Na'Vi. Avoid as much as possible. You can get this farm up on Got the Juice. This SF, despite a rough game, has managed to get himself up to number 2 in net worth. Still getting that scaling going. BKB's coming out next. Full Hurricane Pike's done. Tormentor is free here for Falcons, though. And a freebie shard for Crit with a rebound. Having that longer cast range as well. I mean, there's just so much more utility. Again, Falcons just have a lot of angles to kind of look for these engagements. And for Na'Vi, it's hard to see that light. Again, it's just difficult to see what item fully fixes them here. The BKBs just don't feel enough. There's a lack of damage. Maybe if you stack up these auras up on PMA, the illusions can start to do some work with a vac wall. High ground defense at the least here for Na'Vi is pretty good. So you do have that to bank on. But whether or not Falcons kind of hesitates even for the high ground, we'll have to see later on.
Oh, they're coming. Falcons, not going to find anything on the east side of the map. Could stick around for a tier 2 tower if they want, but that's not really what they're looking for. They want some fights. They'll see Got the Juice in the mid lane. Everyone else from Na'Vi just farming the Radiant jungle right now, just trying to completely avoid the side of Falcons. Riddies, though, will not be so lucky, but he does at least tank the gank for the rest of his core, so they do know exactly where Falcons are hanging about. But now Falcons, of course, going to go back and search through their own jungle, see if they can find these pesky heroes, or maybe even just go for Roshan.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
They've got the damage for it. It's not going to take too long. They know there's no real approach angle here from Na'Vi, so it's a freebie to take. Opening up the high ground if they'd wanted. They have some threat. Still the first round of game, so no banner to simplify the high ground just yet. But again, you have some easy poke here on the side of Falcons. And that's a poke, no, that's a DK. They can still make short work of objectives if you allow them to just hit away. And we'll see what they get done with this Aegis up and running. Na'Vi still not seeing the shining light yet, but again, they are managing to get that farm. Just a recipe away now for the BKB on Got the Juice. Maybe that helps the cause. Same thing going here for Niku, so double BKB timing is panning out. And that does do a lot. It cuts off the damage from this Timber Saw. You can hold your ground. You can kind of look for a Pulverized Requiem combination, perhaps. And that could be the way to go if you can land your shots here in Na'Vi.
I mean, it's got to be some perfect fights here from Na'Vi. At this point, Falcons are just unrelenting. So head up north. Niku, he has his BKB now. This could be very nice timing for Niku to force a fight. And they're coming to him, but it looks like he wants to go back to the fountain and reset instead. No teammates around him. PMA will look to do the same. They're just trying to keep all the waves forced out to not allow these tier 2 towers to drop. But it seems though Falcons will slowly but surely start on that mid tier 2 tower. It's going to be up to Na'Vi if they want to try and defend. Though I think even at this stage of the game, you might be looking at trying to force a fight while you're on the high ground. Oh, Malrine, look at this. He's sneaking up right behind them. They're going to see him, though. They'll try to make the jump. Malrine, do they have him? Oh, they do. Malrine is down. Well, that's a lot of gold, Jonathan. Niku, he'll take about 2K away from that. I think he's pretty happy.
That he is. You do lose your mid-tier 2, but you'll take that trade any day for Na'Vi. And it goes back to what we're saying. You were looking for a perfect fight on a single pickoff. You get Pulverized Requiem. Not much you can really do here for good old Malrine. And that is the punishment you need on Na'Vi. You are still lacking map control. You need to do that maybe 2 more times, 3 more times if you can find these big targets. But the possibility is there. And that's the threat now for Falcons. You have to play it clean. You have to keep it clean. You have to respect that output is still there in Na'Vi, and the potential is always there to turn it around.
You tip Amar. You know he's going to start talking. Manta is the recommendation. Got the Juice says Rapier. No
silencer on enemy team. No point. I like that
Thank
mindset,
you,
Amar.
ATF. Thank
Very
you.
nice.
Maybe the Divine ATF.
Yeah, why not? Got to go for the Ags first, but we'll see if he gets cheeky later on, gets a little bit bored. Gets ahead of himself here, Amar. As again, Na'Vi, a little bit of a shot in the arm. Have some room to play. Will finally find his bot tier 1, which has been alive for a dreadfully long time for Na'Vi. And there comes the BKB timings. BKB up on Got the Juice. You have the BKB already ready as well, of course, on Niku. And eventually even a BKB up for PMA. So triple BKBs are there. Your impact on Malrine will get cut down just a tad bit. See if he kind of gets ahead of himself
Jump
again.
in bottom. They've got themselves ready. Big pick off here from Falcons. Riddies, though, doing a good job again. Good positioning to tank the gank for his team. Will allow the rest to get out of there. Meanwhile, Niku, though, he's very low on mana. In fact, he's completely out. He will have a healing Lotus available if he needs to onslaught away. Meanwhile, bottom, Zayats does get caught eventually. So they are still going to pick him off. 2 for nothing special for Falcons.
Yeah, and they're still getting map control across the map, of course, keeping that top shoved in. But all of this presence coming in from Amar and still managing to correct down bot. The last outer tower left, of course, that bot tier 2. Going to be the next safe objective for Falcons to go for before considering the high ground Time on Aegis, not too much left, 1:40, so your window for a tier 3 is pretty small, but the tier 2 shouldn't be a problem as Riddies again.
We'll go down. Niku. I mean, they dropped the tombstone. He's thinking about it, but they're lacking quite a bit of vision here, so not looking to try and move in blind. They've got the juices slowly inching his way forward because they did see that Skitter was down at the bottom lane, hitting the tier 2 tower. But it's kind of hard to catch anyone right now. Like, it feels like it's all on Niku to try and find these initiations, and well, it certainly has been challenging as they'll head down towards the bottom. Skitter's already left the area though, so they won't have the opportunity to try and go after Skitter either.
No. Again, it's just down to the vision game. Yeah, where's your forward information on Na'Vi? It's just non-existent. Falcons has some good wards watching the sides here.
That's a big boy. Rolovatos, they'll force-staff him away. In fact, he force-staffed himself away. Rolling Thunder, ATF, he's committed. He came back in. Lock him down. There's your drinking buddies trying to help out Niku. He'll jump in. Got that juice with the Requiem and the back wall set up. ATF trying to get out, does make it out just barely. There's Na'Vi looking to back off at Kret with a 3-man rebound out, locking him down. And Malreen right back to work.
Oh,
what a setup from Kret.
I mean, that looked perfect from the side of Na'Vi. You know, that's the kind of initiation they'd want, but again, it just falls flat. There was still time in the Aegis, still impact to come out from Skitter, and as you mentioned, Kret just again finding this angle in as the Marcy to cut them off. A nightmarish scenario for Na'Vi is that was probably their best shot. Like, that's off their commitment coming out quite nicely. Just doesn't pan out, and with all of those resources down, I don't know how you stave off this high ground. Sure, at least Aegis is it up.
Oh no, got the juice. We'll get locked down by the Gleipnir there for a second. He's going to be all right. I don't know either, John. I'd like to say I don't know what Na'Vi's going to do here. I mean, they've got the right idea in trying to blow some people up with these vac walls and the Requiems, but it seems like you need to be the one setting these fights up. It can't be, you know, got the juice getting jumped and then we force a fight.
You've got to be able to initiate. Mayhaps, this full Silver Edge starts to help the cause for Got the Juice. Perhaps you can sneak in. Sentry coverage is somewhat there, at least on mid. Side lanes are still relatively open for that kind of play. So you do have an option here for good old Gaunt the Juice. It's got to get that juice now, as Falcons are just looking to just keep going high ground. Again, even without Aegis, what do you care? You're so durable. You know the circumstances that Na'Vi have to take are very specific and kind of tied into some cooldowns here.
They certainly are. Tier 3 top tower now. Falcons trying to find a secondary rat. They will force the cliff and look to retreat a little bit as Malreen looks to mess around again with Niku. So annoying with this Gleipnir setup from Malreen. It's not something you see every day, but it sure is doing some work as snaking. Oh, we'll get caught. That'll be a freebie. Got the juice, we'll find something, but how do you get away? Because Malreen's already here. They're already here, sir. He's got a PKP TP away if he wants it. I don't think he wants to commit, but he will have to try and get out. They'll leave Zayats behind. And Falcons, knowing the BKB's down in the SF, they might want to just force high ground.
I mean, there's no reason to wait any longer on the side of Falcons, for sure. The team fight combination is still there, but again, without the debuff immunity, the chances of Kret just coming in, but another good rebound, another good way of breaking up that fight is massive. And that's one less thing to be worried about on the side of Falcons. I will say as well, snaking was worth 500 plus, what 500 plus 502 gold on a Pugna at this point in the game. That is not a good feeling. Snaking's net worth is equal to PMA's almost.
That is a bit sad.
As a Pugna.
That is a bit sad.
Yeah. It's not a good game state right now for Na'Vi, but that's the hand they're dealt with. That's the hand they're going to have to try to figure out how to get some hot multipliers from their Jokers, Mike, if you get the Boulevard reference.
Yes, I got it. You don't tell me the reference, John. You asked me if I got it first.
I'm saying it for the audience. If anyone still has the stream unmuted, of course. Just in case, Mikey.
Unbelievable.
It's a fun game, and I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I did. But then I went back to real games like Dota 2, John.
Yeah, fair.
Right?
Of course. It's a real game. What do you mean?
Oh, yeah.
The strategizing. Like the strategizing out from Na'Vi holding up.
Are they?
Somewhat. I mean, it is a strategy to avoid fights.
True.
You know?
Very true. They're trying their best here. I mean, it's a hard game. It's an impossible game right now for Na'Vi. 20k advantage, Falcons. Waiting for a Roshan attempt, I'm sure. Don't ask me to read the Roshan clock, Jonathan. You know how I get with that. Oh, it's an obvious one this time.
Yeah, this one
That's all
should
right.
be short, but
I mean, we can't tell you how many minutes it's going to be, ladies and gentlemen.
I've seen these tiny ones last longer than I'd expect as well.
Okay.
Like I see it go down, then the yellow comes back, and I'm like, what's going on?
That's all right.
You know.
So it's spawning at like 7 o'clock or something. I think it was at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's something. I don't know. Still, simple Tormentor coming out for Falcons, who's getting the free short, snaking. Gonna have fun with that life drain. Ah, you know what I miss? You know, remember the time when you'd get Lion in games and we had a match where there was life drain and mana drain, and that was beautiful.
It was beautiful, John.
We had a Rubik that stole.
Oh, they found got the juice.
Oh.
Snowball's going to buy a bit of time from Zayats, but I think they might be forced to fight this one out. Back wall is there. It's still not good for Got the Juice. The Requiem does absolutely nothing. He's trying to man fight Skitter. In fact, he's winning the man fight. Skitter, he's going to go down. Got the Juice. Got the Juice trying his absolute best here, but he's still going to drop. PMA will also go down. Why are we looking at Nico? He's just not there.
No.
As Reddy's will also drop. Triple kill for Malreen.
Oh, that's just so concerning. Even if you manage to get that kill onto Skitter, like you're seeing the output from everyone else skyrocket, although.
Yeah, Nico's still in danger. They'll chase him down. It just feels like they can get across the map so quickly here, Falcons. But who cares about heroes, John? You've got 3 down without buyback. You're going high ground.
You're not waiting. You've got the Nether Blast. It's not going to take too long. You'd wish you had the Flamethrower up, but beggars can't be choosers, and this should still take no time at all. And even with the respawns coming in, no BKB for 40 seconds, no Requiem for 40 seconds, no Vac Wall combination for 40 seconds. You have a window where, sure, the heroes are back up. What can they realistically do to defend? Not much. They just have to wait for those tools to be back up and running. At the least, there is enough time that they're not going to be clearing up the last set of racks up top, so you're buying some space here on Na'Vi, but I mean, it's 31-9, it's 28K at 32 minutes in here, Mikey. It's almost like we're watching game 1 again.
It really does feel that way right now. I mean, Falcons certainly had their coffee today, I'll tell you that, John. Roshan will be going down, no issues here for Falcons. You saw that Got the Juice, he can stand there and fight. But it's not really that simple when the rest of your team just has no sustainability in these fights. Like it just feels like they'll get out one spell and that's it. Good luck to you, Got the Juice.
It's got to be that one spell that counts. You've got to find a Requiem to make it work. Maybe even get a good break off from your Silver Edge. If you can afford, you're going to get that window to get the right-click BKB and instantly channel up, which is, your window might be very tight here for good old Got the Juice. BKB finally up for PMA. Some options here for the Darks here to look for the angles with a Vac Wall at the very least. But again, it's 31-9, a 27K lead for Falcons. Na'Vi looking for the biggest swing of their life if they manage to hold on here for their tournament lives at the Esports World Cup. And they'll try out with a smoke. Maybe. If this works out, you stall the game even further.
I mean, it could be game-changing this fight if they can find a way to make it work. Lines being drawn up towards the top lane. You'll have Snaking and Crit both there. They'll group up with the rest of their team. Na'Vi going directly north, hanging by the top lane at the moment. And it seems like Falcons have had a good read of this. They have retreated. They'll go for a counter smoke play now.
Yeah, they know no one's defending. Creep Wave is just shoving in onto tier 4s.
That'll make it obvious. That'll make it pretty obvious. And Falcons having a look to see if they can find themselves a cheeky pickoff. Keep in mind, there's no buybacks on Na'Vi at the moment. Everyone's short on gold. Apart from Zayats, who has it on Coolden.
It's going to be do or die for the side of Na'Vi if this one falls flat. And at the least, you don't find the cleanest angle from Falcons either, although you are danger close here.
Oh, PMA. He's very important for these fights. You don't want to see him drop too early. Na'Vi, he'll force staff away, but PMA just absolutely melting. Gleipnir out onto Riddies. Riddies or Yules. Try to run and he'll be somewhat successful, but Skitter's just chasing him down past the tier 4 towers. Takes down another, but Riddies will instant respawn. 4v5 is where we're at. Skitter onto the tier 3 top. Here comes Got the Juice from the backside. Snaking, he's going to be saved by Crit. It's not the target they want to start on anyway. I think they want Malrine or Skitter, but Skitter, he's jumped. Niku, he'll get saved with the tombstone, but it's not going to help. He looks like he's in huge trouble as he's down, but he will have buyback available. ATF getting started in the meantime. They'll take down Riyadh the boot. Falcons, they call it. They call it. Falcons will proceed through to the playoffs of the Esports World Cup. And sadly for Na'Vi,
revenge.
They will be going home as Malrine makes the revenge call.
And he does, and Falcons, if this was revenge, I don't know how sweet it is when it's not even close. I think there's a factor of just being unimpressed at this point for Falcons because they make it look clinical in Game 1, clinical in Game 2. Na'Vi, this is a team you and I, Mikey, back in the days when they were Na'Vi Junior, we had high hopes. We've always said it for this team. So much room to improve, so much room to grow. A lot of people were hoping for them to have that run here. Unfortunately, Falcons are still Falcons this year. You know, this is still one of the top teams, even though, again, the results maybe not as consistently high as they'd want, not winning everything, of course, but they are still a team to be reckoned with. And for Na'Vi, even though their tournament lives kind of end here, I feel like there's just a lot that they can pick up from this kind of game, right? Like, how often do they get to play against Falcons? It's going to be good setup for anything else that comes down the line for them. And for Falcons, I mean, we did say this would be the most competitive match of the day. It does fall a little bit flat in that, but if you're Falcons, you probably aren't too upset that it's not competitive here, Mike.
No, I doubt they're upset, Jonathan. No. They're going through to the playoffs. I'm sure they're looking very, very happy here. I mean, like you said, for Na'Vi, plenty of experience here, a big land opportunity for them, and I dare say they did a lot better than what most people would have anticipated prior to the tournament starting. So certainly a good result for them, I dare say, and surely going back to the drawing board now, trying to resolve some issues and get back to them.
Yeah, and I think, again, for Falcons, it's going to be an interesting ride for them into that next phase because it feels like they've managed to play their own standard game. I'm keen on seeing what else changes for them down the line in that next phase of the tournament.
Well, we've got Nomad on standby for interview, so let's throw to him and see what he has to say.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yes, I'm here with Skitter. Skitter, I mean, were you expecting this series to be this convincing?
I don't really think so. Na'Vi eliminated us in Wallachia before, so they're kind of like our nemesis. But I woke up pretty confident. I think the win against VP gave us a moral boost and a lot of confidence. So I hope we're gonna, you use this even more to feel better and play better.
Do you think maybe the pressure kind of got to the other side a little bit? Meanwhile, you're a bit more experienced, so you weren't really too bothered.
Yeah, I was kind of telling that to myself and my team that all these like VPs and Na'Vis, they have a lot of young players. So it's always like you can draw confidence from the fact that you have like me, Snay, and Crit who are like very experienced. So I think like even if you cannot think you're playing the best, like you can rely on the fact that they're gonna stress more than you do.
For sure, and you say that. I mean, that's interesting because you guys looked really, really clean. I mean, do you feel like you're playing your best at the moment?
We are getting there. I think we are on it's on the uptrend of like improving as a team, fighting our like strategy and drafts and heroes, and we're kind of getting back into the groove of the old Falcons. So I hope we're gonna have enough time to actually get there.
Excellent. So old Falcons mentioned. I mean, do you feel the same way as you did a year ago? If you can cast your mind back to last EWC, coming into it, how does this EWC compare to it?
It's hard to pinpoint that moment specifically, but I think at the start of this team, we were all like very hungry to prove ourselves because we all kind of had like mediocre year at that point, or maybe like 2 years, right? Or there was like young people who wanted to prove themselves, so we were like extremely hungry last year. And we showed it for the most part. We didn't really pull through for the last 2 tournaments. But we are hoping like this time is going to be the other way around, like kind of sad year, but the 2 big tournaments will find our groove again.
Well, so far, so good. So last question then. I don't know if you've looked yet, but your first team in those playoffs is going to be Liquid. How are you feeling about playing against Liquid? TI champs as well.
It's free.
History?
It's free.
Oh, it's free. Okay. All right. Nice. Easy. All right. Loving the confidence, Skitter. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming and talk to me. And I'll see you in a couple of days' time for the playoffs.
Let's see if that ends up becoming true, because Liquid are definitely the team to beat, but
they're
Skitter,
also not the team to curse. Like, you don't call out Liquid. It didn't work well for P-Vision. 0-7.
Don't put a target on that back. But if they are feeling re-energized after these 2 wins, granted, not necessarily the toughest opponents between VP and this Na'Vi, but at least
Falcons are making it look convincing regardless.
I would just like to point out to the toxic chatters in Twitch, because
Okay, so
sometimes I can't stand reading your guys' messages where you insult these tier 1 players, and we're going to hear from another player before I get to talk about this.
I'm here with Mr. Niku from Na'Vi under disappointing circumstances, I'm afraid. I mean, how do you feel?
Like, game was very bad. Like, we just lost without even big chances because bad drafts, bad playing.
Unfortunately, you know, this wasn't you guys. You know, this wasn't the Na'Vi which we've seen in the past. I mean, what happened? Was it the pressure, or do you just not know yet?
I don't know. I guess like just trying to do something and then just nothing. We're dying, and after this, game is almost over. Like Timbersaw triple kill. We have 3 strange heroes versus Timbersaw. Like, if I could play as Timber, I would play with one hand and win.
That's really unfortunate to hear. I mean, but, you know, you still have a smile on your face, which is good to see. I want to know, like, you're not the only team that struggled today. I mean, pretty much all of the sort of underdog teams or teams which people weren't expecting to win today didn't. Why do you think there seems to be such a gap between some teams and others, and we've had entirely 2-0s basically so far in the playoffs?
I guess like big teams, which is strongest, they like doing full energy to win smaller, like good preparation, good playing, and like they have more experience and they are just better, like almost in this series.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, you know, it's a really good experience for you anyway. You know, this is you've been to a couple of international events now, but each time, you know, we're seeing more from you. Personally, in your journey, you know, how do you feel? And of course, there is another tournament to come. So is this going to help you learn and gain confidence for the future?
Yeah, I guess. But of course, we wanted to play tournaments, but we have TI. We'll try to do everything on TI. Playoffs of TI, we see them. Need to just grumble.
All right, so revenge against Falcons at TI. Is that the plan, Niku?
Yeah, of course. 2-0, of course.
Excellent stuff. 2-0 at TI. I'm looking forward to that. You better keep that promise, Mr. Niku. Thanks for coming to talk to me. And yeah, unfortunately, didn't go your way, but thanks for coming. Thanks for playing. And we'll see you next time.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
It's a real pleasure to see that kind of attitude because the season does not end for them here. This is really a lot of these players' first opportunities to be on a LAN in this kind of setting. And if you are being outclassed by these teams, as Niku said, who have significantly more experience, the big teams, there's no shame in taking that loss as long as you take valuable experience along with it.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make, and he kind of alluded to it on Niku, is that the discrepancy between the best players in the world and like these teams that are up and coming, don't get me wrong, these players on teams like Na'Vi are individually some of the best skilled players in the entire world, but it is, I feel like, quite a wake-up call watching, just seeing how big of a difference it's been thus far throughout the group stage as well as the early stages of this elimination. I think it's just very humbling and important to remember, even when games like during the season, maybe Falcons is out of their groove and they're kind of not looking so hot against one of the other top tier teams. When you put them in a tournament where they're fully prepped, they're fully energized, they're invested, and they're playing against these non-top 8 teams, like, they absolutely demolished them. Like, this is just a complete outclass across the entire tournament, I would say.
Yeah, we exist in a very interesting timeline where for a lot of the top 8 teams, I mean, it looks like all of them, but I guess we'll see when they're actually battling each other, that, like, all the cogs in the machine are working at like 90% capacity, so you just have this absolute monstrosity that these other teams are up against, where maybe they just aren't a fully functioning machine. They're just like cogs, like good cogs in some machine which exists, but it's just not a machine.
They have to work in unison.
Yeah, and they just aren't, and the difference, it is staggering. It is crazy how it looked like they couldn't do anything, really. Like,
it's just, you have to remember that these are like the 100th to 200th best players in the world. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're in that range, all of them. They may even be better than that in regards to MOR.
Yeah.
And like, Yeah, Dota, you just look as good as you are compared to your opponents. Even if you're one of the best players in the world, that's what you'll look like against the absolute best.
And even in these types of situations, Niku still showed confidence in this game. It may have been slightly misguided confidence, though, as we can take a look at the highlights, because we were quite puzzled that he decided to play the lane against a Timbersaw.
Yeah, this was him being level 4 against Malreen's level 6, and just ends up dying here. Oddly enough, he even had a blood grenade on Primal ready to be aggressive. Went for like a full wand before going for the boots. And this was like a reversal of dynamics where in the first game, Malreen was playing the Primal against an unfavorable matchup and then just kind of having a mid-diff situation. As you're seeing this bleeding in to more kills in the triangle, invading the Darkseer stacks, only 7 minutes and 20 seconds into the game. Little bit of, I'd say, overreaction, save a friend syndrome on the side of Na'Vi. This is just what happens when you feel like you're getting overwhelmed. It's really hard to understand how much pressure is being applied from Falcons consistently on the map, and they're just desperate. Like you're thinking in yourself, it's 7 minutes. They cannot be invading our stacks like this, but that was stemmed from the mid lane. But this was the one highlight. Riddies with the sickest tree chop of all tournament. Wow.
Get tombstoned, nerd.
And that actually would have been a Got the Juice death most likely if Malreen was able to get in range, and they actually end up turning this. And I would just like to say, I don't know how much of that tombstone was intentional in terms of cutting the tree, but this is the type of situation where you just have to wonder, like, it does go well for Na'Vi, all things considered, but what do games like this look like if it's not a 3K lead at 11 minutes for the side of Falcons? And that's the degree of outclassing that we're seeing. But they do manage to not kill Malreen, who was beyond godlike for basically the entire game until later. And yeah, we wanted to show one glimmer of hope, the highlight of the potential of what Na'Vi could be if the games were a bit closer.
And those cogs and the gears are in perfect concert with each other.
And then this is the snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
Mom spaghetti everywhere.
Yeah, there comes Malreen back to full HP. And we did say SF is quite good against Timbersaw in general, does lots of magic damage, but it is just not the case when this hero is snowballing. Like, you get an early Kaya, Mana Boots, Blink Dagger, you can blink on any of these carries and pretty much full to zero them with their damage, especially if you're standing near any trees. And like all of these skirmishes were 5-on-5, standing in trees. There's a million trees on the Dota map, but I feel like Timber as a hero is just one of those heroes that if you get a couple of kills early, you can legitimately make a competitive match look like a pub. And it is good to see Falcons back in that form, because this is what they used to do when they were in their prime, is they would pick 3 cores that all have this potential, and then this would happen to 1 or 2 of them. 1 or 2 of them would have this sort of game because they just know the matchups better than anybody else. Like, I guarantee you, Niku is not going to go... he's going to go for boots against a Timber in future games because of what just happened here. Thing is, Malreen has played these matchups before. Like, he knows, you know?
He's a master tier Primal, though, on Niku. Like, he's clearly played a lot of Primal.
But the thing is, you're a master tier Primal, you're a 16-year-old, you're destroying people in pubs with this hero by just outclassing them, but you're playing against one of the best Timbersaws in the entire world.
You're, in fact, playing against our Sony MVP of the day. Even though Niku did say that he could probably have done the same thing with one hand if he had Timbersaw.
Yeah, once you get the triple kill,
Once you get the triple kill. But you got to get to that point, and that's what gives Malreen our Sony daily MVP for today.
Yeah, I'll tap hats off to Niku and everything, but this was a huge mid-diff. Like, Malreen just put on an absolute clinic. And I think it's even more substantial when you consider that he was in the reverse scenario game 1 and still owned. And like showed this is how you play an unfavorable matchup. This is how you avoid fights and take a favorable timing.
Yeah.
While in the second game, it felt like Niku kind of played into the strength of Malreen, and then Malreen shows you what's going to happen if you do that.
See, that's why my breakdown of it is, like, I feel like Niku has just played this matchup in his pubs, and like he went blood.
He doesn't get like abused that hard.
Yeah, but he went blood grenade on Primal. Like, you know, he's killed Timbers before, and I could tell you as a bad Timber player, Primals kill me all the time at like level 5. But the thing is, like, Malreen, the way he was playing the lane is that on every single charge from Primal, he would step out of the way. Like, he was not disrespecting the amount of damage that Primal could do, because he's also a Grandmaster tier Primal Beast, right? Like, he knows how to play Primal. So I just think that he needs to change his base of what he thinks that this matchup is. And Malreen just taught him a very valuable lesson.
Unfortunately, he won't be able to apply that lesson here at the Esports World Cup 2025, as now Na'Vi are eliminated, but their season does not end here, as they will still get an opportunity in Hamburg at TI. And that now wraps up the entirety of our group stage into Elimination Gauntlet. We have now taken out 8 teams from our tournament. Yesterday, we took out the first round, the 3rd and 4th place teams in group stage with Execration, Shopify Rebellion, Heroic, and VP, unfortunately following. And today, we took out the 2nd row. Extreme Gaming got 2-0'd by P-Vision. Gaming Gladiators got a 2-0 against Team Yandex. Tundra did the very same against Talon, and you just witnessed what Falcons did to Na'Vi. So as...
This is all 2-0s. This entire last gen bracket is 2-0s.
For what it's worth, though, as painful as this looks, this is basically just an extended group stage.
Yeah.
And we take out a lot of teams in group stage.
True.
And so 8 teams, like, if you think about like a Dream League, we have 16 teams at a Dream League, but the majority of the tournament is played with the 8 teams.
And I think the teams that got through are also the ones that you would expect in the end to make it through. These are like the top 8 EPT leaderboards teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, effectively what happens, though, in a tournament like Dream League is you'll have 4 of the remaining teams, like, because there's 8 teams left, you'll have 4 of each remaining team in each group and they're playing like half their games against each other.
Yes, that's true.
So I feel like what we see in this is much more pronounced like you're now seeing the top team, the 5th through 8th teams basically pummeling the 9th through 16th teams, right?
Yeah.
So it's also interesting to see that the 9th through 12th teams pummeled the 13th through 16th teams.
That's true.
Do you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, that feels like Fear was talking about earlier that there's like 3 to 4 clear tiers right now in competitive Dota, and yeah, this has been the most.
And we're at the final tier. Like we actually are on the final tier. I have no idea between these teams who is.
Do you have a favorite or?
I mean, you gotta go.
How about I tell you some matchups?
Okay, let's go.
Let's do it.
Because we are taking the next 2 days off here at the Esports World Cup, but we will return in the Amazon Arena for our playoffs, the top 8. Our first matchup on Wednesday, July 16th, is going to be Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators.
Ooh. It's crazy to think these teams are just getting eliminated.
Yes, it's a single elimination bracket.
I'm actually going for Gaming Gladiators. I think just stylistically, that's a really bad matchup for Team Spirit.
That's the previous year's winner versus the previous year's winner.
Yeah.
We have the two
old champions.
This is
reigning champion versus former champion.
It's going to be Crown Fall tomorrow, Brian.
That's 2 days from now.
2 days from now, Brian. 3 days from now, Brian.
Wednesday, July 16th. So that's the first matchup. Second, Aurora Gaming versus P-Vision.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, man. Those are
If you asked me,
those are brothers right there.
If you asked me like 2 months ago, I would have handed it to P-Vision
no question.
easily. But
yeah, Aurora's been
now,
leveling up, P-Vision not so much.
Yeah.
That's going to be a good... Okay, now the series are starting to get pretty high.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, it's single elimination, though, so you better come correct. After that, it's going to be BB Team taking on Tundra.
That might be the least exciting out of all those, and it's still a good series.
You think so? I feel like Tundra's been powering on, too.
I think BB Team's going to handle them.
You think BB Team's really hitting their form?
I mean, they did just win the last major tournament.
They look very comfortable playing whatever, and when I think if you think of a player like Pure with how high skill he is, and he's just picking Hoodwink carry and stuff like this,
sure.
I think that a team like that's maybe lacked versatility in the past, so if they're adding that to their arsenal, I think that's like BB Team.
I just think Tundra's a hard team to cheese. Like, these guys are going to figure you out, you know? Like, they're going to have some anti-carry Hoodwink tech. You whip something out. Like, they're not going to lose Game 2 to the same thing.
That'll be a cool strategical battle for sure.
Definitely. And then the final series in the first round of our playoffs is going to be, as you heard, Team Liquid versus Falcons, where Skitter says, free. Is it, though?
You know, the last time I heard free in a pre-series interview was Insania last year against Gaiman in the finals. They got 3-0'd in a matter of like 75 minutes of game time.
Yeah.
So
does not bode well.
Historically speaking.
And at this tournament as well, yeah.
Yes.
You don't do this curse. But both teams are good. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, Liquid looked unstoppable, but they've lost some games here or there as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like there's a clear favorite.
Both teams look in their best form all year. So that's what I'm excited about with that
that's a good
series.
point,
because
actually, yeah.
whoever's best form it is going to reign supreme. And
yeah, it's a battle of which strategy is better.
No excuses this time around.
Yeah, both these teams hitting their peak, and we are reaching our end of the day, end of our group stage, end of our elimination gauntlet, and end of our time in this venue as well. I hope you all have been enjoying and find ways to entertain yourself for the next 2 days. Catch up on some VODs perhaps, because we will be back on Wednesday, July 16th to continue the playoffs and the remainder of Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup 2025.